Hi there, and welcome to the ultimate course that'll transform you into a master of the MERN stack capable of building real industry projects. In this video, you'll build and deploy a full stack social media application with complete email and Google authentication called Memories, with pagination, search and filtering capabilities, details pages, authentication, comments, and much more. The Memories app is the best fully responsive MERN social media application that you can currently find on YouTube. Alongside this video, I've also prepared a complete MERN roadmap and a cheat sheet that covers everything you need to become a fantastic MERN developer. The guide includes an entire step-by-step MERN mastery roadmap, prerequisites, helpful illustrations, and even MERN project ideas that you can build, deploy, and put on your portfolio to get a job. You can download the ultimate guide and use it as a reference on your development journey whenever you're unsure what to learn next. The link to the comprehensive guide is going to be in the description. I'd strongly recommend downloading it now and referring to it while watching the video, especially if you're unsure why are we using the particular technology. This video paired with the guide contains absolutely everything you need to become a professional MERN developer. This app is a full-fledged CRUD application, which means that if you learn how to build this, you'll be able to make the most complex and most modern applications out there. If you think about it, every app is a CRUD app in a way. CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete. You can find this pattern everywhere. Building a blog, create posts, read them, and delete them. Building a social media network with users, create users, update user profiles, and delete users. Building a movie application, well, add your favorites, rate them, and delete them. You get the point. The concept of CRUD is explained in more detail inside of the full MERN guide that is linked below this video. At the end of the guide, you'll also find the best CRUD projects. So, if you haven't already, now is the time to get your own guide. Before we start building out our project, let's first get the hosting for the React side of our MERN application, and more importantly, the domain name for our new site or any site you'll create in the future. Hostinger is my personal recommendation, and right now they're offering crazy deals, so I simply needed to show this to you. Currently, they're offering a completely free domain name and a lifetime SSL certificate for $3 a month. So if we scroll down a bit, you can see that they offer great price to quality ratio, high-speed servers, free SSL certificate, and 24/7 tech support. With that said, since I've partnered with Hostinger, they decided to give you an even bigger discount. You can find the link and the discount code in the description. Enjoy! Once you visit the link in the description, we can simply click Get Started. And finally, select a web hosting plan. As you can see, we have a 30-day money-back guarantee, and now we have to choose a period of our hosting. In my case, I'm going to choose 48 months, as that's going to provide us with the cheapest price. We can scroll down a bit to create our account. And finally, after you select your payment method, you can enter a coupon code right here. That's going to be JavaScript Mastery, all caps, no spaces. When you apply that, you're going to get an even bigger discount. With that said, let's go ahead and purchase it, and I'll see you straight inside of Hostinger's dashboard. As you can see, I'm personally using Hostinger for my brand for all of my websites. And most importantly, I'm using their domain names and hosting for the upcoming JS Mastery Pro course. By the way, which domain name do you prefer? jsmasterypro.com or simply jsmastery.pro? Let me know in the comments down below. With that said, if you purchase the premium shared hosting, then you should see a claim your free domain button right here. In my case, I'm going to click claim domain, and I'm going to do something like JS Mastery or just JSM and then -MERN. Of course, you don't have to do this right now. You can choose the domain name after you build your application. So I'm just going to check availability, and it is completely available. You can see we have it for free, and you can click the claim domain button right here to finish your process. And in just a few seconds, our domain is going to be registered. And then we'll be able to deploy our client-side application straight to Hostinger's hosting. And that's it. In just a few seconds, we purchased the domain name and set it up. At the end of the video, we're going to deploy our application to Hostinger. So what exactly can you do in our memories application? As the name suggests, it is an album of memories where people from all around the world can add the most notable places they visited or the wildest things they've done. Let's take a look at all the features of this memories application. One of the main features is pagination, which allows you to only fetch a certain number of memories at a time. Then we have the complete search and filtering functionality. We can search for a tag like Europe, or search for a part of the title with something like the, and get all the matching memories. Our application will also include client-side routing, a memory details page. You can click on a memory to get more information about it. As you can see, we'll even implement the recommended memories section. So let's check out a few places. We have the Colosseum. We also have the Prague Castle. These don't necessarily have to be memories or places. You have a fully functioning CRUD MERN application, and you can turn it into any topic you'd like. Make it completely your own. Auth or authentication is a complex process, and therefore it is another essential part of our application. We're going to allow our users to log in and register. Here, a user can create a real account in the database, sign in with that account, or sign in using Google automatically. While building the authentication, you'll thoroughly learn every step of the way. We'll use JSON Web Tokens, or JWTs for short, and Google OAuth. Finally, we're going to add the comments, and most importantly, refactor the entire user interface and make our app completely mobile responsive. No worries at all if you haven't worked with the MERN stack before or you don't know what the heck MERN is. Let me give you a quick introduction. MERN stack is a JavaScript stack used for easier and faster deployment of full stack web applications. The letter M in MERN stands for MongoDB, a NoSQL database in which data is stored in documents that consists of key value pairs, similar to JSON, JavaScript object notation. The letter E stands for Express, which helps us build the backend quickly while staying in the JavaScript ecosystem. The letter R is, of course, for React. Almost all modern tech companies, from early stage startups to the biggest tech companies like Microsoft and Facebook, use React. You'll learn React functional components and their reusability, React file and folder structure, and more importantly, the use of Redux state management library. And finally, the letter N is for Node.js, the runtime environment that allows you to write backend code using JavaScript, ultimately saving you the trouble of learning a new programming language capable of running the backend. On top of all of that, you'll also learn how to deploy your websites so that you can share them with your friends or potential employers, put them on your portfolio, and get a job. Once again, downloading the complete MERN roadmap is crucial here. So now is the time to go down in the description and get yours if you haven't already. And just before we dive straight into the code, if you'd like me to make another MERN course, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. If this video reaches 20,000 likes, I'm recording another complete MERN application. With that said, Without any further ado, let's dive straight into the code. First, we're going to open an empty Visual Studio Code window. You can use any code editor, but I prefer Visual Studio Code for many benefits that it has. Secondly, we are going to go to your desktop and then create a new folder. You can name it Memories Project. Now you have to drag and drop it to your Visual Studio Code. Once we are in, you can go above and then click View and Terminal. This is going to open your terminal. And since we'll be working technically with two different applications here, we're going to split our terminal into two parts. First one is going to be for our client-side application or React side, and the second one is going to be for Node. We are going to create two separate folders as well. First one is going to be named Client, and the second one is going to be called Server. Now, we can cd into Client with our first terminal on the left side, and there we're going to initialize an empty React application by typing npx create react app /. Make sure you're in the client directory. In terms of prerequisites, the only thing you're going to need is going to be the newest version of Node. Just click the newest one and download it for your own operating system. While the client side is installing, we can create a new file called index.js inside of the server directory. This is going to be the starting point of our server application. Inside of the second terminal, we're going to navigate to that server directory, and there we're going to run the command npm init -y. This is going to initialize an empty package.json, and now we'll be able to install all the necessary dependencies. Dependencies that we need are going to be as follows: npm install, and we need body parser. This one is going to enable us to send post requests. Then we need course, which is going to enable cross-origin requests. Then we need Express, of course. We're going to use Express as a framework for creating the routing of our application. And then finally, Mongoose. We're going to use Mongoose to create models for our posts. And then finally, we need NodeMon. We're going to use NodeMon so that we don't have to manually reset the server every time we make a change. Instead, NodeMon will be doing that for us. You can click Enter, and this should install all of the necessary dependencies. While that is installing, we can go into index.js and import these dependencies. First of all, we have import express from express. Then we have import body parser from body -parser. Import mongoose from mongoose. And finally, import course from course, just like that. Now, you might be confused. If you worked with backend so far, you know that the usual syntax looks like this. Const express is equal to require express. Thankfully, in newest versions of Node, we can use the import syntax, which is a lot more modern and a lot easier to use. The only thing we have to do to enable it is that we have to go into package.json, and there we need to add one line below the main index.js. In here, we have to say type. Make sure everything is in double quoted strings. So type is equal to module, and then add a comma. That's it. While we are here, we are also going to delete this test script and add a start script. So start is equal to nodemon index.js. Now you can close your package.json, index.js, and wait until our client side is initialized. Then we'll be able to install all the necessary dependencies for the client side as well. React application is initialized. Let's take a look at what dependencies are we going to need. To make sure we have the same versions of the dependencies installed, I'm going to provide you with a full package.json file. You can open up your package.json, scroll down to the description, find the client-side package.json file, and then simply paste it over the existing one. That way, we're making sure that everything 100% works, because we're going to have the same versions of specific dependencies. After you're done pasting it, simply type npm install --legacy -peer -deps like this, and make sure that you're in the client-side directory. Simply press enter. This is making sure that the code you see in the video produces the exact same outcome for you, even if you're watching the video a few years after it has been released. Later in the video, you may see me install a few more dependencies once again. Things like Material UI, JWT decode, and many other things. But since now you've copied the package.json, run the installation command, you won't have to reinstall any dependencies later on in the video, definitely not for the client side. So just keep that in mind. You already have all of the necessary dependencies for the client-side development. While that is installing, we can go ahead and check what we have in our client folder. Inside of here, we have an src folder with a lot of things inside of it. We are not going to use all of these things, so I usually like to just delete the whole src folder and create a new one. After you do that, there's only one thing that we absolutely must have in our React application, and that is the index.js file. So you can go ahead and create that index.js. This is the file where we're going to connect our React application to index.html file. So import React from React, import React DOM from React-DOM, and then also import app from /app. We don't yet have this component, but we're going to add it soon. And then we have React DOM.render. The first thing is the app component, and then the second thing is document.getElementById. And then we have to specify the string of root. With this line, we're connecting to the div with an ID of root. Great. Now we have to create that app.js file, app.js, and there we're going to have a simple functional component. So import React from React, const app is equal to a functional component, and there we're going to have a return. For now, let's just create a div, and inside of that div, we're going to have an h1, which is going to say app. And of course, we have to do export default app. With this, we should be ready to run our client side. Let's save it, and let's save the index as well. To run the application, we just simply have to say npm start. That's it. Great, we can see our app here, and if we go back, you can see compiled successfully. For now, we're going to close this terminal by typing Ctrl+C. We did that for a reason that first, we're going to set up our backend. We have more stuff that we need to set up there. We need to connect to the database, create a MongoDB cluster, set up the models, and also create some documents. So first of all, we're going to close our client altogether and collapse this, and then finally just go into the index.js of server. That's where we're going to spend the first part of this video in. Inside of here, what you need to do with every Express application is first initialize this app. So app is going to be equal to Express, and then you simply run it as a function. Now we can use all different methods on that app instance. First, let's do some general setup. We're going to say app.use, and then inside of there, we're going to say body parser.json. And now in here, we have to do limit is equal to 30 megabytes. I just did that because we're going to be sending some images, which can be large in size. And then we're going to say extended is equal to true, just like that. Now you can copy that line, paste it below, and we are also going to do body parser.url encoded and put the same thing as parameters. We're just setting up the body parser so that we can properly send our requests. Now we're also going to use that course. So we're going to say app.use and just put course in there and call it as a function. That's it. Now is the time to connect our server application with a real database. For that, we're going to use MongoDB. More specifically, their Cloud Atlas version of MongoDB, which means that they're going to host our database on their cloud. We can go there. The website is mongodb.com/cloud/atlas. The link is going to be in the description. And then in here, you can click Start Free and then just create a free account, which is going to enable you to create something known as a cluster that's going to act as our online cloud database. Once you do that, you'll be greeted with a website that looks like this. You can just go ahead and click Build a Cluster. Then you can choose Shared Clusters, which is going to be completely free. And then you can just click Create Cluster at the bottom of the page. That's going to start the deployment of our cluster. It can take 1 to 3 minutes, but while that is deploying, let's do some setup. You can go in here to Database Access, And then you can click Add a new database user. In here, you can create your own username and password. I'm going to use JavaScript Mastery, and then password cannot be simply 123, so I'm going to use JavaScript Mastery and then 123, just like this. Now I can click Add User. With these credentials, we'll be able to read and write to any database. Great. Finally, we need to go to Network Access, and then in here, you can click Add IP Address. Once you do that, you can click Add Current IP Address and click Confirm. That's it. Now we go back to clusters and wait until our cluster is deployed. Now you can click the connect button right here. That's going to ask us if we want to connect it with a Mongo shell, our own application, or MongoDB Compass, which is a graphical user interface for looking at our database's data. We can click connect your application because we want to connect it to our server-side Express and Node application. You can copy this string, and then we're going to go back to Visual Studio Code. Inside of here, I'm going to create a new variable, which is going to be called connection URL, all uppercase. And then in here, you can create a string and simply paste the whole thing that we received right there from our MongoDB Atlas. In here, you can enter your username and password. Make sure to delete these arrows as well. So mine was JavaScript Mastery. And then the password was JavaScript Mastery 123. You can enter your own credentials. That's it. Of course, in real applications, your credentials should be secured, so we cannot simply put them in here. Later on in our video, before the deployment of the whole application, we're going to create environmental variables, and then we're going to store that connection URL right there. The second thing we need is going to be port. So const port is equal to process.env.port. For now, we're going to use the 5000, but later on, once we push this to Heroku, Heroku is automatically going to populate environmental variable called port. Finally, we use our mongoose to connect to our database. Mongoose.connect. It is a function that accepts two different parameters. First one is going to be the connection URL, and the second one is an object with all the options. We're going to use two different options. First one is going to be use new URL parser, which we're going to set up to true. And the second one is going to be use unified topology, which we're also going to set up to true. These are not required, but if you don't set them up, we're going to get some errors in the console, or rather warnings. So let's just have it for simplicity purposes. Now we're not going to end this sentence right there. We're going to chain a .then because this returns a promise. So in here, we're going to have a .then, and also we're going to have a .catch just below. Now, what do we want to do if our connection is successful? Well, then we want to call our app, and then on it, we want to do app.listen. Listen accepts two parameters. The first one is the port, which we just created right there. And the second one is a callback function, which is going to be ran once our application successfully listens. That's going to be a simple console log, which is going to be a template string, and is going to say server running on port. And now we can use template strings to say port. This needs to be all capitalized. That's going to say server running on port 5000. Great. And finally, if the connection to the database is not successful, we're going to have an error there, and we are simply going to console log error.message. That's it. And the final piece of setup is going to be mongoose.set. In there, we're going to set use, find, and modify to false. So just pass a second parameter false. This again makes sure that we don't get any warnings in the console. That's it. Now, if we go back to our package.json, we specify the script start, and let's run it. You can go ahead and type npm start. That's going to run nodemon index.js, and we should get a console log saying server running on port 5000. That's it. Our server is successfully connected to the database. And now that we are connected to the database, we can start creating routes for our backend application. To do that, we are going to create a new folder inside of the server, which is going to be called routes. Inside of the routes, we are going to create a file called posts.js. Inside of there, we're going to add all the routes that have to do something with posts, posts being that cars that you saw previously. To do that, we have to import Express from Express, and we also have to set up our router. Const router is equal to express.route. router with a capital R. Now we can start adding our routes. Our first route is going to be router.get. The path is just going to be slash, and then in here we can specify a callback function that is going to be executed once someone visits localhost 5000 slash. Great. In here, we're always going to have request and response. It's going to be the same thing for every single callback function inside of our router.get. The second parameter is going to be a callback function that is going to be executed once user visits this route. Inside of every callback function, we have request and a response. For now, let's just do response.send, and then in there, let's say this works. That's it. Now we have to export the whole router. So we're going to do export default router, just like that. And now we can go ahead in index.js and import that router, which we just exported from there. To do that, we have to do import post routes from .routes/posts.js. Now we can use Express middleware to connect this to our application. To do that, we have to type app.use, and then for the first parameter, set up the starting path for all the routes inside of the post.js. And that thing is going to be posts. And in here, we set the routes. So what this did is it said that every route inside of the posts routes is going to start with posts. That means that this route inside of posts is not reached by going to localhost 5000 and then slash. It's reached by going to localhost 5000 and then slash posts, because we added that prefix of posts to all routes in here. Now let's see if we can get this response inside of the browser. To do that, we have to go to this URL, localhost 5000/posts. I'm going to copy it, go back, and then check it in the browser. As you can see, at the top left corner, we get this works, which means that we successfully connected our Express application and we are running it on localhost 5000. Great. Before we move any further with the functionality, we're going to set up an amazing folder structure for all the backend applications. That's going to make them much more scalable. To do that, we're going to create a new folder called controllers. Inside of the controllers folder, we're also going to create a file called posts.js. Inside of there, we're going to create all the handlers for our routes. What does that mean? Well, let me put it side by side. Inside of here, we don't want to have some logic, because if we keep adding routes and adding more complex logic like this, our file for routes is going to get long and we're going to get lost between all the logic and all the requests. And at the end, it's going to be hard to see what routes do you even have access to. To simplify that, we can do something like this. We can extract all the functions or all the logic from the routes and then take it right here in the posts of the controllers. Inside of here, we're going to declare that function for the router.get. Let's give it a name. Const get posts is equal to that same callback function which we just copied. Of course, so that we can use it in post.js, we have to first export it right there. Export const get posts. Great. Now we can go back into our post.js and then there we can import all different functions. For now, we have only one. That's gonna look like this. Import, and now inside of curly braces, considering we're doing named and not default export, in there we can name that function get posts from /controllers/posts. That's it. Now the only thing you have to do is simply say router.get, and then we execute a function called getPosts. In here, don't forget to add posts.js. In React, we don't need to do that, but in Node, we absolutely have to. At this point, I don't think you can see the purpose of having the controllers and routes separate, which is completely fine. But as we keep adding more routes, you're gonna see how clean this is gonna look like. We'll be able to see all the routes just like this, and then execute all the functions in the other file. Great. With that said, let's create a new model for our post. We're going to create a new folder called models, and then inside of there, we're going to create a file called post.message.js. Inside of there, we're going to utilize the possibilities of Mongoose. To do that, we have to say import mongoose from mongoose. Now, first we have to create a mongoose schema. Const post schema is equal to mongoose.schema. And that's going to be a function, which is going to have an object immediately in there. That's it. Well, what is a schema? With MongoDB, you can create documents that look absolutely different. One can have the title and the message, one can only have the message, and so on. Mongoose allows us to give some sort of uniformity to our documents. We are going to specify that each post is going to have these things. So in here, each post is going to have a title, which is going to be of a type string. Each post is also going to have a message, which is going to be a string. It's going to have a creator, which is going to be also of type string. We're going to have some tags, which is going to be an array of strings. So that's why we put an array sign there. We're going to have a selected file, which is also going to be a string. We're going to convert an image into a string using that base 64. Then it's also going to have a like count. This time, we're not going to simply say a number. We're going to say an object, and then inside type is equal to a number, because we have to add additional information. And that additional information is that by default, we want to set it to 0. And finally, we're going to have a created add property, which is going to be an object again of type date. And also it's going to have a default value of new date, just like this. Make sure to call it and write it exactly like this. Now that we have a schema, we have to turn it into a model. To do that, we're going to say const post message is going to be equal to mongoose.model. And then in there, we'll do post message. Make sure to do the same thing here, exactly like this post message, or you can call it anything you'd like. And then the second parameter is going to be post schema. That's it. Now we can do export default post message. We are exporting a mongoose model from the post message file. And then on that model, later on, we'll be able to run commands such as find, create, delete, and update. Great. Now that our model is done, we can start adding more routes. Inside of here, I'm going to copy the line. This route is going to be router.post. And once we go to that route, we're going to run the create post function, which we are also going to import from the controllers. So in here, create post. Now we have to save it and go to the controllers. In here, we're going to say export const create post. It's also going to be an error function, which has a request and response. And then in there, for now, let's do res.send post creation. Now is the time that we have to start implementing real logic for getting posts and for creating a post. To do that, we're going to import post message with a capital P from /models and postmessage.js. This gives us access to a real model. What can we do with that? Well, first of all, each callback function is going to have a try and catch block. It looks like this: try, opening and closing curly brace, and then the catch with an error inside. The code in the catch is going to happen if we get an error right there, and the code in the try is going to happen if everything is successful. So in here, let's try to retrieve all the posts that we currently have in the database. Const post messages is equal to post message.find, just like that. Now, this wouldn't be correct because post message.find, or finding something inside of a model, takes time, which means that it is an asynchronous action. For that reason, we have to add a wait in front of it, and therefore we have to make this function asynchronous. After that, we can console log our post messages. And finally, we need to make our function return something. So if everything works, then we're going to say res.status of 200, which means everything went okay. And then we're going to return JSON, which is going to simply be an array of all messages that we have. We don't even have to console log it. We're just returning it. That's it. We also have to respond with something if there's an error. So we're going to say res.status. And then in here, let's do 404 and then .json. And we're going to return message to be equal to error.message, just like that. Now this is it for our get posts, and how can we see if it works? Well, our server is already running on localhost 5000, so let's go check it out. And that's it. You can see that we have an empty array. This is not that interesting, right? We just have an empty array. Now we have to implement the logic for adding different posts, and we're going to do that right here. To create a post, we're also going to do a try and catch block. With post requests, you have access to something known as a request.body. So we're going to say body is equal to rec.body, and we won't be able to console log this right now for the reason that we don't have a way to send post requests yet. That's the exact reason why immediately after we create this create post, we're going to move on to the front-end side to create a form and basic layout for making different posts. Our request.body is actually going to be our post, so we can name it like so, and then we need to create a new post. We do that by typing const new post is equal to new post message. We call it, and then in there we pass that values that we're receiving to the request.body. Yet we are not sending them, but we're going to do that once we implement the logic on the front end. Then in the try block, we're going to say new post.save. This is again an asynchronous action, which means that we have to add a wait in front of it and also async on the whole function. Once that is saved, we're going to respond with res.status 201, which means successful creation, and then .json, we're just gonna send that new post in. That's it. If it's not successful, we do res.status and then 409.json, and then in there we do message is equal to error.message. You can learn more about this HTTP codes right there under the following link. It's going to be in the description, but generally it looks like this. All requests that start with 200 are successful. 300s are redirections, 400s are client errors, and 500s are server errors. You can take a look. For example, you can read only those with stars. These are the most important ones, and then see what each one says. In here, 200 is the most popular one. The request has succeeded. Great. The link is going to be in the description. Now we have our create post function completely done, and now is the time that we focus more on client and implement the logic for actually sending or creating posts. Moving to the client side, we are now going to create a whole skeleton for the front-end application. There is one thing that I forgot to tell you to install at the beginning, and that is npm install add material -ui and then /core. This is going to be the UI kit we'll be using. Material UI is really popular when working with React because it allows you to create nice looking applications without a lot of styling. While that is installing, let's create our components folder. Inside of there, we're going to have two folders. One is going to be called posts, and the other one is going to be called form. Inside of the form, we're going to create a form.js file, which is going to be our form component. Inside of the posts, we're going to create posts.js file, which is going to be the component for the posts. Each one of these is also going to have its own styles.js. We'll be using materials UI way of styling. Yeah, it's CSS in JS, but it's not that awful. You're going to see it soon. And then again, styles.js in the posts. That's why we have folders. The last thing we have to do is create one more folder, which is going to be inside of the posts folder, and that name is going to be post. Inside of there, we're also going to create just one thing, which is going to be post.js file, and also styles.js. This is the folder structure that works really well in medium to large level applications. You can see everything is nicely put inside of the folders. We have the styles there. And if only one component uses some other component, like only posts uses post, then that post component is going to be inside of there. Maybe it doesn't make a lot of sense right now because we just add a lot of files but not a lot of code, but it's going to make more sense once we actually start writing code. Great, now that we have the structure of our application, let's actually start with app.js. First of all, I'm going to run the application again by typing npm start, and now we can use material UI components. So first of all, at the top, I'm going to import all the components we're going to use in this app.js file. All components start with a capital letter, and these are going to be container, app bar, typography, grow, and grid. And we're going to import them from add material UI, and then /core. Great. Inside of here, let's start with basic structure. I'm going to delete this div and create a container that's going to make sure to just center everything. Inside of there, I'm going to put the property called max width equal to LG, which is large. And then inside of there, first thing that we have is going to be the app bar. App bar is going to have a position of static and also a color of inherit. Inside of the app bar, we are going to have a typography. Typography in Material UI basically stands for any textual element like H2, paragraphs, or really anything, but it gives it a nice looking font. So in there, we can say variant is going to be equal to H2, and we're also going to have a line equal to center. In there, we can put the title of our application. In our case, that's gonna be memories. And this is supposed to be variant, just like that. And then we're going to have our image. So image, in there, we're gonna have an src, which is going to say memories. Alt can be memories. And then we can put the height to be equal to 60. We don't need it to be more than 60. Now, we don't have this image yet, so let's create it. I'm gonna leave the link to the image down below. And then what we can do is you can create a new folder in the src called images. And then inside of there, you can download and put that image, memories.png. Looks like this. Just to give some life to our application. I misspelled container there as well. Now we can import that image. That's going to be import memories from /images/memories.png. Great. Now if we save this, let's see if it works. Okay, and we have a huge image right there. Once we add some styles, this should look much better. Before adding the styles, let's just finish with the structure. Below this app bar, we're going to have a grow component. Grow just provides some simple animation. Grow is going to have a property of in, so it's going to grow in. And then inside of that grow, we're also going to have one more container. Inside of that container, we're going to have a grid component. That grid is going to be of a type container. It's going to say justify to space between and also align items to stretch. And we're also going to give it some spacing, which is going to be equal to 3. That's it. Now, inside of that grid, which is of type container, we can add 2 different grid items. Let's do that. Grid, and then item. XS is going to be 12, which means that it's going to take the full width on extra small devices. And on small and medium, it's going to be 7, which means that it's going to take 7 out of 12 spaces on small or larger devices. Great, so this is our grid component, and then I'm going to copy it and paste it below. This one is also going to be extra small 12, but we're going to change the small to be 4. Inside of this first grid, we're going to have our posts component. We created a file for it, but we didn't yet create or import the component. And then just below in here, we're going to have our form component. Now we have to create those components and then import them right there. So let's do that. Let's go into the form. And then inside of here, we're going to import React from React. Const form is equal to a normal functional component, which is going to return just an H1 that says form for now. And then we're going to export default form. That's it. I'm going to copy all of this now, go into the posts file, paste it there, and then just change the form to say posts. And then change this to posts. And finally, we're going to do the same thing for the singular post component. In here, I'm going to change posts to simply say post. That's it. We know our hierarchy. Our posts is going to use the post component. So what we're going to do is we're going to import that post into our posts. So right there, below the title, we need to add a React fragment so that we can add multiple things in there. Below posts, we're going to import the post component. So import post from /post/post. And now we can create multiple post components just like so. Let's add 2 for now. Great. The last thing we have to do is collapse this, go into the app, and then finally import the components we just exported. That's gonna be import posts from /components/posts, and we need to go one level further to /posts. And finally, you can copy the line and then change this to form. That's it. Now we are importing the posts and the form as well in here. And now we shouldn't get any warnings or errors that we don't have these components here because they're there. You can see the app is compiled and running on localhost 3000. Let's visit in the browser and see what we have. Let's be honest, this looks pretty bad for now, but we're gonna keep adding more styles and structure to it. Firstly, let's add styles to our app.js. Here is how we can properly add styles to a Material UI application. Inside of the SRC folder, we are also going to create a styles.js file. In here, we need to import make styles from add Material UI core and then /styles. Make sure to import it not as a default import, but as a named import inside of curly braces. And then below, we do export default. We call that make styles. And now inside of there, we put a callback function, which immediately returns an object. This video is about creating a MERN stack application, connecting it to the database, connecting the server to the front end, and everything else that we still have to do. For that reason, you're not going to have to type the styles. I'm going to leave all the files for the styles down in the description and you'll be able to copy them. So let's start with this one. You're gonna have these styles. Make sure to copy these from the description, save it, and then go back to the app.js. In here, we have to say import use styles from /styles. And the last thing we have to do is say const classes is equal to use styles and call it just like so. So this is going to be the process for all different components. Again, we're just going to copy and paste it and you don't have to worry about styles. The only thing you'll have to do is actually add them in here. So let's start with the app bar first. In here, let's do class name is equal to classes.appbar. So the same we called it right here. Great. Then we have to add the classes for the image. So class name is equal to classes.image. And then finally, class name is equal to classes.heading right here. And I just noticed that I have a typo here. This should be height spelled like so. Great. Now if we go back to our application, let's see how it looks like. As you can see, this is much better. Now let's add the styles for all the other components, meaning posts, post, and the form. You can do that by going into these styles, styles.js, and then just copying the link in the description. You should be able to find all the styles right there. There we go. I copy and pasted all the styles for the form. And now going into the post.js, I'm going to copy and paste all the styles for the post.js as well. Right here. That's it. And finally, styles for the posts, plural this time. We don't have a lot. That's it. After you copy and pasted all these styles, the last thing that you have to do is copy the same two lines. That's this thing here. We have to copy the import use styles, and we also have to copy const classes is equal to use styles. So you can hold Alt or Option and then copy this line and then keep copying this line. Then you can press Ctrl C or Command C to copy both lines. And let's add the same thing to all these files. That's going to be import that and then finally drag and drop it here. Same thing goes for the post. Inside of here, you paste it, import goes at the top, and then we have const classes so that we'll be able to use the classes. And the last thing is in the posts. In here, we also have to import the use styles and then finally use that classes. Great. With this, all the classes are now imported, and then we'll keep adding the JSX, and the only thing you'll have to do is say to something, for example, class name is equal to classes.something. That's it. We simplified your process there. Because this video is long enough, even without adding the styles, we have to focus on things that really matter, connecting this to the backend and connecting it to the database. Now, let's start implementing the calls to the API. We're going to close this, collapse it, go to client, and then in the client, we're going to create a new folder called API. Inside of the API, we're going to have an index.js file. And inside of there, we're going to import Axios from Axios. We're going to use it to make API calls. In here, we have to specify our URL, and that URL is going to be a string that's going to say HTTP and then localhost 5000/posts, as we discussed on the backend side. So this is the URL pointing to our backend route. And now in here, we can create a function called fetchPosts, which is going to be equal to an arrow function that's simply going to make an Axios.get call to our URL. As you remember, localhost 5000/posts simply returns all the posts that we currently have in the database. Now we're not going to use it in this file, but rather we're going to export that function. Now we have to focus on adding Redux capabilities, because all actions towards our backend are going to be done using Redux. We need to dispatch those actions. To do that, we have to add some boilerplate code, meaning we do have to create a few files and folders, but later on bigger applications, this is going to be extremely great because of the scalability. And I agree, to implement Redux, you have to add a lot of files and folders, but it's going to be great in the long run because it makes our application scalable. That means that as our application grows, we'll be able to use that same old consistency Redux offers us without any trouble. Great. So to do that, we're first going to create a folder called Actions and a folder called Reducers. Inside of Actions, we're going to create a file called posts.js, and we're going to do the same thing for Reducers. Inside of the Reducers, we are also going to have an index.js file, and this also seems like a good starting point. Now that that is set up, we can go to our index.js file, and this is the place where we are going to initialize Redux. What are some of the things that we need? Well, let's start. Import provider from React Redux. Provider is going to keep track of that store, which is that global state, and that allows us to access that store from anywhere inside of the app. We don't have to be exactly in a parent component or in a child component. We can access that state from anywhere. Then we're going to import, create store, apply middleware, and also compose from Redux. Finally, we need to import thunk from Redux -thunk. That's it. Now let's set it up. To set Redux, we first have to create store. So that's going to be const store is equal to create store. Create store takes in two different things. First, we have the reducers, which we didn't define yet. As you can see, they are red. We need to define the reducers. And the second thing is going to be compose, which is a function. And then in there, we put apply middleware. And then in there, we pass thunk, as you can see. And looks like I misspelled compose at the top. Great. So the only thing we have to do right now is import reducers. We are going to import reducers from /reducers. That means that we also have to go ahead in reducers index.js to export them. Inside of here, we're going to use something known as combine reducers from Redux. And then there we can say export default and call that combine reducers. We call it as a function and then put an object inside of it. Now in here, we can use all of the individual reducers that we have. In our case, we are only going to have posts. So for that reason, we have to import posts from /posts. So we can go to that file, and now let's talk about reducers. What are reducers? Well, a reducer is a function, so let's do it like that. Const reducer is equal to a function. More specifically, it is equal to a function that accepts the state, and also it accepts the action. Then, based on the action type, so if action.type is equal to, let's say, create, then we want to do some logic here. More specifically, we want to return either action or we want to return the state changed by the action. Usually, you're going to have multiple if statements for a lot of different things. And for that reason, people prefer to have the switch statement. And this is how it works. You have the switch statement, and then right there, as a key, you put the action.type, as we discussed. And now in here, we can specify all of our types. For example, we know that we're going to have a fetch all action for fetching all the posts. And let's also do the one for creating. So that's going to be create post. Great. In here, we are later going to return some logic, but since we don't have anything yet, let's just return the state. And in reducers, the state always needs to be equal to something. We cannot have it equal to nothing. That's why we have to set this initial value. Our posts are going to be an array, and that's why we are specifying this empty array there. And also, just to simplify things, our state is always going to be simply posts because we are in a post reducer, so we can rename the state to posts. And also, as a default return, people usually just put return and then posts. That's it. We're going to add logic here later on, but now we just need to set it up so that it works together once we connect the Redux to the store. Great. Now you can see that this reducer is currently not being used. So what we can do is just export default that function we created. We don't actually have to use it here. We are using it in here in combine reducers. We are importing that posts and then setting posts equal to be posts. Considering both the key and the value are the same, we can only keep the first one. That's it. We can put this in one line. And as you can see, our index.js of reducer is done. Now we are successfully exporting the thing that we previously imported in here in the index.js of the SRC. And now we have this variable in the store. Now that this store variable is successfully created, we can wrap our application with a provider component. We're going to do it right here. Provider. And then we wrap our application with it. We can do it like so. We're going to put the app here and then just move the comma right there. People usually like to span it across multiple lines just so it looks simpler to understand. And this is it. The last thing we have to do is specify the store to be equal to the store we just created right there. That's it. Our application is now successfully using Redux and we can start using all of its capabilities. It looks like we forgot to install one thing, which is React Redux. So just copy that, close the terminal by Ctrl+C, and then in there you can type npm install and then React Redux. Once that is done, it means that our application is successfully connected to Redux. Now we can start making use of it. First, we have to dispatch our getPosts action, and we are going to do that into our app.js. So let's go in there. In pre-hooks era, Redux was kind of hard. You had to go down here and then do some crazy syntax like this, and then map state to props. It was crazy. Now, with use of hooks, we can use Redux much more easily. What we can do is import a hook from React Redux. So import use dispatch from React-Redux. What this allows us to do is to dispatch an action. Okay, so how does it work? First of all, we have to define that dispatch. So we need to say const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. That is a hook. Now that we have access to this dispatch, we need to find a way where we are actually going to dispatch the action. And the best way to do that is inside of the useEffect. useEffect is initially going to be just the component that mount, but later on it's going to become the component will update. So to do that, we have to specify the useEffect. It looks like this. We call it, and then inside of there, we put a callback function, and as the second parameter, we put an empty array there. And finally, we can use this dispatch to dispatch an action. Right now, we don't have any actions in here, so our next goal is to create an action. We can do that right here by importing it. Import getPosts from /actions/posts. You can see it's not currently being used, so how do we use it? Well, you just specify the function getPosts, and then you call it. This is our successful dispatch. That's it. And React is telling us, please include the dispatch in here in the dependency array. So let's do that. Great. Now it's time for us to actually export getPosts from the actions. Let's go there. Inside of here, inside of the post, we just have a completely empty file. Now we have to make use of this index.js file in the API we created not that long ago. To do that, we're going to do import star as API from /API. This import star as means that we import everything from the actions as API. That means that we'll be able to use this fetch posts like this, API.fetchPosts. And we do it this way because we're going to have a lot of calls exported from the API. Now we have to create actions, more specifically, action creators. Action creators are functions that return actions. How do they look? Const get posts is equal to an arrow function, and there we can declare an action. Const action is an object. Actions must have the type property. In this case, let's say that we're going to name it fetch all, and also they can have some payload. And payload is usually the data where we store all of our posts. And finally, we have to return it. Return action. This is it. We successfully created this action creator. The problem is we're working with asynchronous data. To actually fetch all the posts, some time is going to have to pass. And for that, we have to use Redux Thunk. Redux Thunk allows us to in here specify an additional arrow function. Bear with me, the syntax is crazy, but you just have to do this. Async, and then one more set of parentheses, and then in there as a property, we get access to dispatch. This is it. Now we created a function that returns another function, and now we can use the async await capabilities. Of course, we have to have another arrow right there. Great. And there is one more difference. Instead of actually returning the action, with Redux Thunk, what you have to do is you have to dispatch the action. That's it. So just to recap, let's go back. Action creators are functions that return an action, and an action is just an object that has the type and a payload. With Redux Thunk, since we'll be dealing with asynchronous logic, we have to add this async dispatch function in front of it, and then instead of returning the action, we have to dispatch it. To actually make this work, let's add a few lines. We're going to add that try and catch block, and then in the try, I'm going to try to fetch all the data from the API. We can do it like this. Const, we're immediately going to destructure the data, and then is equal to await API.fetchPosts. So what we're doing in here is we are first getting the response from the API, and then in the response, we always have that data object, which we are returning from the backend. And then we get the data, and basically data represents the posts. So what we can do is in here, we can remove this action, and we can immediately dispatch an action. An action is, as we said, an object, which includes the type. The type is going to be fetch all, and then the payload is going to be data. Now we are successfully using Redux to actually pass or dispatch an action from the data from our backend. In here, we can simply console log the error.message. And if you remember, we actually imported this action, which means that we have to export it. So export const get posts. That's it. As soon as this action gets dispatched, and we're doing that from here, we immediately go to the posts reducer, and there we have to handle the logic of fetching all posts. Considering we are immediately fetching all of our posts in here, we are fetching the data from the API and then sending that data through the action.payload, we can immediately in the reducer just do this, return action.payload. And that action.payload are our actual posts. Now, we've been working a lot with all of this Redux data passing, but how do we actually retrieve the data from within our components? Well, to do that, we are now going to in the component that actually needs the posts, and that's gonna be post component. Inside of there, we have to somehow fetch the data from that global Redux store. We can do that with the help of something known as selectors. So in there, we're going to import use selector from React Redux. Great. Now that we have that, we again initialize it as a hook. We're gonna say const posts is equal to use selector. Inside of the use selector, we're going to have a callback function. As a parameter in that callback function, we get access to that whole global Redux store or state, and then we can immediately return state.posts. How do we know that it is called posts? Well, if you go to the reducers index.js, you can see in here we have posts. That's it. Now that we're getting these posts, what do you say that we just do a simple console log and put them there? Great. Now we save this and let's see if any data is showing up. Open the console, refresh, and you should be able to see we do get an empty array at first in post 11, but then we get a network error saying access from origin localhost 3000 has been blocked by course policy. There's one thing that we need to do in our React applications to make requests to our server work. To do that, we need to go back into our package.json of the client side, and just below this private to true, we're going to set a proxy. Proxy is going to be equal to, and now we need to specify our port, HTTP, localhost, and that's gonna be 5000. If we now save this, whenever you change a package.json file, you need to rerun your terminal. So I'm gonna close it and then run npm start one more time, and let's see if that's gonna fix our issue. After I spent some time debugging, I found that the thing that we added, the proxy, that was absolutely necessary, but that wasn't the fix to our issue. The fix was this little bug right there. We specified the routes before we specified app.use course. So we need to have the course above the actual app.use routes right there. If you now save this and then go back, you should see, if you refresh, that we don't get an error anymore and we just have an empty array. At first, we have this empty array because that's what we set up right there in the reducer. But later on, once we make a request, then we get the new empty array, and that's after the data has been fetched. The data has been successfully fetched, but still it's an empty array. That means that the GET request works, and now is the time to implement the form so that we can make a post request to our database and actually add new posts. Let's start by adding the JSX to our form. First of all, we have to import all the components we're gonna use. That's gonna be text field, button, typography, and paper. And all of that is coming from add material UI /core. Now let's create our form. Inside of here, we are going to create a paper. Paper is like a div that has whitish background. In there, we are going to add a class name, which is going to be equal to classes.paper. Remember, we imported all the classes so that we don't have to create them now. Inside of there, we're going to have a form. Form is going to have autocomplete set to off. Then we can add no validate. Class name is equal to classes.form. And then finally, we have the onSubmit, which is going to say handle submit, just like that. A long line, but we have everything that we need. And that handle submit is going to be the handler function, so we can create it right now. Handle submit is going to be equal to an arrow function. And then later on, we're gonna add what we need inside of there. Great. Moving on to what we have inside of the form. Inside of the form, first thing that we're gonna have is going to be a typography. More specifically, we're gonna use a variant of h6. And then inside of there, we can say creating a memory, because all our posts are indeed memories. Below that, we're going to have a text field. Text field is a self-closing tag. And then first text field is going to be about who is creating a post. So we're going to say name is equal to creator. Then variant is going to be outlined. Label is going to be creator with a capital C. Then what else do we have? We're gonna make it a full width. So full width, just like so. And then finally, we can add a few more properties. That's gonna be value and the onChange, two of the most important things. And this is already getting long, so let's space this out in multiple lines. Variant, label, full width, and then finally, the last two are gonna be the most important ones, and that's gonna be value. And finally, the onChange. Okay, great. So where are we going to store that value and what is the onChange going to do? Well, the value is of course going to be stored in the state, more specifically in the state called post data and then .creator. That means that the whole data from our post is going to be stored in the post data object in the state, and then each object key is going to be a specific text field. So letse create that state using the useState property. In here, we're gonna import the useState hook, and then right there, we're gonna say const post data, and then set post data is equal to useState, and that's going to be an empty object. Inside of that empty object, we need to specify the properties that the object is gonna start with. So in here, we need to mention everything that it's gonna have. First of all, the creator property, which we just specified, is at the beginning going to be an empty string. Title, also an empty string at the start. Message, also going to be an empty string. Tags is going to be also an empty string. And finally, selected file is also going to be an empty string. We're going to convert an image to a base 64 string just in a second. Okay, we can put this in one line so it's easier to read. And that's it. We can remove the last comma. Great. Now we have that post data and we are using that right here in the value. So how are we going to change the value of that state field using this onChange? Well, that's a bit harder considering in here we have an object that's in the state and we want to update just one of the object's properties. To do that, we can use this syntax. In here, as always, we have a callback function that has that event as a parameter. Then we have the set post data, which is a setter method for that state. And then in here, it would be easy if we could just specify an object. And then in this case, say creator, and then creator is equal to e.target.value, right? That would be okay. That wouldn't be all that complicated. But it's not that easy because later on, if we add a second text field, that means that we would always override everything and simply have the creator. We wouldn't have any other fields because you can see we are not specifying them in this object right here. To fix that, what we actually have to do is first spread the post data. So that's ... post data, and then we have the creator right there. That means that in every text field, if we do the same thing but only change the last property, that means that all the data is going to persist while changing only the specific property of that specific text field. That's it. A bit harder, but a great lesson to learn. Whenever I come across a piece of syntax that is a bit lengthier, such as this one, I copy it and then go to the website called mem.dev. In here, I can log in and it's going to allow me to train on that same syntax. In here, I can just click create a card and paste that snippet right there. In this case, I just want to learn this thing. That's the hardest thing. That's the thing that we have to spread and then use the creator. We can set the text highlighting to JavaScript and I can say I just learned how to set the state using an object. Now it allows me to train. It's gonna keep asking me to do the same thing until I'm 100% sure that I can replicate this always and it's completely ingrained in my memory. I know that I need to spread it, post data, and then finally I have to do creator is equal to e.target.value. And that's it. I click submit. You can see it's correct. And now, since I know it, I can click easy, but if you don't know it, you can practice on this and it's gonna keep repeating so that you can practice it every few days until you actually remember it. Great. That's it. Just wanted to let you know that. Now we can go ahead and add multiple text fields. This one is only for the creator. I'm gonna put all of this in one line since we already know what is in there. And now I'm gonna just copy and paste it a few more times. We're gonna need it once for the creator, once for the title, then the message, and then finally the tags. Great. Of course, we have to change the labels as well. So this is creator, this is gonna be the title. In here we have the message, and finally the tags. And now we have to change the values as well. This thing here is gonna be a title, therefore title is also gonna be here. In here and in here we have the message. And finally in here and in here we have the tags. That's it. We now have 4 text fields. Now let's do the most important thing. We're gonna create a div. That div is going to have a class name of classes.fileInput. And then inside of there, we have to use that package we installed at the start. It's called FileBase. So at the top of our file, we're gonna import FileBase from react-file-base64. And now we can use it as a component. FileBase. And we have to specify a lot of properties in there. So first of all, the type is going to be equal to the file. multiple is going to be set to false. We only need one. And then onDone function is going to be set to a callback function where in here we do one destructuring, we get that base 64 thing, and then in here we need to return, or rather set post data, and then we have an object. In there we spread the post data, and finally set the selected file to be equal to this base 64 we are receiving from here. That's it. We can also put this in one line right now. That's it. We now have all the inputs. We are missing only one thing, and these are going to be the buttons. So first button right there. The button is going to have a class name of classes.buttonSubmit. It's also going to have a variant of contained, color of primary, size of large, type of submit, and then finally it's going to have a full width property, and the button itself is gonna say submit. You can see we have so many props in here, so many, but usually if you don't have this, you would have to have 100 lines of CSS for that nice looking button. With Material UI, we just pass props and that's it. We need one more button to clear the form. For that, we're gonna copy this one, simply remove the class name, we don't need it here. The variant should be contained in both cases, not container, contained. Color is gonna be secondary here. Size is gonna be small. And then in here, we're going to have an onClick function rather than type submit. So onClick is going to be equal to clear. That's gonna be a callback function to clear it. And in here, we can also say clear. Great. Now, as we did with the handle submit, let's create that clear so that we don't have any errors. There we go, and save it. Now, if we go back to the browser, we should see a nice looking form. And we have a nice looking form, but it's not perfect. These inputs should be stretching and have some margin. So let's see what went wrong there. In here, what we needed to do is have multiple classes here. So we need to make it a template string. And the first class is going to be classes.root to actually provide that padding and margin. And the second one is going to be classes.form. That should fix the issue. Let's see if it works. Save it and then go back. As you can see, now we have those margins. And the last thing would be, in here, we have full width value, but we need to separate these words, of course. So if you do it like this and go back, that's it. We finally have a nice looking form. And now that we make a post request, we are going to be able to add a new post into our database connected to our server. Now let's add the API request and the action for the post request. First, let's go to the API, and then in here, we're going to do export const create post. In here, we're going to have a callback function. This one is going to take in one parameter, and that parameter is going to be the entire post. After we get the post, we can say axios.post. First, we have to specify the URL, and then we have to specify the data we are sending. Of course, in this case, the data we are sending is going to be the whole new post. Now that we are exporting this, we can go back to actions. Inside of the actions, let's create it. Export const create post is going to be equal to the same thing, an arrow function, which then returns another arrow function with a dispatch right there that comes from Redux stung. And finally, we're going to do a try catch block inside of there. Try catch. Inside of the try, we need to get that data. So that's going to be const. We destructure the data from the response, and that is equal to await api.createPost. This is basically making an API request, a post API request to our backend server, and we are sending a post right there. Finally, we're going to dispatch an action. The type of the action is going to be create, and then the payload is going to again be the data, just like so. Great. In here we have the post, and the post we're receiving it, if you remember, through here. So in here we're gonna say post. Great. And finally, if this is not successful, we are simply gonna console log the error, just like so. Now, if you remember correctly, we have to dispatch that action. To do that, we can go into the form, and then in here, we can import that use dispatch from React Redux. Import use dispatch from React-Redux, just like this. Great. We have to use it right there. Const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. And now this allows us to actually dispatch actions. The question is, where do we want to dispatch it? Well, of course, on the handle submit. Once the user submits, we want to send over a post request with all the data that user typed in. First of all, we always have to say event.prevent-default, not to get the refresh in the browser. And then in there, we're going to dispatch an action. So dispatch. This time it's going to be create post. And now inside of there, we're going to pass all the data from our state, post data. You can see create post is still red, which means we have to import it from actions. So in here, we can say import create post from // actions/posts, just like that. I can see event is not there, so we have to specify it here. And now we are making that request once we click the submit button. Great. Once the action is dispatched, then we go to reducers right there in the post reducer. And then what do we want to do once we go to the create? Well, we have to send over an array. Of course, we have an array of posts. First of all, we have to spread all the posts, and then we have to add a new post. And that new post is stored in the action.payload. That's it. Now, if we save that, if we are lucky enough, if we don't have any bugs, this should actually work. Let's go back to our form. Let's try creating our first memory. Inside of here, I'm going to put creator as JS Mastery. The title is going to be New Year's Eve 2019. The message is going to be had a lot of fun, I guess. And then let's add some tags. Let's say New Year and also Happy New Year. People do that with hashtags, right? Great. Now we have to choose a file. Okay, I prepared a nice looking fireworks there. Let's save it. And now let's click submit and hope for the best. As you can see, something happened and we got an array back. Array that has one file in it. That seems great. Of course, we're not seeing anything yet because our posts and post is not displaying anything. But if we go back to our cluster and then in here, you can go back to Atlas and then click collections. If you go into collections, you can see the data that is actually in the database. In here, we have post messages, and would you look at that? That definitely looks like the object or the memory we just created, which means we, right now at this point, successfully created a full stack MERN application. First, our React application, more specifically the form right there, sent a post request to our backend application. Then the backend application communicated that to our database, and that's it. We have this file saved. That means that now we can set up the posts and the post, create some JSX there, and that post is going to be there every time we refresh the page, and we can keep adding new ones. We are now inside of the posts component. We are now successfully fetching the posts, and now we have to actually do something with them. So let's first form a nice looking grid. To do that, we're going to import grid and also circular progress from add material UI core. In here, we're going to say if not posts.length, then show circular progress. And that circular progress is just a loading spinner. And then we're going to put else. And then inside of here, we're going to create a grid of our posts. So that's going to be grid. And let's just do it like this for now. Let me explain this thing. So if there is no post.length, then return this, otherwise return this. This means that if post.length is 0, then 0 is falsy. This is going to make it to truly, which means that we're going to show a circular progress. If post.length is something other than 0, for example 5, 10, 20, then this whole thing is going to be equal to false. Then we're going to show the posts themselves. Great. First of all, our grid is going to have a class name of classes.container. It's also going to be of a type container, so we're going to just put that there. We're going to say align items equal to stretch, and also set the spacing to be equal to 3. Great. Inside of there, we're going to use curly braces to indicate we'll be using JavaScript logic, and then we're going to loop over the posts. Posts that map, in a map we get a post, and then for each post we're going to immediately return something. Notice how I didn't put curly braces there, but rather just normal parentheses. Inside of here, we're going to return yet again a grid, but this time of type item. We need to close it like so. And now that grid is also going to have a few more things. First of all, a key. Key is going to be equal to post._id. It's going to stay as item. And then we can say XS, which means how large is it going to be on mobile devices, on extra small devices. It's going to take the full width, 12 spaces. On small and larger, it's also going to take 6 spaces. Great. And finally, inside of there, we have our post. Now, as props in the post, we'll be sending this post. That's it. As we are mapping with our real posts now, not generic ones, we can send that individual value of a post to each post component. Great. Now that that is done, we can go to a singular post component and implement the logic there. Inside of here, we're going to import a lot of things from Material UI. That's going to be card, card actions, card content, card media, button, and a typography. Again, from add Material UI core. Great. Then we're also going to import some icons from Material UI. To do that, we're going to say import. That's going to be thumb up alternative, so just alt icon from add Material UI. And then it's not going to be core, it's going to be icons and then thumb up alt. So make sure to copy this. In the description, you'll have access to the full code of this project. So if you just mistyped something or something doesn't work, just refer down to the description and copy and paste it. Then we have import delete icon from add Material UI. It's again not going to be core, it's going to be icons and then / delete. Make sure it is uppercase D. And the last one is going to be import more horiz icon. There's an I there. And that's going to be imported from add Material UI, icons, and then more horiz, just like that. With that out of the way, we can now start generating our JSX. To do that, we're going to have a card in here. That card is going to have a class name of classes.card. Inside of there, we're going to have card media, which is going to be just an image. It's going to be a self-closing tag, and it's going to have a class name of classes.media. Image is going to be equal to post.selected file. That's it. And finally, title is going to be equal to post.title. Okay, so we don't yet have the post, but we can immediately get it from props, considering we are pasting it right there. What we did here is we destructured the props like so. Great. Just down below, we have a div. That div is going to have a class name of classes.overlay. And inside of there, we're going to have two typographies. So typography 1, and then this one is going to have a variant of h6, and also it's going to say post.creator. So we're getting all data from the card. The second one, I'm going to copy this one, is going to be of body 2, and this one is going to be about when the post was created. We can use that moment library we installed at the beginning. That's going to be import moment from moment. And now we can do it like this. Moment, we pass in that post.created add, and then moment has something known as dot from now, and you call it as a function. This basically says 5 minutes ago, 5 seconds ago, and so on. That's it. Below that, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of classes dot overlay 2. Below that, we're going to have a button, or rather inside of that. That button is going to have a style of color white like this. And then we're going to give it a size equal to small. And we are also going to add the on-click listener on it with nothing in it yet, just an empty function. That button is going to include the icon. So in there, I'm going to say more horiz icon, and we're going to give it a font size of default. Just like that. Close it, and that's our button. Now, below that div, we're going to have another div with a class name of details. Class name is equal to classes.details. That div is also going to contain a typography, so I'm going to copy this one first. The variant of this one is going to be body2. The color is going to be text secondary. And then in there, we're going to loop over our tags and add the hashtag before them. We do it this way. Post.tags.map. And then for each tag, we want to do something. And that something is return a string, where each string is going to start with a hashtag sign and then immediately afterwards tag. Make sure to leave one space afterwards. That's it. Below that, we're going to have yet another typography. This one is going to have a class name of classes.title. It's not going, the variant is going to be of h5. It's not going to have text secondary, rather it's going to have gutter bottom. Great, and inside of there, we're going to remove this and say post.message. That should have been in the card content, so I'm going to add card content right there and put that typography inside of there. Great. Finally, below the card content, we have card actions with a class name of classes.card actions. Inside of there, we're going to have two buttons. They're going to be really similar. First one is going to be of size equal to small, also of color equal to primary, and it's going to have an on-click function. Just like this, we're going to leave it blank for now. This one is going to have a thumb up icon, so thumb up icon, and the font size of that icon is going to be small. Just like so. Next to it, we're going to say like, and next to it, we're going to add post.like count. In here, later on, we're going to have the like count. Now I'm going to copy that whole button, and in this one, everything is going to be the same, but this one is going to contain the delete icon, and also it's going to say delete, and we don't need the like count there. Okay, looks like we have one error, and that is that we are missing opening and closing curly brace there. Let's save it, and if we did everything correctly, our card should look pretty good right now. And this error is saying that we don't have access to Material UI icons. That means that Material UI icons is not part of the Material UI core. Then to get access to it, we're going to copy this part and simply install it. So close the terminal, run npm install, and then paste at Material UI /icons. Once that installs, we'll be able to run npm start and see how everything looks like. Let's run it. That's it. You can see we have a nice looking card with a lot of styles, overlay. We have also this created add function. We can click this button, which later that button is going to fill all of this input, so we'll be able to change it. And yeah, everything looks good. Right now, we don't have the functionality. We cannot edit, like, or delete, but this is the card. This is the CSS. Now we can keep on adding new cards and they're going to appear right there. Now is the time to implement all the other functionalities. There's one thing we can do before adding all the other functionality, and it's immediately going to make our application look so much better. Let's go back to code. Inside of here, in the src folder, create a new file called index.css. We have to connect that index.css to our index.js file. So let's do that here. Just say import /index.css. Inside of that index.css, we're going to add our SVG background. So let's go to Chrome, and you can visit this site, svgbackgrounds.com. In here, we have a lot of backgrounds. You can choose the one you like. For me personally, I chose this one. So let's click that, and then you can copy all of this CSS output. Let's take that and let's go back. Inside of the CSS file, we're gonna target our body and then simply paste everything we copied. That should work. Let's save it and go back. As you can see, that's it. Already looks so much better. Now onto the functionality. Next logical thing to do would be to implement the update route. So let's do just that. I'm gonna collapse our terminals right here and then go to server, routes, and then finally to posts. We can add a new route just below, and that's gonna be router.patch. Patch is used for updating existing documents. In here, it's not only going to be /, it's going to be /ID, and that's going to be dynamic, for the reason that we need to know the ID before we want to edit something. So for the editing, we need the ID. For the creation, of course, we don't, because we're gonna just add a new ID. But for updating, we need to know the ID of the existing post. And now let's call our new function update post. Of course, we'll be importing that from the controllers, and it would make sense to go ahead and create it. So now we can go over to controllers, and then in here, let's start with the creation of that new function. Export const update post. It's also going to be an asynchronous function, and as parameters, it's going to have request and response. First thing that we want to do is we want to extract that ID from request.params. So how do we know we are going to receive this? Well, if you remember, we set our route to be this. So that means that finally, once we make a request, the request is going to be made to posts and then 1 to 3. That 1 to 3 is immediately going to fill the value of ID. While using object destructuring, we can also rename our properties. And in this case, we're going to have to rename our ID to _ID, just like that. Moving further, we're going to do one simple check to see if this _ID is really a Mongoose object ID. To do that, we're going to add a simple if check, and there we're going to check if mongoose.types.object_ID is valid. In there, we pass in that _ID. So if it is not valid, we can add that not at the start. Then we simply want to return res.status of 404, and then we can say .send no post with that ID, just like that. On the other hand, if the ID is valid, then we can update our post. To do that, we're going to call our model, which is the post message, and we're going to call a method called findById and update on it. There we need to pass the _ID as the first parameter. As the second parameter or the argument, we have to pass the whole updated post. But where are we receiving the data for the updates? Well, we are receiving it from the request.body. So in here, we can say const post is equal to request.body. That is going to be sent from the front end. Now in here, we can pass that post. And finally, we have to specify new to be equal to true so that we can actually receive the updated version of that post. We can get that through here. Const updated post is equal to, and then this is an asynchronous action. So what we have to do is add a wait in front of it. Now we have access to the updated post, and also it is going to be updated in the database. Finally, we can do res.json, and we can send over that updated post. That's going to be it for the update route and the controller. Now let's try adding the client side for the same logic. First, let's go into the components in the form, because that's where we will be dealing with the update logic. In here, we have to somehow get the current ID of the post we're on. What does that mean? Well, if we go back to the page, in here you can see these 3 dots at the top right corner. That's going to be the edit button. Once we click that, we need to pass over the ID of this specific post to our form component. That way we can change this from creating a memory to editing a memory under this specific ID. So let's do that. This button is definitely under the post component. Moving on to posts and post. In here, let's find that edit button. And it looks like it's here. We have the styles for it, we have the size, and there is the onClick property, but you can see we left it empty. So in here, now we have to actually do something. We have to keep track of the current ID. To do that, we are going to go back not only to posts, but also to our app.js. In here, we're going to keep track of that current ID. Why in the app? Because we have to share that state of current ID between the posts and the form. And our app is the only parent component that is parent to both posts and the form. Now later on, we're going to refactor this to use Redux, but for now, let me show you how to do it with just plain React. In the app, we're going to import the useState hook, and then at the top, we can say const current ID and set current ID. Then we can use the useState and set the ID to be null at the start if we don't have the ID selected. Now what we're going to do is we're going to pass that current ID over to the form. So we say current ID is equal to current ID, just like that. And we are also going to pass the setter methods for that ID both in here to posts and also in here to form. So set current ID is going to be equal to set current ID. And again, why are we doing this? Well, I want to show you how data management would look like without Redux. You can see you have to bring something all the way up to the app.js and then send it over to all the components. Of course, since we're sending it, that implies that we have to go over to the form and now accept these as props. So in here, we can destructure and then use that current ID as well as the set current ID. And just to stay consistent, we're also going to receive the set current ID inside of posts as props. Now inside of posts, we're going to pass that set current ID prop one more time, one level deeper to the post. And this is called props drilling. We are basically continuing sending the same prop over and over again to the most child component. And that's the exact problem that Redux solves. Great. Now that we have this, we can know that also in the post, we are going to receive that set current ID right here along the post. Finally, we are back where we were, that now on the on click, we can call that set current ID and we can set it to be equal to post._ID. Great. Now that is changing, and it's not only going to be changed in here, it's also going to be changed in the form and also is going to be changed in the app. So we wanted to bring that information over to the form. So if we go there, you can see now we are accepting that current ID inside of the form. What we're going to do now is in here, we're going to add one if statement. If we have a current ID, which means that if the current ID is not null, then we're not going to dispatch a create post. We're going to dispatch something different. And that something is going to be dispatch update post, just like that. But keep in mind, with update post, we need to know also the ID. So the post data is going to be the second parameter. The first parameter is going to be the current ID. And else, we are going to dispatch a create post. So if we don't have a currently selected ID, that must mean that we are creating a post and not updating it. That's great, but you know that currently this update post is not defined. So we have to go ahead and import it from here, update post. Not only that, we now have to go to /actions/post to implement it, but actions are using the API. So let's first go to the API. Inside of here, we're going to implement the API call for our update post route. That's going to look like this. Export const update post. And in this case, you know that we're receiving two parameters. We're receiving in the ID and also we are receiving in the updated post, or you can call it post data. That's going to be equal to an arrow function with an instantaneous return. And in there, we're going to have axios.patch. So to which URL will we be making that request? Well, it's going to be URL / and then ID. So for the first time ever, we not only have the URL, we also have the ID specified because we need to know what post do we want to update. And then as the second parameter, we are sending over the updated post. Great. Now we can go to actions. Inside of the actions, of course, we're going to create another function, which is going to be called update post. In there, we are receiving now two things, not just one, which is going to be the ID and the post. And then, of course, we have async dispatch. And then in there, we're going to have a try and catch block. Inside of the try, we're going to be making that API request to update the post. So that's going to be like this. Await API.update post, and we have to pass over the ID and the post. What is this API request returning? Well, it's returning the updated memory or the post. So we can get the response here, but not only the response, we can destructure the response and immediately get the data. Once we have the data for the updated post, we can call dispatch. In there, pass in an action of type update. And also, we're going to be sending over the payload, which is simply going to be data. If you've been working with Redux for some time, then you know that it's usually a good idea to have action types set as constants and then to import them in these files. We're going to do that later in the video. I just wanted to lay that out for you who were expecting that. Great. Now, after we add the console log here, so console log error.message, you know what is the next step. After we do the action, we have to go to the reducers. So save this file and let's move over to the reducers posts.js. In here, we have to implement the case for the update post, or let's see, how did we call it? We called it just update. So in here, let's add a new case. That case is going to say update. So what do we want to do on the update? Well, in this case, we want to return something, of course, and that something is going to be posts.map. A quick question. Do you know what is the output of any map for that matter? So when we have array.map, what is the output of a map method? It is an array. So we'll be mapping over the posts array, we'll be changing something in there, and then we'll be returning the changed array. Inside of the map, we have a single post, and then what we'll do is we're going to have a ternary expression in there. We're going to say if post._id is equal to the action.payload. Keep in mind that action.payload is the updated post. So if the post ID is equal to the action.payload._id, then we want to return the action.payload. Why? Because that action payload is the newly updated post or memory. Otherwise, we want to return just the post as it was without any updates. That's it. Great. So what are the next steps? The next step would be to update the fields of the form with the values of the post we want to update. Of course, when you click this, we don't want to start everything from scratch. We want to have these values already in there, and then we simply want to update them. So that's our next step. To do that, we of course have to go to the form, and then in here, we have to fetch a new post. You already know how to fetch some data from Redux, right? We've been doing it so far inside of posts, if I'm not mistaken. Inside of here, we are fetching in the posts. So let's copy that use selector, and let's also copy this line. We can move that over to the form. And inside of here, let's first import that use selector from React Redux. I'm just gonna place it inside of here. And also, now we are fetching all the posts. But in this case, we don't want all the posts. We only want the data for the updated post. To do that, in here, we're not going to return all the posts. What we're going to do is we're going to have another ternary. And that ternary is going to say if we have a current ID, so if it's not null, then we want to loop over state.posts and we want to call a find method on them. More specifically, we want to find a post, let's call it P in this case, that has the same ID, so P._ID, as our current ID. Just like that. So this is going to make sure that we find only that specific post. If we don't have the current ID though, in that case, we just want to have null. And now we're not returning post here. It's simply going to be post because the find method is returning one singular thing. Great. So now that we have the data for the post, we'll just have to do one single thing, which is going to be first import useEffect, and now use that useEffect to populate the values of the form. We can use the useEffect like so. We just call it. It accepts two parameters. First one is a callback function. And the second one is called a dependency array. In here, we say when this callback function should be ran, when what changes. Well, when the post value changes from nothing to the actual post, then we want to run this function. And then in here, we're going to say if post exists, then we're going to set post data. And remember, that is our state field here. Set post data, and we are simply going to populate it with the data of the post. That's it. Let's save it and see if it works. Okay, we are back in here. Let me zoom this in, and I'm gonna click this button. There we go. The values are populated, and most of the work is done. And let's change some things. So first of all, I'm gonna type JavaScript Mastery instead of JS Mastery. Let's change this to New Year's Eve 2020. Let's hope it's gonna be good. And now I'm gonna add a new tag here, which is gonna be 2020. Now I'm gonna click submit. Looks like nothing happened, right? But let me refresh the page. As soon as I refresh, the changes are here. That's good. So the only thing we have to do is we have to initiate another get posts request after we update the post. Well, let's first implement a few different things, and one of these things is gonna fix that get posts immediately. First of all, once we're updating, let's change this to editing a memory instead of creating. That's gonna be as simple as going in here and then having the code in here. And the only thing we'll be doing is using a ternary. So if the current ID exists, then we want to return a string of editing. So in here, we're gonna have editing. And if current ID doesn't exist, then we're going to have a string of creating. That's it, as simple as that, and we don't need this $sign. Great, let's save it and see if that works. And now we have creating a memory. If I click this button, we have editing a memory. Great. The thing that we want to do next is once we click submit, we want to clear all the inputs because that memory is edited and we want to keep moving forwards and we want to have this back to creating. So to do that, we have to implement this clear function we talked about. Inside of the clear, first of all, we're going to set the current ID to be equal to null. So we're going to reset it back to null. And then also what we have to do is take all the default values right here. We have them in the state and simply update the state again. That's going to be set post data. And we're going to set it to everything at an empty string. Great. If I now save this, that should work. Going back, refreshing, and now let's try to edit. And let's just try sending JavaScript Mastery 1, submit, and that didn't do it. Clear function is implemented. And if we start editing and I click clear, that works. But we also want to call clear function once we edit or once we create a new form. So that's going to be clear right there. Or even better, since we'll be using clear at both times, no matter the if or the else, we're going to call it at the end right here. I'll save it and go back and see if it works. Okay, I'm going to change this to JavaScript Mastery 2 this time. And let's click submit. As you can see, this returned to normal, and in here, if I refresh, the post is going to be changed. Well, remember how I told you that emptying these values are going to actually immediately reset our posts so that we don't have to refresh the page? Well, for that, we just have to do one more step. And that step is going into the app.js and then changing this use effect from only having dispatch in here to having the current ID. Why is that going to work? Well, considering that we are now clearing the input, and clearing the input means changing the current ID, as soon as we change the current ID in the app is going to actually dispatch the get posts action. And that's going to make sure that on every change, we are going to get new posts. Let's save it and see if it works. I'm going to click the edit button and change this back to JavaScript Mastery without any number. Click submit, and it looks like it doesn't work. Well, there could be a few reasons. I just spent some time debugging this, and I found out that inside of our controllers, we are using Mongoose here, but we never actually imported it. So go ahead and go inside of the controllers, inside of the posts, and make sure to have this line. That's going to be import Mongoose from Mongoose. Great. But not only that, we had one small mistake in this file as well. If you go right there, you can see that we are updating the post where we are passing all the data we are receiving from the front end right there as the post. Well, what is a post? A post is an object that includes a title, maybe a name, message, tags, and everything else we've sent it. But we forgot to send over the ID as well, because in the database, each post has to have its own ID. So what we have to do is we have to create a new object, just like so, spread all of these properties from an object that we are receiving from the front end, and then also pass in that underscore ID. Now this is going to be our newly updated post. And in here, instead of the post, we can have that post with all the things, but only now we have the underscore ID as well. Now let's try to save it and see if that works. One more tip is that you don't have to refresh the browser once you make changes on the backend. If only changes you made were on the backend, you can just initiate a new request and don't have to refresh the frontend. So in here, let's say we go a bit into the future and let's say New Year's Eve 2025. I'm gonna click submit and let's see, this cleared out, but I don't see that the year changed here. I just noticed we're missing the title altogether here, so let's fix that. We can go to the post and then see where the title should have been. And we have the creator here, we have the time, and then the title should have been somewhere around here. There we go. Class is that title, and then that's post.message. But we never have post.title, right? So to fix that, we're going to add another typography just below the tags. We can even copy this one and then bring it above the cart content. Inside of here, this one is going to have a class name of classes.title, and we can leave everything as it is, but this time in here is going to be post.title. And this one, since it is a message, it's not going to have a classes.title class. Great, let's save this and see if it works. As you can see, we have the title. Now the last thing is to check if our update works. Let's change absolutely everything. So it's going to be JS Mastery now. Let's go to year 2030. Let's add a second exclamation mark. And in here, I'm going to change the tag to 2030 again. Click submit. And I spent about 20 minutes debugging it, and turns out it was just a small typo. Let's go step by step. First of all, I noticed that we are using Mongoose here, but we forgot to import it at the top. So let's do that. Import Mongoose from Mongoose. And I want to guide you through the process of how I was trying to discover the error. I just want to skip through the video or cut it out. I want to show you that errors are normal and that we need to be able to fix them. And let me show you that last error that we had, or at least I had, but it happens. So if you do this, and then if you change the title or the creator, you can click submit and open the console. After you open the console, you get a message from Post.js line 30 saying cannot read property underscore ID of undefined. If you click that, you're going to notice that that's coming from actions. So now if you go to actions, you can see that line 30 is right here, error.message. And that's coming after we make this API request, which could make you assume that the error is actually coming from the backend. But it is not. And here's a great tip for you. Never console log error.message because then you're losing the information. Just console log the error and that's going to give you more info. So now let's do one more request to see what the error is going to give us. If we go here, try to edit the post, and then finally change this to JavaScript Mastery 2, click submit, and you should be able to see. Cannot read property ID of undefined, but now we get where. Add posts.js4. If you click that, it actually turns out to be the reducer. So let's go to the reducers. Inside of the reducers, that's going to be line 4. And take a look. Cannot read property ID or underscore ID from action.paylad? What? Whole time the mistake was that there is a typo. So now I'm going to change this to payload, just as it's supposed to be. And I want to tell you that this happens. It's completely normal. So once you're going through the process, typos are going to happen, errors are going to happen, but you need to be able to solve them step by step by using console logs or any other method, as a matter of fact. Now let's hope that one more request for our update is going to be our final test. If we now go ahead here, let's try to change everything. JS Mastery, let's do New Year's Eve 2030. 2 exclamation marks, and let's change the tag to 2030. I'm gonna click submit, and let's see. There we go. All of the data was changed, and that's it. The message here is we need to be able to solve the errors and especially typos, because they do happen. Next thing that we're going to implement is going to be the delete. So right now, if you click delete, nothing happens. Let's see why is that. Well, if you go into a post right there, and if you collapse this terminal so we can see better, you can see delete currently has no on click. Nothing is happening. That means that we first have to implement the backend logic, and then we're going to connect that to the front end. So if we collapse all of this, in the server, first of all, as always, we're going to create a new route. The route is going to look like this: router.delete. Great. And now we also need to have access to ID, same as with the update, because we need to know which post are we deleting. And then we're going to call a function called delete post, just like that. Now we're going to import it from the controllers, delete post, and then we can go to controllers to actually create that function. Inside of here, export const delete post. It's going to be equal to an async function that has request and response as parameters. And then in there, we also need to get this ID. So let's do that. Const, we get the ID from request.params. That's good. We're going to copy this line because we need to make sure that the ID is valid. So I'm going to paste that there. And finally, we have to implement the logic to delete a to-do. And that's going to look like this: await post message dot find by ID and remove. And then in there, we can pass in that ID we are receiving from the params. Finally, we can return res.json, where the message is going to be equal to post deleted successfully. Now that we have that route, we can go to the front end and actually initiate it. First of all, we're going to go to the API, and then in there, we're going to implement that API call. That's going to be export const delete post. In there, we receive only ID. This time, we don't have the updated post because we just deleted. And then we're going to call axios.delete. We pass in the URL and / we also pass in the ID. Same thing we did in here with the Axios patch. Great. Now we know that we can go into actions, and there we can create our action creator. Inside of here, that's going to be export const delete post. We take in the ID, and then we have the async dispatch. And inside of there, we have a try and catch block. Since we don't need to pass in any data, inside of here, we're going to await that API call. That's going to be api.delete post. And we pass in the ID. Since we don't need the response of this, we can simply say dispatch and then pass in the type. That's going to say delete. And the payload can be the ID we want to delete. We don't need to do something like this: const response is equal to this, because we are not interested in the return data. We only want to delete it, and that's it. And inside of here, we're going to console log the error. Now, one more time, where do we go after we create an action? Well, we go to reducers. So in here, we're passing over the ID, and that's going to be under the type of delete. So inside of our posts, we have to implement that delete right here. And now what are we going to do when we delete something? Well, it's going to be really similar to the update, but just a bit simpler. We're going to return posts.filter. And in here we have a post, and we're going to basically return all the posts, but we're going to filter out the one that we deleted. And that's going to look like this: if the post._id is not equal to the action.payload. In that case, we're going to remove it. So we're going to keep all the posts except the one where the ID is equal to the action.payload. Now that our reducer is done, we can go inside of the post and finally dispatch that action. Where do we do that, and how do we do that? Well, first of all, we have to import that action. And since we don't have the reducer set up in here yet, we have to do that as well. We can do that by importing use dispatch, as we always do, from React Redux. Then in here, we're going to initialize the dispatch to be equal to that hook use dispatch. And we also have to import actions. So inside of here, we're going to import delete post, which we just created, from //actions/posts. And finally, moving down, we can dispatch delete post. In here, we need to pass over the post._id. That's it. Now we did the whole circle of first doing the backend, connecting it to a component, creating actions, API calls, and reducers for the delete request. Great. Let's see if it works. Before we actually delete something, let's add a new card. Let's say that John went skydiving. So we're gonna put skydiving there, and he's gonna say, it was awesome. Great. And in here, we can do some tags. So let's do skydiving. I downloaded the image of a man skydiving, and we're gonna submit it, and let's do that. Great. As you can see, John is skydiving, and it is awesome. Now let's try to delete the initial post. As you can see, nothing happened. So let's start debugging it. First of all, we're going to go into the controllers part of our server. And then in there, I want to see if the delete request was indeed made. So inside of here, I'm going to console log delete, just so we know that we reached this point in our code. Great. So if I now do that and then try sending another request from the front end, let's see what happens. We do get an error here, and the error says unhandled promise rejection warning, reference error _ID is not defined at delete post line 41. That means that in here we don't have the _ID. And yeah, that was just a small typo. In here I copied this line, but it should have been just the ID. So we're gonna leave the ID there, save the page, and then go back to the browser. If we go here and now press delete, let's see what happens. The post was successfully deleted. That's it. Amazing. Now let's add the ability to like the post. To implement the liking functionality, we have to do one full circle. And that's something I want to point out, is that once you have the proper structure set up using Redux, controllers, routes, that's extremely scalable. It's easy to keep adding new things onto it just by following structure. So now what we're going to do is, as we always do, follow the structure. First, we are going to add a router.patch request, and it's going to be to /ID and /like post, just so we know that this is the route for liking. Why is it a patch request if we said that patch request is used for updating? Well, if you think about it, liking something actually is updating it. It's updating the number of likes that the post has. So moving forwards, we add the function that's going to be like post, and we have to import it from controllers, like post here. Then we move over to controllers, and then in here we can create that function. Export const like post is equal to an async function where we have the request and the response. And in here, we also have to get the ID so we can do the same thing we're already used to. Great. Once we get that, we also have to check whether this is valid. So we're going to use this. Now, in this case, we first have to find the post we're looking for. And that's going to look like this. Const post is equal to await post message dot find by ID. And then in there, we specify the ID. This is going to return us a post. And now we have the updated post, whereas const updated post is going to be equal to await post message dot find by ID and update, where we pass in the ID. And now this is the crucial part. As the second parameter, we want to pass in our updates. So that's going to be an object. In there, we want to increment the like count. So we're going to set like count to be equal to post.like_count. This post is the post we're fetching right here. And then what we simply do is increment by 1. And then with update requests, we have to specify the third parameter where we say that new is equal to true. This is inside of an object where new colon is true. Great, that's it. And now we have access to the updated post. Below, that allows us to do res.json and then in there, updated post. You can notice that this thing is really similar to the update post. Great. Now we're gonna save that and let's move on to the front-end part. As always, we first have to add the API call, and that's going to be export const like post. We need the ID, and then we have an error function where we say axios.patch. This time the URL is going to be URL/ID, which needs to be a dynamic value, /like post, just like that. As always, once we have the API request, we can move over to actions, and in here, let's create the like action. Export const like post. We have the ID in there, and then finally async dispatch, where we have a try and catch block. Inside of here, we want to get the data of the newly updated post, and that's basically going to be the same as the update. So I'm gonna take this whole part, paste it in here, and the only thing we want to change is from update post to like post. That's it. In here, of course, we're gonna console log the error. Oh, and as well, you can see we have the error here. Since we're just liking, we don't have to have the post here. We just like it, and that's it. We don't have to provide what we want to do with it. That's it. Finally, we go to reducers, posts, and in here we have to implement the logic for liking posts. And the logic is actually the same as for the updates. That's why I said that these are really similar. So first we map over the posts, we check what is the one post that changed, or what is the one post that was liked, return the post with a change, or if the post is not liked, then just return the post as it was. Since they're completely the same, we could do something like this, where we copy the same thing and then we say like. But what we can also do is just put two cases, one below each other, and then they both are going to do the same thing. Finally, we can go to posts and then the post component, and in here with the delete post, we also want to import like post. Moving below to our button, we just need to add an on click, which is going to say dispatch like post, and then in there we send over the post._ID. That's it. Let's see if it works. I'll try to like this post. As you can see, we have one like. With our current implementation, one user can like a post as many times as he wants. If we want to give users the ability to like the post only once per account, we have to implement accounts. What does that mean? That means that we need the full authentication system. We need registration, we need login, we need to allow users to reset their passwords, create accounts, and do everything else. That's usually called authentication. You guys can try to implement that by yourselves, but if you feel like you cannot, just let me know. Feel free to like this video, leave a lot of comments, and if this video goes well, I might even do the third part where we're going to add authentication to this MERN project to make it even more complete. Currently, we're fine with the ability for users to like the post as many times as they want, so that is completely fine. With that said, let's move forward with our app. What else do we need to do to make our app better and our code more professional and presentable? Well, first of all, I noticed that we have a slight mistake here. The title and the description have the same font or the same styles. So let's go ahead and change that. You can go to the post.js, and then inside of the post.js, that's gonna be somewhere around here. Typography, this is the body 2. That's not what we're looking for. There we go, post.created. We're looking for the title. There we go, post.title, that is it. And then in here, we have post.message. What we want to do for the message is we want to make it a variant of body 2, and we want to give it a color of text secondary, just like this. And we can also say component is going to be equal to P. It's a P tag. And we don't need this gutter bottom. If we go back and refresh the page, we get it was awesome. Let's add some more tags and some more words to the description so we can see it better. In here, I'm going to initiate our edit, which now fully works. I'm going to remove this exclamation mark, and I'm going to say it was awesome. This was the first time I skydived ever. Great experience. Just like that. And we can say skydiving 2020, great time. Just like that. And click submit. As you can see, now this looks so much better. Our card now has the title, description is properly styled, and we have some hashtags right there. And I noticed one more thing to make our app just a bit better. Currently, our tags are not working as they're supposed to. As you can see, they're all kinda the same hashtag, right? Even if you try to change them and then add spaces, it's still not going to be many different hashtags. So later on, if we want to implement like search posts by hashtags, this is not gonna work. What we need to do to make it work is go back to our form and change the way we save our tags. That's gonna be in the form folder and then in the form component. And that's going to be around here. As you can see, this text field is used to save tags. Currently, we're just saving them as a string. What we want to do though is do eTarget.value. This is a string of tags. We want to call the .split method on it. And we want to split it into an array by a comma. So in here we are saying split this string by commas, no space afterward, and then give me an array of all the tags. If we now save this and go back, we should be able to edit this into a fully functional post with hashtags. Let's take a look. We are back in here. I'm gonna click edit, and now I'm gonna try putting all of these just as tags with comma separated values and click submit. There we go. This looks so much better. Now we have 3 different hashtags, skydiving 2020 and great time. It's great. In regards to the cards, I think our work is done. We can add a few more cards just to get a feel of how this looks like. As you can see, I added one new card. It is New Year's Eve 2019. James said that it was the best New Year's Eve ever and that he was in Times Square. Amazing. So our cards look pretty good. We can like them, we can delete them. I just noticed like we need to add a space in here between the like, the icon, and the number. So let's do that right now. For that, we're going to go into post right here and then find where is our like button. You see, we could add a space here and here, but that's not going to do anything. That's not going to be interpreted by our JSX. What we need to do is add a code for the space character. It is AND NB SP semicolon. This is the same as you wrote a space character, but we need to use that in here. So let's add that just before the like and also after the like. I think this is gonna be good. Let's test it out. Save it and go back to the browser. As you can see, this is much better. We have some more padding in here and we can like the post. We're moving on to an incredibly important thing, and that is our website or the application mobile friendly? Is it responsive? For that, you can right click and click inspect. This is going to open the responsive view. To view it in a mobile device, click here into responsive and choose a phone. Let's choose iPhone X. And would you look at that? This application is responsive out of the box because we were using Material UI. Did you think we're going to have to do a lot of work to actually make this accessible for mobile devices? Well, that is not the case. As you can see, the application is fully responsive, both the form and the cards. The only thing we could do is put the form on the top of the screen for mobile devices, because as you can see, currently it's kind of buried down there. How would we do that? Well, let's take a look. The form is currently in here, and that is inside of this container, Material UI container. So what we would need to do is change this container into display flex, like this. Give it a flex direction of column, but I think it already has that. And then I think we can do flex direction, flex direction, column, reverse. That's what we want to go for. As you can see, that didn't do it. I'm guessing because there is another container inside of there, so maybe we need to be changing this one. This one is for the cards, as you can see, but this is the one we want to be targeting, not the one above, rather just this one. So in here, I'm gonna do flex direction, and that's going to be column reverse. And would you look at that? Our form just moved to the top. So now if we have 10, 20, or 30 cards, you wouldn't have to scroll, you just have to put the form at the top. So this was the Material UI spacing 3 grid. So if we go back to the code, I'm just gonna search for spacing is equal to 3 because that's what our container has. And that is currently in here in the app. Our app is wrapping our posts and the form. So the only thing we have to do in here is something like flex direction. And then let's try to do column reverse. We'll see if that works. I'm not sure if they have built-in property for flex direction. If we save it and go back, let's see if that worked. Unfortunately, it didn't. At this point, I would just go into the Material UI documentation and take a look, but let's give it just one more shot. Let's try with just direction instead of flex direction, because in here you can see it's just justify, just align items. So maybe, who knows, that works. And looks like it did. Would you look at that? Material UI is really intuitive. But we don't want this to happen for desktop devices, so we only want to apply this if we are on mobile. Because of that, I'm going to copy this and simply give it a class name. So we're going to say class name, and this is going to be something like classes that a main container, just like that. Now we can go into our styles of the app.js. Let's take a look. That is right here in styles.js. And then in here, we can say main container, do it like this as an object. And then in there, we want to do flex direction, and that is going to be equal to column reverse. But how do we do that only on mobile? Material UI offers something known as breakpoints. They are simply media queries. So the only thing we have to do to make this work is put the array sign, and then in there, we're gonna say theme dot breakpoints dot down. And then you call it as a method, and then in there you say SM. As you can see, we have SM, XS, medium, large, and extra large. So in here, we're basically saying run the CSS after this only for the devices that are small, or even smaller than small, like extra small. And then in here, we can move all of our styles that we have here. And that is it. As you can see, our theme is not being declared, so we have to import our theme right here, make styles, theme. Again, if you're not familiar with what is happening right now, it is just from the docs. You can go ahead and research Material UI into a bit more details, or I can create a fully separate video on Material UI. If you'd like me to do that, feel free to leave a comment down below. So, in regards to the mobile friendliness, we are fully done. Works on mobile and works on desktop. That is great. If you want to, you can make it work on tablets as well. There shouldn't be a lot of problems. But this is good for now. Our next step is not going to add new functionalities to the app or make it look better. It's going to make our code look better and be more professional. If you're employing for jobs and if you put the code on GitHub, you want to make it as good as it can be. No errors, no silly indentations all around the place like this, or spaces running around. You want your code to be as professional as it can be, because later on, you're gonna work in themes. So, what people often do in Redux is they add constants for their action types. Currently, if we close all of this, so close all the files and collapse the file tree by clicking this icon right there, we want to go to Client and then Actions right here. Take a look. We have all of these strings right here. This is a string, this is a string. All of our action types are indeed strings, right? So, what do you think would happen if, for example, I misspell this from fetch all to fetch all, like this? There is a typo, but maybe while you're coding, you don't see it. Of course, this would break our application, but here's the catch. Take a look. There is no error. And even if you go to the browser, you would see, okay, it's not loading, something is not working. And even if you went to the inspect element, you wouldn't be able to find any errors because there are none. You simply misspelled a variable. But it's not like this. It's not like when you have a variable const test is equal to test like this, and then you want to do a console log test and then you misspell it here like this. It's not the same situation because in here, it's immediately going to say this variable doesn't exist. There is an error. But it's tricky working with strings, right? So this is why people have figured they're going to create constants for these action types. So how can we do that? Well, we're going to create a new folder in our src folder called constants. Inside of our constants, we're going to create a new file called actiontypes.js. And then inside of there, we're going to create a lot of separate variables for these strings. Fetch all, create, we need more for update, delete, and everything else that we have. So if we go to action types, so in here, we're going to start creating all of these variables. Const create is going to be equal to create. Const update is going to be equal to a string of update, all uppercase. Then we have delete. Const delete is equal to delete, like this. We have const fetch all is equal to fetch all. And then we finally have const like is equal to, of course, you guessed it, an uppercase string of like. Of course, we don't want to have this here because as you can see, we are never using it. So what we want to do is we want to export all of these. So we can do it like this. Export const create, update, delete, fetch all. And now we will be able to go to posts and then import all of these types or action types right there. Right before the first line, I'm going to say import, open curly braces, fetch all, create, update, delete, and like. We're importing all of these from /constants/action types, just like that. And now what we're going to do is in here, instead of this string of fetch all, we're simply going to use this variable. The same things go for create, update, like, and delete. Make sure not to misspell something, but let's add all of the variable names right there. Oh, it looks like we used the update for like as well, so it looks like we don't need the like after all. I'm going to get rid of that, go to action types, and remove the like. So now, here's the thing. If you misspell something like this, it's immediately going to give you an error. This might seem like a lot of work to actually implement this, import it, and then use it here, but really, trust me, if you misspell a string here, you can spend hours and hours looking for an error and you won't be able to find it easily. But with this, you're just making your code less error prone and more scalable. As you keep adding more controllers, more actions, more reducers, you'll just keep adding different variable names. And not only that, we can use these same action types we used here in our reducers because they are the same. So in here, I'm also going to import the same thing, and then we can change all of these to our normal variables. I'm just going to remove this, and let's do it like this. Fetch all. Looks like in here we do have the like case, but we are using only the update, so we don't really care about that. Great. Now we implemented constant action types, and we just made our code much more scalable and much less error prone. If we go back to our application, it should still work just as fine. Great, that is done. Let's move back to our code and let me show you one of the final things I want to show you on this project. Again, we're going to close everything, collapse it, and this time we're going to go into our server, more specifically the index.js file of the server. We have this connection string right here. We also have the port right here. And if you think about it, in this string, you can see our username, you can see the password of our user, and you can also see the name of the database. That info should not be publicly available. You shouldn't be posting your project on GitHub like this. This needs to be stored somewhere where other people cannot have access to your passwords or secret API keys. So how can we fix that? The only thing we have to do is create one new file in our server.js, and that is going to be called .env. env stands for environmental variables, and these are files that are only going to be accessible in here on your PC. These are not going to be posted on GitHub. So now in this file, you can add all of your variables. For example, let's start with the port first. The only thing you have to do is take this port, and that is going to be the name of your variable. Then, followed by an equal sign, you can specify the value for the port. Now, this value should be 5000, but let's change all the other values. We're also going to take our connection URL. So connection URL is going to be equal to this string. I'm going to copy the string and paste it right here, and that is going to be equal to connection URL. Of course, with an equal sign and without the string signs, just like this. For these variables to be visible by our application, we need to install something called .env. So you can press npm i.env like this. Once we save that, our application will be able to read the process env variables. That is installed, and let's run our application. Even if you didn't install it, or if you had it before, you still need to press Ctrl+C to close the server and then start it again for the variables to actually take place. Finally, we have to import .env from .env, and then we have to call just at the top .env.config, just like that. Let's save it and see how it goes. This is saved, our server is running on port 5000, and if we go back to our application, you can see everything works perfectly. How can we know we are changing something? Well, let's try to console log this port. Or even, we can just change it and then you'll be able to see it in the console right away. I'm gonna say 10,000. If we do that, save it, and rerun the file, it's still saying server running, let's see. Yeah, it immediately changed, server running on port 10,000. We don't want to do that because that would break our application. Our frontend is expecting localhost 5000, so let's go back and change it to 5000. Now we are securely storing our connection URL inside of our .env. And since our .env is not going to be saved on our GitHub, what I like to do is I like to do .env.example. This file is going to be published to GitHub, so in here we can give an example of what all people need to have in their environments for this to work. So in here we're gonna say Mongo URL string, and then in here at the top we can just say port. That way they know that they have to add their own thing in here for this to work. Great. Now our application works, and it works really, really well. People can create memories, edit memories, like them, delete them. It is a fully functional CRUD application. We can start on the front-end side. We can first start adding on the navigation bar the items for the login and registration. So once we click that, we'll be redirected to a different form, the form for login or register. So let's do that first. If we go back to our code, you can head to client, we can go to src, components, and then right inside of here, we can create that navbar. If I remember correctly, we also had a bit of a navbar before, but we didn't have it as a separate component. So if we go to app.js, you can see that our navbar is here. So we're going to divide that into a new component. So inside of components, we can create a new component. It's going to be called navbar. And now we can create a file called navbar.js and also styles.js. We're going to copy what we have so far in our app, so right here. And I'm going to create a RAFCE, a React function component with exports, and we're simply going to paste what we have so far.
Okay, that's great. As you can see, I'm using ESLint, so some of the things are gonna get changed immediately, but don't worry about that. And finally, we have to import some classes. So in here, we also need our app bar and typography. So I'm going to go here and say import. What do we need? The app bar and typography from add material UI /core. And then finally, we also need our classes. So to do that, I'm going to switch this back to the normal return function right there. And what we need to say is const classes is equal to use styles. Of course, right now we don't have the styles, but we have to import them. So again, as we always do, I'm going to give you all those styles right away, right here. You can simply copy and paste them. They're going to be down in the description for absolutely all of the components. Now at the top of the file, we can say import use styles from, and that's going to be just /styles. A lot of you guys mentioned that you like these applications and that you like building everything out. And even though you prefer that I simply copy and paste the styles for simplicity and time-saving purposes, you'd want to learn a bit more about Material UI and how to style things with it. So, what do you say? Do you guys want me to make a separate Material UI video where I'm going to teach you how to do everything in Material UI and also how to do the styles? Let me know in the comments down below. Okay, with that said, looks like we are missing one thing from our navbar, and that is the link to the memories image. So if you go back to the app, you can see that we simply need to import it. I'm going to copy it from here. Also, I'm going to remove these things right there because we don't need them anymore. And now in here, we have to import that path. Now the path is going to be just a bit different. It is going to be // and then // images, memories, PNG. Okay. With this, we haven't done anything special. We just removed our navbar. So to bring it back, we have to go to the app.js. And then in here, we need to import that navbar. If you simply start typing in Visual Studio Code, it's going to immediately import that for you. So that's really handy. I'm going to put it right there. And that is going to be a self-closing component. If it didn't import it for you, just make sure to say import navbar /components and then navbar. Okay, with that said, if we go back, you can see that we have everything we had so far. So why did we even put it in a new component in the first place? Well, now we're going to make it more complicated. So we didn't want to clutter the app. We want to have everything in its special components. Okay, so what else do we need in this navbar? Well, we're going to change it a bit. So inside of here, I'm going to create a new div. That div is going to have a class name of classes.brandContainer. And we're going to put all of these things inside of it. So now we have a div and we have a typography and image right there. This typography is going to be of a component which is equal to link because it's going to be pointing to our home. So we can say to, and we can just say / because it's going to be our main root. And of course, we have to import link from React Router DOM. Also, I'm not sure if we installed the React Router DOM. Looks like I missed that. So what we have to do is open our terminal one more time. We have to close this from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y. And you can simply say npm install React Router DOM. Yep, we also need that because now we're going to have a complete app where we're going to route things. So you can wait until that installs and we will simply restart the application by running npm start. Great, now we have the React router installed as well, and that's not going to be a problem. Okay, that's going to be it for our typography, and that's also going to be it for our image. So moving below, just below our div, we can create a new component which is going to be called toolbar. That toolbar is going to have a class name of classes.toolbar. And down below, we're going to show some logic depending on if we have the user logged in or if we don't. So right now, I'm going to create just a mock user. So we can say const user is equal to null. Later, this can be filled with an object, with a real user, or maybe the user is not logged in. So what we can do is we can do something like this. If user exists, right? If user exists, then we're going to show something right here. And then we can use another ternary to say else, show something else right here. So we'll be showing something if a user is logged in, and something different if a user is not logged in. If the user is logged in, we want to show his information. So in here, I'm going to create a div with a class name of classes.profile. In here, we're going to have an avatar. Avatar is simply going to be a small circular image displaying how our user looks like, or it's simply going to show a letter of their first name. So we can say avatar class name is equal to classes.avatar, or it's going to be classes.purple. Yep. And then we have an alt tag. Alt is going to be equal to user.result.name. And then it's also going to have an src. So src can be equal to user.result.image URL. So later on, when we actually get this user, we want to display all of these informations. Finally, if he doesn't have an image, we want to show the first letter of his name, and that is going to be user, but we need to open a block of logic here. User.result.name.car@, and simply call it and say 0. So we want to get the first character. That is it for the avatar. Now below, we want to have a typography. So we're going to say typography. The class name is going to be equal to classes.username, and variant is going to be equal to h6. Inside of there, we can simply open a new block of code and say user.result.name. The last thing that we need to have is the button to log out. So I'm going to create a new button. The variant is going to be contained like this, and a class name is going to be equal to classes.logout. We are also going to have a color, and that color is going to be secondary. We need to have an onClick property, but we're going to leave that empty for now. And finally, we have to write what the button is going to say, and that is going to be simply logout. Great, so this is the block of code we see if we are logged in. If we are not, we simply want to show the button to log in. So let's create that button. That is going to be button. It's going to be a component, which is equal to link, and it's going to have a to property to/auth. So this one is actually going to redirect us to a different page where we're going to show the authentication. It is going to have a variant of contained and a color of primary. What the button is going to say is simply going to be sign in. So in here, we can say sign in. Okay, and now you can see we don't have a few components imported. So that's going to be a toolbar and a button. So right here, we can import the toolbar and the button. Great, so now if we save that, let's see how does that look like. Okay, we first got an error because we are using a link outside a router. That means that we have to actually use our React Router DOM to make our app multi-page. We make our React apps multi-page using React Router DOM. So we can do that if you go back to the application. And now inside of here, we can import some of the things from React Router DOM. These things are going to be browser router, switch, and also route from React Router DOM. Great. Now inside of here, I would first like to move this thing into a new component because we'll be adding a lot of things to it. We want to keep our app clean. So I'm going to copy all of this with the grow, and we want to create a new component. So I'm going to create a new folder called home, create a new file called home.js. Now that we have the home.js component, in there we can also create an refce and simply paste everything that includes this grow right here. Of course, we'll have to import some components. So I'm going to copy the imports from the app.js and paste it right here. Container, grow, and then grid. You can also see that we are missing the posts and the form. So let's import that. Import posts from /, it's going to be // posts/posts like this. And then we also need the form. So that's going to be import form from // form/form. Okay, now we have the form as well. and you can see that we're missing the current ID and the set current ID. So how do we get that? Well, if you think about it, we can declare it right here and not have it in the app because the app shouldn't be doing any major logic, especially not with the posts. Posts are only contained in the home. So we can actually use this entire logic and move it all the way to our home. First, let's delete this thing that we copied. So inside of here, we no longer have this. What we have now is going to be a self-closing component, which is simply going to say home. Okay, with that said, we can copy this entire part and we can paste it in the home component. My ESLint again turned this into an instant return, but I'm going to bring it back and create a normal return just so I can put these things here. So let me just space that out. And as you can see, now we have the current ID and the set current ID right there. We have to import the use state, use effect, get posts, and the use dispatch though. So we can head to the app and we can mostly get all of the imports from here. You can see import use dispatch from React Redux. So let's copy that. Then we need get posts. We also need to import that. So that's going to be around here. But the path is going to be different. It's going to be // and then one more time //. Okay, and the final thing is to import use state and use effect from React. With that, our component is filled. And now in the app, we can get rid of this extra logic. There we go. Take a look at how many things we don't need right now to clutter our app. We have everything in the home. So let me remove these things. We don't need that. No need for any components right now. And the only thing that we have is the navbar and the home. And as you can see, we have that. And I think I removed the import from React Router DOM, which we are going to need. Yep, that is right here. So I'm going to bring this back. And now we can implement our React Router. So how can you do that? Well, you have to wrap everything in the browser router. So I'm going to do that right now. Browser router, and then we have our container right there. Then we're going to have a switch statement right here. So you can say switch, and I see that I didn't name it properly, so I'm going to rename it to switch right there. And then inside of the switch, you need to have a few routes. So I'm going to create our first route. That route is going to be self-closing tag, and we're going to simply say path is equal to /. So this is our home route. It needs to be exact, and the component is going to be equal to home component. We have to import it right there. Then below that, we're going to add one new route. This one is going to have a path of auth, and the component is going to be called auth. This component is not defined yet, so we have to create it. Let's do that right now. Inside of our components, I'm going to create a new component, or rather a new folder called auth. Inside of that auth, I'm going to create a new file called auth.js, and also we're going to create styles.js. For the auth file, again, I'm simply going to say RAFC. And by the way, if you don't have that, that is going to be a package. Let me take a look. It's going to be ES7 React Redux GraphQL snippets. So you can download that. That's going to autofill the RAFC for you. Okay, and then in here, for now, I'm simply going to say auth. That is going to be it. Okay, and I'm using ESLint, and I don't want this to be changed to an instant return because later on we will need something. I'm just going to say const state is equal to null here. Okay, that way everything is going to be centered like this. Okay, with that, we now have to import this component. And again, if you simply type it and click right there, it's going to be imported right for you. Okay, so with that, our routing should be done. As you can see, we have our navbar. It's not inside of the switch, so that means it's going to be showing up always. And then we have our switch, which means switch between these two components. Either show the home or show the auth. And of course, we have to remove this home from the bottom because we are showing it right here. Okay, now can we actually see this in the browser? Let's test it out. And there we go. Everything is as it used to be, but we made a few different components. We created the one for the navbar, and we created a home component with the form and all the posts. Now let's try clicking the sign in and see what happens. And there we go. We are routed to a completely different component that now says auth. This is the place where we're going to implement the login and registration form. That seems like a valid next step, so let's do that next. Okay, let's start creating the layout for our auth form. Inside of the auth.js, we're going to first import a few things. And these are going to be, again, avatar, button, paper, grid. Then we're going to need a typography, and finally, a container. All of these are going to be imported from @material_UI/core. While we're here, we can also import the styles, meaning use styles, from /styles. And of course, we have to create those. So again, linked in the description are going to be the styles for this specific file. I don't want you to spend time on writing CSS. I want you to focus on the important things, which is in this case, authentication. Okay, with that said, we can say const classes is equal to use styles and call it as a function. Now we can start creating the layout for our auth form. And it's going to look like this. First of all, we're going to wrap everything inside of a container. That container is going to have a component property, which is going to be equal to a string of main. It's also going to have a max width property, which is going to be equal to XS. Down below, we're going to wrap everything with a paper. So we can say paper, and that paper is going to have a class name of classes.paper and also an elevation of 3. This is simply going to make a white style div that looks like a paper, and there we can have all the inputs inside of that. Now, first thing inside of that is we're going to have an avatar, and that avatar is going to have a class name of classes.avatar. Finally, inside of there, we're going to have a lock icon. So right inside of here, you can create something like this, lock outlined icon, and that is going to be a self-closing tag that we have to import. So at the top, let's import that icon. It's simply going to say import lock outlined icon from, and in this case, it's not going to be @material_UI core, it's going to be @material_UI/icons and then /lock outlined. There we go. Now that we have that, we can continue with our form. Below the avatar, we're going to have one typography. This typography is going to be of a variant, which is going to be H5, and it simply needs to say either sign up or sign in, depending on what we want to do. So right now, I'm going to create, once again, a mock variable for now, which is going to be called isSignUp. And we're going to leave that to false right now. Based on this variable, we're going to change a lot of different things in the form. So right now, we can open a new logic block, and we can say if isSignUp, then we want to show something like a string of sign up. Otherwise, we want to show sign in. Now below that, we're finally starting with our form. Our form is going to have a class name of classes.form, and it's also going to have an onSubmit. Right now, we don't have an onSubmit, but we could as well create it. So I'm going to say onSubmit. The function we're going to call is going to be called handleSubmit. So just right here, you can create a const handleSubmit function. There we go. For now, we're going to leave it blank. Now, inside of our form, we're going to have a grid. That grid is going to be of a type container, and it's going to have a spacing equal to 2. Inside of here, we can show all of our inputs. So let's first start with the first name and the last name. Remember, we only have the first name and the last name if we are signing up. If you're already signed in, we don't need that. So we can open a new block, and we can say if isSignUp. Then we could use the ternary, but we can also use the end operator. So we can say isSignUp, only if it is sign up, then show something. And in this case, we're going to show an empty React fragment, and then inside of there, we're going to show two different inputs. So these are going to be text field elements. We can say text field, like that, and we're going to have a few different things there. We need to have a name, so name is going to be equal to first name. Then we also need a label, which is going to be equal to first name. We need a handle change method, so I'm going to say handle change here. We can go ahead and create that handle change right now. Handle change is going to simply be equal to handle change. So let's create an arrow function here. Const handle change is going to be equal to an arrow function. Okay, what else do we need on our input? We need also the auto focus, because this is going to be the first element we want to focus on. And then we can say xs is equal to 6. And we'll need a lot more things. I'm going to explain why this is going to be different in just a second. So this is going to be a self-closing tag. There we go. Now, of course, we're going to have one more for the last name. We have to change all of these things. Then we're going to have multiple more text fields for passwords, for confirming passwords, for email. And all of these are going to be kind of different, but in most cases, they are going to stay the same. So we don't want to have the inputs that have like 10 different props. What you want to do when you have most of the same components, most of the components that look and behave the same, is you want to create a new custom component which is going to generalize the logic. That way, you don't have to write everything for each one of them. You can simply create a one that has all the things and then only specify the things that change. It might be complicated, but let me show you what I mean. This is a really good practice in React. So inside of here, inside of our auth, I'm going to create a new file called input.js. That input is going to be an REFCE, a simple component, and we're going to import a few things from Material UI. These things are going to be text field. We're going to import a grid. We're going to import an input adornment. And we're also going to import the icon button from React Material UI, and that's going to be core. Okay, great. And I also forgot, like in here, we don't only need a text field. We need to wrap each text field with a grid. So it would look something like this. And then each grid would have a property of xs is equal to 6, and then md is equal to 12, or something like that. So you can see here, we have this grid once, but then again, you need to have it for each new text field. And you can see it kind of adds a lot of code. It makes it unclean. A lot of repetitive code, at least, you can see. So now we want to change that. We want to make a generalized input field. So to do that, we can create one grid right there, and all of our inputs are going to have that grid. That's going to save us the trouble of writing this multiple times. This grid is going to be of type item. It is going to have the property of xs equal to 12, but what if we want some inputs to take only half the width? Then we can do something like sm is equal to 6, but now all of them are going to take half the width. So we have to have a special prop. We can name it something like half. And then if half is true, we want this to be 6, otherwise we want this to be 12. So see how we can make it dynamic. Okay, now inside of there, we want to have a text field. Text field belongs to Material UI, and it is going to be a self-closing tag. I'm going to expand it on multiple rows so we can add our props inside of there. Each text field needs to have a name, so I'm going to say name is equal to name right there, because name needs to be dynamic. As you can see right now, we don't have a name, so all of these things we have to import as props. So inside of here, I'm going to add a name. Then each text field needs to have an onChange property, so I'm going to say onChange is equal to handle change. Then we have a variant that is equal to outline. This is the same for absolutely all text fields, so we don't have to change that. Another thing that is the same for all text fields is going to be required. We don't have to send that as a prop. That is always going to stay the same. All of them are going to have the property of full width. Then for the label, we have to change that, so I'm going to say label is equal to label, and we're going to pass that as a prop. Finally, autofocus is going to be equal to autofocus, and type is going to be equal to type. And one final thing that's going to be happening only on one input is going to be called input props, like this, with a capital I, capital props. That is simply an icon that we're showing on the right side of the input. If we want to click it, and that's going to be for show password. You know that field when you have a password and you're not sure what you typed in? You want to click that and then it's going to show it to you. So we can open a new block and then we can say if name is equal to password, like this, then we want to show a block of code. So you can open this and say end adornment is equal to, and in here you can use the input adornment. That's going to be a component. The position is going to be set to end. So position set to end. And all that we need is going to be an icon button. That icon button is going to have an on-click property, which is going to be equal to handle show password. And in there, we're going to show if type is equal to password. So if type triple equal to password, then we're going to show an icon that says visibility. Okay, a self-closing tag. Otherwise, we're going to have an icon that says visibility off. And it's also going to be a self-closing tag. Now this is going to be the end adornment, but if we don't have that, we can simply say null, don't show anything. And if you know React or JavaScript, you know that when we have a ternary operator with the second value being null, what you can do is simply change this to end, and then you don't have to provide that null right there. Great, so if you save that, you'll see that we're missing quite a few things that we need to import here. And this is actually good, because this means that we are taking all of the things that we need in here for this special input, and we are importing them right here, and not in our auth. Because in that way, we're cluttering our auth component, which by itself is already be complicated. So let's import those icons right there. Import visibility from add material UI icons / visibility. I'm going to copy that line, and the second line is simply going to say visibility off. Great. Now all of the other things that we need, like handle change, label, autofocus, we're importing from here. So let's do that. Name, handle change, we need a label, we need a half, then we need the autofocus, the type, and finally the handle show password. With that, our custom input is done. You can see we are exporting it as the input. Finally, we can import it right here. Import input from /input. Great. Now, instead of typing all of this, we can remove the grids completely. We can remove that, this as well, and we're going to rename this to input instead of a text field. And now, as you can see, we are passing only the props that we need. Name is equal to first name, label is equal to first name, we're passing the handle change method, and everything else that we need. In this case, I think we simply specify the property half, so we don't need to say the xs is equal to 6, we can simply say half, and that is going to make it 6. And for the second one, we don't need the autofocus as well, because we have that, and we can say half. As you can see, this makes our inputs a lot slimmer. We don't need to have something like, let me take a look, something like variant outline for each one, required for each one, full width for each one, and all of these things. We simply specify what we need. And now we can continue with all the inputs that we have both in the login and the register form. So let's create them. We have a new input. This one is going to have the name of email, a label of email address, and a handle change, which is going to be equal to handle change. Finally, in this case, we need to have a type, and the type is going to be equal to email. Below that one, we're going to create one new input, also a self-closing tag. This one is going to have a name is equal to password. It's also going to have a label, which is going to be equal to password. And it's going to have, you guessed it, a handle change equal to a handle change. The type is going to be, of course, password. But what if we want to click that button, which means show password? In that case, we have to change this from password to simply text. That means that we need to have some kind of variable that's going to manage our show password. And that is going to be a state. So we can do that right now. We can import React, as well as the use state hook at the top. And now we can create that show password field. So right here, I'm gonna say const, make a new state, and we're gonna say show password and set show password. So this is going to be our state. And that's going to be equal to use state, and at the start, it is going to be set to false. Okay, so now, based on this state, we can say if, right here, I'm gonna delete this, if show password is true, then show text. Otherwise, show password. Okay, and finally, the final prop that we have to pass is handle show password is going to be equal to handle show password. And what is that? Well, that is going to be one function that is going to handle the show password, obviously. And the handle show password is going to be an arrow function, handle show password, that is simply going to toggle the state of the password. So we can say like this, set show password. And then in here, we need a prev state, so previous state. Whenever you're changing the state using the old state, you have to create a callback function. And then you have to get the prev show password. And then what we want to do in here is simply say, if the previous show password is something, we want to say false and then previous show password. That means that we're toggling it. So if it's on, turn it off. If it's off, turn it on. And we're passing that over as a prop, handle show password. Okay, there we go. Now our input for the password is done. Below that, we want to have one for the confirmation. And again, the password confirm field is going to show only if you're on the sign up form, not on the sign in. So I'm going to say if is sign up, then and end, then we show this input field. This input is going to have a name of confirm password. It's going to have a label of something like repeat password. And it's going to have a handle change, again, be equal to handle change. Finally, the type of this one is going to be password. Okay, we have all of the input fields that we need right now. Finally, we need a submit button. So right below the grid, I'm going to create a button. And that button is going to be of a type is equal to submit. So we're going to submit the form on this button. It's going to have a full width property, also a variant of contained, and a color of primary, as well as the class name of classes.submit. And now inside of that button, we want to say either sign in or sign up. So we can again use that property is sign up. If it is sign up, we're going to show sign up. Otherwise, we're going to show sign in. Great. So now it would make sense to take a look. What do we have? Let's go back to the browser and see if we have the auth right here. And there we go. Take a look at that. We have our sign in form. But right now, there's no way for us to switch between the sign in and the sign up. So how can we do that? Well, right now, we can just change this dummy variable to true, and that should show us our sign up. Now we have the sign up with the first name, last name, email, and password, repeat passwords as well, and the button says sign up. This is extremely good because what beginners in React would do is they would create two different components for the sign up and the sign in. They would copy all of this code right here and create two different components. What we did is we just created one variable called isSignup, and then based on the change of that variable, we changed it from sign up, the title, we added or deleted some fields, and we also changed the title of the button. You can see, in React, you have to think reactively. One last thing that we could do is we could make a button that's going to allow us to switch from the sign up and the sign in. So let's do that right now. Below our button, still inside of the form, we're going to have another grid. This grid is going to be of a type container, and it's going to have a justify property, which is going to say a string of flex end. Inside of there, I'm going to create a grid. This grid is going to be of a type item. And then inside of that grid, we're going to have a button. And that button is going to have an onClick property. And onClick, we're going to call the function called switch mode. So that switch mode, again, is just a function which we're going to declare right there, const switch mode. It's going to be an arrow function. And then in here, we're going to switch the mode from the sign up to sign in. Now, what is our button going to say? Again, it's going to be different if we're logged in or not. So I'm going to again open this, say is sign up. If we are on the sign up, we're going to say already have an account, question mark, sign in. Otherwise, we're going to say something like don't have an account, question mark, sign up. Okay, let's save that and see how does it look like. There we go. You can see that we have this button right there, but right now it's not doing anything. So what do we have to do to actually make this is sign up switchable? Think about this for a second, try implementing this yourself, and then once you figured it out or once you're stuck, come back to this video and I'm going to show you how to do it. What we have to do to make this work in React fashion is make a new state field. I'm going to take this isSignup variable and I'm going to turn it into a state field. So I'm going to say const isSignup and set isSignup. That is going to be equal to use state, and at the start that can be false. Now we can remove this, everything is still gonna function, but now we have access to this set isSignup. And now we can use that inside of our switch mode function. So right inside of here, we can say set isSignup, and what we simply need to do is do the same thing that we did right here for the password. Since we are using the previous state to manage a new one, we have to get a callback function and say prev isSignup, and then in here simply say not prev isSignup. That's going to switch it on and off like a switch. Also, I want to reset the show password if we switch the mode. So I'm gonna say right here, handle show password, and I'm gonna pass the value of false. Let's save it and see if it works. We are on the sign in. I click it, we are on the sign up. There we go. This works as expected. Now we have a great looking form. As you can see, we can go back. In here, we have all of the posts. We can head to the sign in, and there we go. In here, we have the sign in and the sign up form, which both look amazing. Now the login and register using these fields, the first name, last name, email, and all of that is going to take a bit longer. So what I would want to do first is implement the Google login button. That way we can first handle the authentication with Google and then we'll be able to do everything else. That's better because if we first implement Google, that way we'll still have everything functioning as normal, and then later on we'll be able to add everything else including these fields. Let's add the Google sign-in button right here above our current one. To do that, we'll have to import one thing, and that thing is called Google Login. So right below our Material UI imports, in here we can say import Google Login from, and that is going to be React Google Login. We installed that package at the start of this video. Okay, and now we have to use that Google Login. How do we use it? Well, it's going to be a simple button. So right here, above our current one, I'm going to call that Google Login as a component. And it is going to be a self-closing component. And here's a hint for you. Whenever you're importing something and that something starts with a capital letter, most likely it's going to be a component. Inside of here, you have to have your own client Google ID. So this is something that we're going to add as soon as we're done with creating the layout for this. So I'm going to say Google ID. We have to put that right there. Then below we have render. Render means how are we going to show our button? What is it going to look like? So in here, you get something known as render props, and this is a callback function. So inside of here, you can create a callback function. It's not going to have curly braces. It's going to be just an instant return. And then inside of there, we're going to put a normal Material UI button. That button is going to have a class name of classes.Google button. It's going to have a color of primary. Also, it's going to be a full width button, and it's going to have an on-click listener. On-click, we're going to call render props dot on-click. It's also going to have a disabled property, and there we're going to put the render props dot disabled, and it's also going to have a start icon. That start icon we're going to import, but it's going to be simply icon, a self-closing component that's simply going to say icon. We're going to have one more thing, and that one thing is going to be a variant of contained. Variant is equal to contained. I see that we have quite a lot of things. Some people prefer to have them like this. This way, it's more easily noticeable what we have, and I agree. We can leave it like that for now, until we actually finish the button. So we have the button, and finally, what can we say in there? We can say Google sign in. Now you can see that we're missing the icon property, so we have to import that. The icon is going to be a simple SVG, so we're going to create a new file right there called icon.js. And now in here, we can paste that icon. So this is going to be an SVG React component, and we can simply import it inside of our auth. You can again copy and paste this icon. It's going to be linked in the description. Now inside of our auth, we simply have to import that icon. We can do that easily by saying import icon from /icon. As you can see, now we have everything that we need in our button. So what I prefer to do is to have it in one row, because this way it doesn't clutter our view. We know that it's a button, it has a bunch of props, and it says Google sign in. Okay, great. Now we can continue with adding different props to our Google login, and these props are going to be on success and also on failure. So we have two handlers here, the handler for success action and for the failure action. On success, we're going to call Google success function, and on failure, we're going to call Google failure function. We're going to create both of these functions. Finally, the last thing that we need is going to be cookie policy, and that is going to be equal to single underscore host underscore origin. Okay, now we can create those two functions just above. Inside of here, I'm going to create the arrow function for both of these. So I'm going to select them both and say const Google success and Google failure is equal to an arrow function, and it's going to be a block of code. So what do we do on Google success and on Google failure? Well, on Google failure, I simply want to console log an error. So in here, I'm going to say console log Google, and that's going to be a string, Google sign in was unsuccessful. Okay, and we can say something like try again later. Okay, so this is going to be our Google failure. And then what do we want to do on success? Well, in here, we get access to a full response. So I'm going to say res here. And for now, I simply want to console.log.res. Of course, this is not going to work out of the box because we still haven't supplied the Google login with our client ID. So we have to find that. To get your own client ID, you have to head to console.developers.google.com. I'm going to put this link down in the description. Inside of here, on the left side, you'll have a sidebar that says credentials and then OAuth consent screen. First, we're going to go to OAuth consent screen. I already have mine created. You'll have to create a new OAuth consent screen. You can name it something like Memories app or something similar. And then in here, we'll have to do a bit of a setup. You can create our app name. You can put your user support email. And then finally, you can add your developer contact information and click Save and Continue. With that, you created your OAuth consent screen. In this case, under Scopes, I currently have nothing under test users, and this is the summary. That's it. And finally, we can go back to the dashboard. Now that you have the OAuth consent screen, you can head under Credentials. Inside of the credentials, you can click Create New Credentials, and then you can choose OAuth Client ID. Inside of here, you can choose the application type, and in our case, that's going to be a web application. I'm going to call it Memories app. Inside of here, you can put the localhost 3000 as the URI, and we can also do that for the authorized redirect URIs. So inside of here, we can do something like HTTP, localhost, and let's do 3000. I think that we can also add the /auth to this one. With that said, we can create it, and I think that should be enough. Localhost 3000 and localhost 3000 /auth for that. And there you go. You get your OAuth client ID and the client secret. Don't forget this site yet. We'll have to come back to here once we actually deploy our application, because in here, you'll have to add a different URL because now it works only on our local host. Okay, great. So we can copy our client ID. We can come back to our application. And now inside of here, we can simply paste that ID right in here. With that said, I'm interested to see what this response is going to be and how does our button look like. So I can close this tab for now and go back to our Memories project. As you can see, we have our Google Sign In button right here. Looks like it's connected all the way to our front button. So what I'm going to do right now is just switch them. So I'm going to switch our Google login and our normal login button right there. So now we have our manual login button on top of our Google login. And there we go. That looks so much better. So now the question is, if I open the console, what is our response going to look like once I click Google Sign In? Okay, so right now we get redirect URI mismatch. That means that we have to go back to our APIs and services, meaning console.developers.google.com, and we have to see if we have set up everything correctly. Okay, inside of here, we do see that we have our Memories app OAuth client. So maybe we have to add the localhost 3000 /auth to here as well. But you can see that it cannot contain a path or end with that. So that's not going to be the solution. What about if we add the HTTP right there and not HTTPS? Let's try with that. That works. So maybe definitely that's the solution. Let's save it. And let's try one more time in our Memories app. Okay, if we click the Google Sign In now, as you can see, we get this nice window from Google. But before we go ahead and click anywhere else, I just noticed that we have one more thing that we have to do. Our Google Success function is going to be asynchronous. That means that we have to add an async keyword in front of this function. Now, let's save it, go back, and now finally, let's click that Google Sign In. This is crazy because we didn't code any of this. Google automatically gave us this window. So now I'll try to log in with JavaScript Mastery. And take a look at that. We got Google Sign In was unsuccessful, not as I supposed it to be. But that's normal, errors happen. So along with this console log Google Sign In was unsuccessful, I'll also try to console log the error. So inside of here, we can console log error. Okay, we got an error right there. And I'll try to copy the details and paste them right in here so that we can both see what our Google says. I'm going to extend this into multiple rows. Usually you should not share your client's ID with everyone, but I'm going to delete this after recording the video, so it's okay. Okay, so the error says not a valid origin for the client HTTP localhost 3000 has not been whitelisted for client ID. Please go to, they give us the URL, and whitelist origin for your project's client ID. After a bit of Googling, I found out that the issue was not that we had to add something to our Google Developers Console or something to our code, we simply had to clean the cookies. So let me show you the solution that I found. The solution was in Stack Overflow, and what you simply had to do is clear the browser's cache. So in Chrome settings, advanced, clear browsing data, cached images and files. And that's it. That's going to do the trick. So after you do that and come back to the site, if you click Google Sign In, take a look. Right now, you can see all the details right here, which means our login was successful. Also, while we're here, let's get rid of this boring warning. It simply says invalid prop input props of type Boolean supplied to forward draft text field. That means that if we go back into our input component right here, this is getting a Boolean. And that means that in this case, we cannot use the end. We rather have to use the null because this cannot be a Boolean. It has to be a null or a specific component. So if we save that, the error is gone And as we discussed, our sign-in works beautifully. Now we have to use some of these details we got right in our response. And we can use them right inside of here. Auth, Google Success. Now we have access to this entire object. So what do we need? Well, we can say const result is equal to res, and now we can use the optional chaining operator, the question mark dot. The question mark dot is a special operator that's not going to throw an error if we don't have access to the res object, because maybe sometimes we're not going to have this res object, so we want to make sure that we don't get an error if we don't have it. That way you can say profile obj. So now we are not going to get an error if this doesn't exist. Before, if you use just the dot, if the res object didn't exist, then you would get an error saying cannot get property profile obj of undefined, because res profile obj would be undefined. If you do this, it's not going to throw you an error, it's simply going to say undefined. That's going to be the value of the result. Great. So now we know how the optional chaining operator works. And now that I think about it, it's kind of crazy that I knew the exact error message that we would get if we didn't use this. Yeah, so with that said, let's continue. We also want to get the token, and we can get the token from res question mark dot token ID. So now we have the token and we have the result. That's basically everything that we need. Since we're working with an async function, we can use the try and catch block. So now if our login is successful, we want to dispatch something. Otherwise, we're simply going to console log the error. So how do we dispatch something? Well, of course, we have to import use dispatch from Redux. So inside of here, I'm going to say import use dispatch, and that's going to be coming from React-Redux. Of course, since it's a hook, you need to say const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. And finally, we can use that dispatch an action. So we can say dispatch, call it as a function, and now inside of there, we can send some data in. The type of our action is going to be simply auth, and then the data we'll be sending in is going to be the payload, and all that we want to send is a new object that contains the result and the token. That is going to be it. Now that we are dispatching this action and we're sending the payload in, the only thing we have to do is add the reducer that's going to handle it properly. So let's go to our reducers folder, and then in there, we need to create the reducers for the auth. So inside of here, I'm going to say new file auth.js. Inside of here, as always, we need to create a basic reducer. So we're going to do the same thing that we did in the posts. First, we need to import some of the constants. In this case, we're not going to have these. What we want to have is going to be the auth and the logout. Of course, these are constants in the action types constants. So we can go to this folder, action types. And now inside of here, let's create those. Export const, and that is going to be auth is equal to a string of auth. And this one is also going to be logout. Just to reiterate, we're doing this to save ourselves the trouble of accidentally misspelling a variable, because that way we wouldn't have the error. This way, since everything is a variable, if we misspell something, we are going to get an error. Okay, let's create our reducer. Const auth reducer. Reducers are functions, more specifically functions that are accepting the state and an action. Based on that, they have a switch case. In the switch case, we're looking for the action.type. In this case, it can be something like auth, and it can also be logout, which we're going to implement later on. So if our action type is equal to auth, what do we want to do? Well, remember, we're getting all of the details inside of the action.payload, or more specifically, we call it data. So let's first try to console log that to see what are we getting. So inside of here, I'll try to get action.data. I'm also going to use the question mark because not always is that data going to be there. And that's it. Let's try to console log it and see if we're getting it. Of course, we have to export default auth reducer. And we also have to use it in the index.js of our reducers. So in our index.js, we have to import not only the post reducer, but also the auth reducer. And then we have to use it here in combine reducers and combine the auth as well. Not to forget, we always have to return something. So if we don't have any case in here, I'm going to return just the old state. But in this case, we also need to return something. So for now, until we're just console logging things, I'm going to just return the state. And right now our state is undefined, so we have to give it a default value. So I'm going to say equal to, and now I'm going to say auth data is equal to null. So if we don't have anything, our auth data of the state is simply going to be set to nothing. If we save that, let's take a look, what do we get? Okay, one more time through the process, click Google sign in. Okay, and take a look, this is our whole thing. We have a result in here, we have JavaScript mastery, we have our Google ID, and we have our token. That's all that we need. So what do we do with that? Well, we want to save it in the local storage, because that way, once we refresh the page, the browser is still going to know that we are logged in. So to do that, we can say local storage dot set item is equal to profile. Then we want to say JSON.stringify, and then there we want to say action data. This is it. So we are setting all of this that we have, all of the data for the login, we're setting that to the local storage. Finally, at the end, we want to return something. We're going to return state, and then we want to specify the auth data to be equal to action.data. And this action data is also going to use optional chaining. So this is it for the auth. Now that we have this return right there and we are setting our profile with the data field for the user, we can try to use it somewhere. The best place to use it would be a navbar, because in here we already have our user, which is currently set to null. So now let's try to add a real user in here. To do that, we can create a new state field, and we can do something like user, const user, and set user. And finally, in there, we can use the use state. Use state, of course, has to be imported. So inside of here, I'm going to import the use state as well as the use effect, because we'll need to use that later on. Now, this use effect is going to be a bit different. We're immediately going to try to fetch something, and that something is going to be the actual user. So how do we retrieve something from the local storage? We say json.parse local storage .get item, and then you specify the name of that item. In this case, it is going to be the profile. So this is how we can get the user right here. Now that we have the user, let's try to simply console log him. Console log user. I'm going to go back to the browser and refresh the page. So currently the user is null, because remember, last time we didn't save it in the local storage. So if I open the application tab and right here refresh, you can see we don't have anything in the local storage. But now let me try to log in one more time with my Google account. And there we go. We have our complete information. Now, if I go to memories, are we going to get the console log with that profile? It is still null. If we refresh though, it is there. And as you can see, this automatically filled with JavaScript mastery and my icon. So that is amazing. One bad thing is that we had to refresh and manually head back to the localhost 3000 and not the login form. So let's re-navigate automatically so we don't have to do it manually. We can do that using a use effect. Inside of here, I'm going to use a use effect. It's going to accept a callback function, and of course it needs to have a dependency array. In this use effect, we're going to check for the token. So we're going to say if token exists, user, and then question mark dot, the optional chaining, token. So we're checking if the token exists, and if it does, we're sending it to the token variable. Then finally, later on, we're going to check for the JSON web token here if we do the manual sign up, but now we're using Google, so we don't have to do that. But what we can do is we can say set user, and set user is equal to, again, the same thing. That thing is going to be our user, json.parse local storage.get item. And finally, we have to do one more change in the auth. More specifically, once we dispatch this, we actually have to redirect back to the home. So for that, we can use history.push like this. And where do we push to? We push to /. History belongs to React Router DOM, so we have to import that. Import use history from React Router DOM. And then right in here, we need to say const history is equal to use history and call it, of course. Okay, so now this should redirect us immediately to the homepage once we log in. Let's try to log out. Oh, our logout doesn't work right now, but if we head manually to /auth, there we go, and we can click Google Sign In. Once that is done, as you saw, we were automatically redirected. The thing that would make sense to do right now is to simply do the logout. So that's going to be our next step. To implement the logout, we of course have to find where this button is. And as you can see, it is in the navbar. So if we go right here, let's find that button, logout, and we're going to add an on-click listener. What are we going to do on the on-click? We're simply going to log out. That logout is going to be one function inside of this navbar. More specifically, const logout is equal to an arrow function. And what are we going to do? We're going to dispatch an action. So we have to first import use dispatch from React Redux. And then in here at the top, we need to say const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. There we go. Now in the logout, what we can simply say is dispatch, and we're dispatching an action that has a type of, we can do just a string of logout. And that's going to be it. Once we log out, we also want to redirect to the main route. So I'm going to say history.push. And also we have to import that history. So at the top, we're going to say import use history from, that's going to be React Router DOM. I see that we already have it. So I'm going to move the import right here. And how do we get it? Well, const history is equal to use history. So once somebody logs out, we're going to push them to the root route to the home. There we go. What do we also have to do is we have to set the user equal to null. So if somebody is logged out, the user has to be null. Okay, and I think with that, right now, we don't even need this use effect. We're going to need that for the JSON Web Token. So I'm going to comment that out. And let's see if our flow now completely works. So we are right there. I'm going to refresh the page. I logged out. There we go. We are logged out. I'll check the application tab. Looks like we still have our profile there. And as you can see, if we refresh, it comes back. That means that we haven't fully implemented the logout dispatch. So we need to go to reducers, auth, and then in here, we have to do something if we log out. More specifically, it is going to be really simple. If we have the logout case like this, then what we have to do is say local storage dot clear. This is going to completely clear the entire local storage. And what do we want to return? Well, the same thing that we're returning right here, except the auth data is going to stay null. Okay, great. So now if we go back, refresh the page, we have our JavaScript mastery there. I'm going to click logout. As you can see, the console was cleared. And if I refresh, there we go. Our user is still logged out. Now let's try to go to the whole process of signing in. Go here, sign in using Google. There we go. We are logged in. And as you can see, our profile is populated. And when we refresh, we get this JavaScript mastery. I don't like that we had to refresh to get the user who's logged in name. So we have to go back, and looks like that in the navbar, which is right here, we still need that use effect. So I'm going to add that use effect. So when do we want to call this use effect? As soon as the URL changes from the /auth to the simply /. And we can use the property use location from React Router DOM. We need to do the same thing. Const location is equal to use location. And based on this, we'll have access to that change. When this changes, we want to simply call the user. When location changes, I can put that right here. When location changes, simply set the user. Now let's take a look if that's gonna work. If I go back, log out one more time, log in, and there we go. Now we immediately got this user right there because we automatically set the user profile once we came back from the /auth and it was populated. Amazing. And now if you refresh the page, go back, go somewhere else, you're still going to be logged in for I think about an hour because our token lasts for about an hour. Or if you want to manually log out, you can simply do that right away. Crazy how simple the Google OAuth system is, right? We implemented this in a really short amount of time. Next step is to implement the manual login and registration system using the JSON Web Token. For that, we're going to use this form that we created. Let's start working on that. I'm going to close all of these files just so we have a clean working environment. I'm also going to collapse all the files and folders. So this is now going to be a first time in this video that we are going to focus on the backend as well, because we have to create the models for the user as well as the controllers and the routes for the login and registration. For now, let's handle the client side of the authentication system. To do that, we have to go to our auth form right inside of here. And now remember, whenever you're working on something, take a look at the actual JSX and then ask yourself, when is this happening? And the answer is our login and registration is happening after the user clicks this button. That means that we have to focus to implement actions once this button is clicked. Going back to here, we can see that our button is right here. If you take a closer look at this button, you can see that once you click it, it is of type submit. That means that the only thing it does is it calls this onSubmit function. In this case, the onSubmit function is the handle submit. So let's see where is that. And there we go. It's right in here. More specifically, it is empty, so we're not doing anything with it right now. Now, what do we have to do with it to make our login work? First thing to do would be to check if we have access to all of the state fields. More specifically, are the values of these inputs in the state? And right now, we cannot see that we are mentioning state nowhere, right? And while we're here, I also noticed that this should be a last name and also in here, a last name. Yeah, so we're never ever mentioning state. So how can we do that? Well, let's create a new state field right inside of here. Const, and we can call it something like form data. Form data, set form data, and that is going to be equal to use state. Of course, we have to make this use state at the start be equal to something. So just at the top of our component, let's create a new field. Const initial state is going to be equal to, and now in here, we have to put the initial values for all of the state fields. That is going to be, for example, the first name, which is going to be equal to an empty string. Then we have the last name, also equal to an empty string. We have the email. Again, everything is going to be an empty string. We have the password, and we have the confirm password, also equal to an empty string. And that is going to be it for our initial state. Now, how do we use it? Well, you simply put it in here. That is going to be the initial state of the form data. Okay, now let's try to console log the form data on submit. And obviously, immediately, considering that we are never setting form data, we expect that to be empty. So let's take a look. If we go back in here, if I type something and if I type a password, I'm going to open up the console right here and click sign in. And first of all, it immediately refreshed. That's because it is the default behavior of the browser to refresh on form submit. So we have to add the event. In here, we get the event e.prevent default. That is something that you always add on the form submit in React, because there we don't prefer reloads. We always want to have something on the screen. So with that said, let's see if we get something there. I'm going to type the same thing one more time and click sign in. And as we expected, we got all of the fields there because that is our initial state, but they are all an empty string. Now the question is, how can we populate these fields? And the easy answer is to look just a bit below our handle submit. We have the handle change, and each one of our inputs is using that handle change, but right now it is empty. So what do we have to do to fill it? Well, in here, we get the actual event. And then what we can do is say set form data. We get an object, right? We spread the form, form data, and then we update only a specific input that we're currently managing. And the question is, how can we know on which input are we currently? Well, each one of the inputs has its own name. First of all, you have to make sure that your names are exactly the same as the names in the initial state right here. First name, last name, email, password, confirm password, and so on. If that's the case, you can use these square brackets right there and say e.target.name, and that's going to be equal to e.target.value. This is going to make sure to spread all of the other properties, but only change the one specific one you're currently on with the target value. That means the current input that we have in there. With that said, if we save that, let's try one more time and see what do we have in this form. So I'll first try to enter something. And there we go. We have our email and we have our password. If I switch to here, we have our first name. And if I click sign up, there we go. We have all of our values listed right in here. So that's why we had to use the same handle change function for each one, because otherwise you would have to change each state field separately, which is quite a lot of code. This way, it is a lot easier. This is dynamic and works for infinite number of fields. With that said, that's great. Now we have our handle submit, but the question is, what do we want to do on that submit? Well, there are going to be two different types of submits. One is going to be our sign up, and the other one is going to be our sign in. So we already have a variable to check that. So we can say if is sign up. In that case, we want to do the logic to sign up the user. Else, if we're not on the sign up, we want to do the logic to sign in the user. So in this case, what we want to do is we want to dispatch an action. And more specifically, that is going to be a sign up action. And to that action, we want to pass in the entire form data. And we also want to pass the history. We pass the form data, so well, we can have it in our database, of course, but we pass the history object so that we can navigate once something happens. Okay, great. And the other one, we can copy this and simply put it right there. This one is going to be sign in. All of these are actions that we have to import first. So just above, I'm going to import these two actions. Inside of here, I'm going to say import sign in and sign up. And that's going to be from ... actions and then auth. This file doesn't exist yet, but we are going to create it right now. Okay, so if we save that, we're ready to start creating the actions file. That's going to be inside of the actions, and we simply need to do auth.js. Inside of here, we can start creating our auth actions. First of all, we're going to need some things from here, like constants, action types, and all of the things from the API. So let's copy these and simply paste them right here. In this case, we won't need those. The ones that we need is simply going to be auth. And from the API, later on, we're going to use some of the calls. But right now, we don't need anything. So let's start with creating the actions. While we're creating them, we can also export them. That's going to mean export const, and we named it sign in. That is going to be an action creator, which is a function that simply returns an action. And as we discussed in the last video, if actions, or more specifically action creators, are asynchronous, then we have to use Redux thunk, meaning we have a function that returns an async function with a dispatch. I know it's a crazy syntax, but we just have to follow the rules in this case. So we have this, and then we have async dispatch function, which then has a function block. In here, we get what we passed into our function. So we passed the form data and we passed in the history. So we can repeat that here, form data and history. If we're in an async block of code, we can use the try and catch. And now in here, we can do the logic. If you remember what we were doing in the posts actions, you can see that in here, we were trying to fetch some of the things from the database. And that's going to be the same thing that we're going to do right in here. In here, we're going to try to get the data for the sign in or rather, we're going to send the data to the database or to the backend so that it knows to sign in the user. Right now, we don't have the backend endpoints for this to actually work. So this is going to be a good time to transfer back to the backend. Before we do that though, let's just create a complete mock of the sign in and the sign up, and then we'll move to the backend. So for now, in here, I'm just gonna say log in the user, and then finally, why do we have that history? Because we want to navigate to the home page. So that means that we can do history.push and then simply push the slash. After we log in the user, we push to the home page. And then in the catch, for now, we can simply console log the error. Okay, and now I'm gonna copy this and do the same thing for the sign up. I'm gonna just rename this to sign up. We also get the form data and the history. We get the dispatch, and in this case, we need to sign up the user. And then finally, we navigate to the home page and console log the error. And now we're pretty much done with the front-end side for now. Of course, later on the backend, while we create those endpoints, then in here, we'll be able to call them. But for now, there's not really a lot we can do on the front-end side. Now we need to move to the backend, create the user model, create the controllers and the routes, and then we'll be able to continue. So let's do that. As before, I closed all the windows, collapsed the folders, and let's start with the backend. We can focus on the routes first. More specifically, in the index.js, we need to add the routes for the users. So inside of here, I'm gonna say app.use. We're gonna use the user endpoint, and then in that case, we're gonna have the routes called user routes. Those user routes, as you can see, they're undefined yet, but we have to import them as we imported the post routes. So I'm going to copy this line and just change this to user routes, and that's gonna be coming from /routes and users.js. Now we know that we have to create the routes right inside of here, users.js. So how are these routes going to look like? Well, first we have to have the basic structure as we already have with this thing. We have to import express from express. Then we have to get some of the controllers from our controllers. Right now we don't have any. Then we have to create the instance of a router. And finally, we have to export default router. Before we export the router, we of course have to add those routes. And you add them in the following manner. Router that, and this is going to be a post route to /sign in. Why is this a post route? Because you have to send some data to the backend. More specifically, you have to send all of the details from the form to the backend. The form sign in and sign up is the best way to explain how does the post request work. You need it to be a post request because you have to send all of the information from the login form to the backend, and then backend does something based on that information. In this case, it's going to sign in the user. So what are we going to do when we go to the sign in? Well, we're going to call our sign in controller. And I'm going to copy this one more time. We have the sign up as well, and this is going to be sign up. Obviously, these are undefined right now, so let's import them from here, sign in, and also sign up. Of course, these are not coming from the posts, they will be coming from user.js of controllers. So in here, we can create user.js of controllers, and this is going to be the place where we're going to put all the complex logic of actually signing in and signing up the user. In this file, we're going to need a few things. First, we're going to need a package called bcrypt. Bcrypt is used to hash the password. Of course, if you're creating your users want to have some security. If your database is hacked and if you're storing your passwords in a plain text, everybody will be able to see it. If you hash the passwords, that won't be the case. That's why we use bcrypt. We can say import bcrypt from bcrypt.js like this, and we also need JWT. JWT stands for JSON Web Token, and that is a safe way for us to store the users, or more specifically, store the user in a browser for some period of time. For example, for an hour, 2 hours, or even a week. That way, if user leaves the site, he will still be able to stay logged in no matter what. In this file, we have to use the user model, which we haven't created yet. So now would be a good time to create the user model. inside of here, I'm gonna create a user.js file that is inside of the models. Now the situation is gonna be similar to what we have with the post message. We have to import Mongoose, we have to create a schema, and finally we have to create a model, which we then export. So let's repeat the process. Import Mongoose from Mongoose, then const user schema is equal to mongoose.schema. Make sure to put the capital S right here. And there we have an object. Now inside of that object, you put all of the necessary details. We have a name, and name is going to be required. So inside of here, we can say name, type is going to be of a string, and required is going to be set to true. Then we have an email. Email is also going to be of a type string, and required is going to be set to true. We have a password. Password is also going to be of a type string, and the required is going to be set to true. And then we have the ID. ID is going to have a type of string. And that is going to be it for this user schema. Finally, we can say export default mongoose.model. You need to specify the user model with a capital U, and you need to specify a schema on which that model is built upon. And in this case, that is going to be the user schema. Now in the controllers, we can import that model, the user model, and then based on that, we can create a lot of instances of users, our memories MERN project users. So for that, we can say import user from models/user.js. And now we can create our controllers. We know that we need to have two. One is going to be export const sign in, and that is going to be an async function. On all of the controllers, we have the rec and the res, which is the request and the response, and we have a function block. This is going to be the function for the sign in, and I'm going to copy this and simply replicate it for the sign up. So now the question is, how does the logic for the sign in and the sign up look like? That could be a complex part, right? Well, both yes and no. It can be daunting if you're just starting with it or if you're trying to build this yourself for the first time. But in this case, you're watching this tutorial and I'll try to be as thorough as possible and guide you step by step through how to do this. Usually all sign-in, sign-up projects are similar. In any application, you need to have a sign-in system. So once you know how to do this once, you'll be able to mostly duplicate the code and achieve the same purpose in any app that you build. First of all, for the sign-in, we're going to get two things from the front end. And those things are going to be the email and the password. So the question is, how are we getting it from the front end? Whenever you have a post request, you get all the data through the request.body. We can say const, and then destructure the email and the password from rec.body. So we're destructuring that. All the post data that you send is going to be available for you in the rec.body. Okay, now that we have these values, what do? Well, we are in an async block, so I'm going to open a try and catch. If we are signing in, we first have to find the old user, right? So I can say const old, or we can better say existing user, and that is going to be equal to await user.find1, and we find the user by email. That means that we are searching for the existing user in the database, because if you're signing in, we cannot simply create a new one. We need to find the old one or the existing in the database. In this case, we're going to say if no existing user, then we're going to simply return res.status 404, because it means we cannot find it, and then .json. The message is going to be equal to user doesn't exist. That is it. That's if we don't have the existing user in the database. If that is not the case, we have to check if the password is correct. So if the new password that the user typed in is the same one to the password used when he or she initially created the account. We can say const is password correct. And that is going to be equal to await bcrypt.compare. And what we want to compare is the password to existing user dot password. We cannot simply do a normal string check because before, or rather later, when we implement the bcrypt, we're going to hash the password. So we still have to use bcrypt to compare the hashed passwords and see if they're the same. Then we can do one more check and say if no is password correct. So if the password is not correct, return res.status. That's going to be 400.json. And in there, we're going to have a message. And what we can say is simply invalid credentials. Okay, that's good. And moving on, if the user already exists in the database and if the password is correct, then we can finally get his JSON web token that we need to send to the front end. So to do that, I'm going to say const token is equal to JSON web token dot sign. And in there, we have to provide all the information that we want to store in the token. In this case, we could store the email. Email is going to be equal to existing user dot email. And we also want to keep the ID, which is going to be equal to existing user dot ID, or it's going to be dot underscore ID. Don't forget that underscore with the ID. The second argument to the JSON web token sign is the secret. Instead of here, you have to have the secret string that only you know. Usually you would put it in a separate env file where you store all of your variables where nobody else can see. In this case, we can simply say test right there, and that is going to be enough. As this is a YouTube video, I'm trying to keep it as concise as possible. If you'd like me to make a separate video of this series where I go through the entire project and just apply all of the best possible programming habits to it, like move all of the things that should be saved to somewhere else and refactor the code and so on, feel free to let me know in the comments. For now, we're gonna simply leave this as test. Finally, the last thing is the options object. So inside of here, one of the options we'll use is expires in. And we're gonna say expires in 1 hour, just 1H. And that is going to be it for our token. Finally, now that we have the token, the last thing that we have to do is simply return it. So we can say res.status. Status is going to be equal to 200. And .json, what are we sending? We're sending the result, which is going to be equal to the existing user, or rather the user that's trying to log in. And we send over the token that we just created here on the backend. If the token creation didn't went successfully, we can say res.status 500. That means an undefined server error. And then we can say JSON, and what are we returning? Well, just a message that says something went wrong. We don't really have the info on what went wrong. And this is it. This is our sign-in controller. Of course, more important part, at least right now, is to create a sign up. That way, we'll be able to add the users to the database. So let's add the sign up right now. It's going to be quite similar, but it's going to have a few distinct differences. Again, we want to get something from the rec.body. Rec.body, we're destructuring the things that we sent over. And remember, what do we have on the front-end side when we are signing up? We have, first of all, the email, password, and then we have the first name and the last name as well. We also have the confirm password field. Don't forget about that. Okay, so now that we're getting all the data, let's start with the logic. We again have the try and catch block. And in this case, we are also going to try to find the existing user. So we can say const existing user, and this is going to be the same as we had right here. So we try to find a user with that email. Why do we do that if you're signing up? Think about it. We cannot create an account if there already is an existing user. So in this case, I'm going to copy the same line that we have right there. But in this case, I'm not going to say if not existing user. I'm going to say if existing user. That's the problem right there. And then what do we want to return? Res.status, that's going to be 400. And we're going to say user already exists. Moving forward, if we don't have the existing user, that means that we're good to go to create an account, but we first have to check if the password is the same to the confirmed password. So we can say password is equal to confirm password, or rather, we can say if the password is not equal to the confirmed password. In that case, we're going to return this same error right here. So I'm going to paste that, return. And in this case, we're going to say passwords don't match. That means that the user has to re-enter them one more time. Okay, great. Moving forwards, if we don't have the existing user, and if the passwords match, that means that we're good to go to create the user. Before we create him though, we have to hash the password because we don't want to store it in a plain text. To do that, we can say const hashed password, and that's going to be equal to await bcrypt dot hash. And then in here, we simply pass in the password. The second thing that you pass is called salt, and that is the level of difficulty that you want to use to hash your password. People usually use 12. Okay, so now that we have the hashed password, we have to create our user. I'm gonna say const result is going to be equal to await user.create. And how do we create a user? We have to pass in all the data. We pass in the email, we pass in the password, but take care, it's going to be hashed password in this case. Then we pass the name. The name in this case is going to be a template string where we first take the first name and then add a comma and then add a space and then enter the last name. So we're going to combine the first name and the last name together, just like this. Okay, now that we created the user, we also have to create the token. So I'm going to copy this line from above. Const token is equal to JSON WT JSON web token.sign. Email is going to be equal to result.email, and ID is going to be equal to result._ID. The secret is going to stay the same, and expires in is also going to stay the same. Finally, after this is all successful, we have to return our user. So I'm going to copy the return from the line above, and what we can say is res.status 200 means everything went good, and we send the result. In this case, the user itself is the result, and we also send in the token. If something went wrong, of course, in here, we can simply send res.status 500, something went wrong. And this is it. Now we have the controllers for the sign in and the sign up. This alone should be able to allow us to log in and register. I'm really trying to be thorough explaining this because I know it's a hard concept. I'm really glad we went through this hard part. It's definitely not easy, so make sure to rewatch it if you don't understand some of the parts. If you like my current way of teaching, definitely make sure to leave a like and comment. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm. With that said, let's move to the second step. And that is, once the user is actually logged in, he can do all kinds of actions. He can delete a post that he created, he can like it, he can like all the other posts, and our backend needs to be able to basically say, okay, you are allowed to do that. You are a real user, you're currently logged in, and you can do that. For that, we use something known as middleware. So our next step is going to be creating authentication middleware. To create any kind of middleware, we can create a middleware folder. So right inside of the server, we can create a middleware folder. You can see if you use some kind of icon theme like Material UI icons, it's automatically going to get a different look. Inside of there, I'm simply going to say auth.js because the middleware inside of here is going to be for auth. Right now, you might not understand what a middleware means. It's a specific name, but as soon as we create it, I'm going to show you where that piece of the puzzle is going to fit in. As I show you that, it's going to make complete sense. So for now, let's start with the middleware. We're going to import JWT from JSON web token. Then we're going to create our auth function. So we can say const auth, and it's going to be equal to an async function where we have a rec, res, and the next. Even by looking at this, you can immediately see that our middleware is really similar to what we have on our controllers. They all have the rec and the res. But our auth middleware has something known as next. That means do something and then move to the next thing. Again, you're going to see it in just a few moments in action. But now inside of there, we're going to add a try and catch block. For the catch, we're going to simply console log the error for now. And now in the try block, we have to see if the user is really who he is claiming to be. And we can do that using JSON web token. So after the user is signed up or signed in, he gets this specific token. Now, when he wants to do something like a post or delete a post, we have to check if his token is valid. And that's what we're doing right here. So to get the token from the front end, we can say const token is equal to rec.headers.authorization .split, so we split it, and we only want the token itself, and the token is on the first position in the array after we split it. Then we're going to have two kinds of tokens. We're going to have the one from the Google Auth, and we're going to have our own. So inside of here, we can decide if it is our own or the Google Auth. That's going to be a variable where we're going to say is custom auth. And if the token dot length is lower than 500, then it means that it is our own. If token length is greater than 500, that is going to be Google Auth. Then we can create a variable called decoded data. So that is the data that we want to get from the token itself. And now, finally, if we have the token and if the token is our own. So if it is a custom auth, in that case, we want to set the decoded data to be equal to JSON web token.verify. This is going to give us the data from each specific token. It's going to give us the username of the person and its ID. Inside of here, we have to pass the token and we need to have that secret we were talking about. In this case, we know that the secret is test. It has to be the same secret you used when you were creating that specific token. You can see right here we use test and in here we use test. And now that we have the decoded data, we know which user is logged in and which user is, for example, liking the post or deleting the post. So we're going to store his ID in the rec.user_id. So rec.user_id is going to be equal to decoded data $dot for the optional chaining ID. Okay, this is how we get the user's ID if we are working with our own token. And if you're working with the Google's OAuth token, we're going to do the same thing. Decoded data is going to be equal to JSON web token.decode. In this case, it's going to be decode and simply pass in the token. In this case, we don't need the secret. Once we have that, the situation is going to be similar. rec.userid is equal to decoded data $dot, and in this case, we're going to say something known as sub. Sub is simply Google's name for a specific ID that differentiates every single Google user. Basically, it's an ID that we can differentiate the users with. Finally, we can call the next so that we can pass the action onto the second thing. For example, if the user wanted to like a post, so let's say a user went and he wants to like a post, he has to do this. Click the like button, and then this is what happens. First, we don't immediately like it because we are not sure if he has permissions to like it. First, we go through the auth middleware, okay? Auth middleware confirms or denies that request. So if all of this is correct, we're going to call the next and we're going to say, okay, you're okay to like that post. So if auth middleware says, okay, you're good to go, only then are we going to call the like controller. And this is what middleware is for any kind of action that happens before something. This next thing is crucial. We are saying do this and then do something next. Do something after this is done. And that is a middleware. Okay, with that said, we can finally export default auth. Now the question is, where do we use that auth middleware? And the answer is in the routes. For example, we said when somebody likes something. In that case, we want to use that middleware. So first of all, let's import it. Import auth from /middleware/auth. And we are on a backend, so we have to do the auth.js. Okay, this is going to be our middleware. Now we want to add it before specific actions. For example, all of the users, no matter if they're logged in or not, they can see all the posts. But to create a post, you need to have your own ID. You need to be logged in. Then in this case, I noticed that this is an extra action that we don't need, so we can delete this one because we don't have a specific memory page. We can implement that in one of the future videos. Then we have the edit post or update post. In there, we definitely need to have the auth happening before because we need to see if the user has the permission to update a post. Same thing happens for deletion. Do we have the right to delete that post? And finally, the same thing happens for liking. Why? Although everybody has the permission to like something, he cannot like twice or 3 times. That's why we need to call the auth before to have the specific user's ID, and he can only like once for that specific ID. Great. Now we know how to create auth and also where to add it. Now the majority of our backend work is done, but we still have to implement the logic for example, liking only one specific post. Right now you can like as many times as you want. We also need to implement the logic for deleting only the post that you created, or same for updating the post only that you created. You cannot simply update or delete any post that's there. And that's going to be it. This one, the like post, is going to be managed on the backend. And if I'm not mistaken, the delete post and update post are going to be managed on the front end, because what we have to do to disable user from deleting something? Well, if he's not the creator of the post, simply remove the delete button. It's not going to even be there. He won't be able to click it. There we go. So while we're in the backend, we're going to focus on completing it. So now our next step is to implement the like post, only a single one. And then we're going to move to the front end to finalize the things with the auth and with the update and delete post. Starting with the like controller, that's the one that we created in the last video inside of the post.js of controllers. If you scroll a bit down, you should see a like post controller. Now we have to modify it so that the users can only like the post once. So let's do that. First of all, we have to see if a user is even authenticated. We can do that because now we have that special value, and that is rec.userID. This is really important to mention. If you call a middleware like this before a specific action, like in this case, then you can populate the request, and then you'll have access to that request right into the next action that you have. So if we go into our auth, and then in here, if we populate the request.userID, then we go to the next controller in the row, which is going to be the like post. And now the request is going to have that user ID property. With this, we can check something. We can say if no rec.userID, that means that the user is not authenticated. And we can simply say return res.json, and then message is going to be equal to unauthenticated. In here, we have the same old check to see if we do have the post that the user wants to like. Then we get the actual post. And now we have to see if the user's ID is already in the like section or is it not. So we can say const index is equal to post.likes.findIndex. Inside of here, we have a callback function where we loop through all the IDs. So each like is going to be the ID from a specific person. That's how we're going to know who liked the specific post. And what we have to do is we have to say if ID is equal to, we have to convert his user ID to a string, and then we can say if the ID is equal to string of rec.userID. If that is the case, that means that his ID is already in there. That means that that person already liked the post, and this is going to be a dislike and not the like. So how do we do that? We can say if index is triple equal to -1, only if his ID is not in here, only then is this going to be equal to -1. So this is if he wants to like the post. Else, we're going to get the index of his specific like. In that case, we want to delete his like, or rather dislike a post. Great. So what is going to be the logic for adding the like? That is going to be really simple. Post.likes.push rec.userID. We're basically just pushing his ID. And if we want to remove his like, we need to remove his ID from the likes array. That's going to be like this. Post.likes is equal to post.likes.filter. Our filter accepts a callback function, and it's going to loop through all the IDs. You can see likes are going to be IDs. And then in here, we have to filter out the like from the current person. We can do that by saying ID is not equal to string of rec.user ID. And this is simply going to return us the array of all the likes besides the current person's like. Now that we have the current number of likes, we are going to create the updated post, and that is going to be the same as we have it here, post message that find by ID and update. But in this case, we're not going to update only the likes or the like count. We don't have that anymore. We're simply going to create a new post. So the post that we had, we're going to update it because now we have the same old post that now includes the like itself. One more thing that we have to do is add the actual likes to each post. That is going to be in the post message model right here. So far, what we had was the like count. We no longer have the like count. We're going to have likes, the array of likes. Inside of there, the type is actually going to be an array of strings. This is how we write that. So the array of IDs. And then the default value is going to be an empty array. Great. Now this is done. Make sure to save all the files, and now we will be able to go to the front-end part and see if we can make the calls to the sign in and the sign up routes and controllers. This is the thing with backend. If you work with the backend, most likely you have to write a lot of things and not visually see something. That's just how it is with the backend. But now we're going to move back to the front end since we're building a full stack app, and we will be able to see the logic that we implemented on the backend. I closed all the windows just so it's easier for us to go back to the front end, and let's focus on important things. Inside of our actions, more specifically auth actions, we said that we need to log in the user. But at the time, we didn't have the actual endpoints on the backend that we needed to contact. Now we do have them. So that is our next step, to log in or to sign up the user. For that, we're first going to create API endpoints, like we did for all of our actions with the posts. Now we need to create these only for the authentication. Before we start with that, we're first going to do some updates to our current setup. I'm going to create an Axios instance, const API, and that is going to be equal to axios.create. Inside of here, we can create a base URL. So you can put options like this, an empty object, and then inside of there, you can specify the base URL. Now we're going to set the base URL to be a string of http:/localhost and then 5000, just like so. We don't want to have that /posts because now we're going to have the API also to make some different calls, for example, to the users and not only to the posts. Now we can delete this. And now, instead of to Axios, we'll be making all of our requests to the uppercase API. This is going to do the same thing, absolutely the same thing, but now you don't have to specify the starting part of this URL. So how do you change that? Well, now it's not going to be api.get/URL. It is simply going to be /posts. We always have to add that. In this case, we also want to reach out to something like /posts. That's the same. In this case, it is going to be /posts and then /ID and then /like post. In this case, posts only /posts. And in this case, also posts. We already have the ID. We did that so that later on we can use some more advanced features of Axios, some of the features that are not often mentioned in easy tutorials and are definitely a good thing to know. Before that though, let's simply create the routes for the sign in and the sign up. Export const sign in, that is going to be an arrow function, and that arrow function is going to accept the form data. So what do we call once we make that request? API.post, and that's going to be a post request to /users /sign in. Finally, as the post payload, we want to send the form data. I'm going to replicate this request, and we're just going to rename it to sign up right here. And we also have to rename it right here, sign up. Everything else should be the same. With that said, we can go back to our actions right here. And now we have those API calls, the sign in and the sign up. So what we can do is we can say const, destructure the data from our request and make that equal to await API.sign in. Of course, we have to pass the form data. And I know this Redux flow can be confusing. Like we have this form data here, we have it in the API, then we're passing it from here. Where is that coming from? Where is that going to? How do we get to the reducers? I know that can be confusing. So one more time, let me give you the whole explanation of the Redux workflow. First, we get to the actual form. The form is a component right here in the auth. Once we fill in all the inputs, we want to dispatch something. Dispatch immediately has something to do with Redux. We are dispatching an action. This action is called sign up, for example. Let's do sign in this case. So we're dispatching a sign in action and we're giving it two different things, the form data and the history. Once we dispatch that, we come to our actions, and that is this thing. We're dispatching this whole action. Now this action makes another call to our API, just so we know where we're going. And it's basically this. It makes a post request, says, hey database, get me some data and return it to me. And we write in our action, that's what we do. We get some data and we get it right there. Finally, from our action creator, we can finally dispatch some things, and then we're coming into our reducers. So in this case, once we have the data, we want to dispatch an action with a type of auth, and we want to pass over the data to our reducer. Now we're going to repeat the same process for the sign up. It is identical. So in here, we get the same thing, but we change this from sign in to sign up. And with that, our auth actions are done. Now we have to see if our auth reducers are also done. Inside of here, we're getting the profile and then we're setting it to the local storage. So this part also seems to be done for now. To check if it works, I'm gonna save all the files and go back to the browser. Okay, once we are here, for now we cannot see the posts, but that's okay. Well, let's try to sign up. Inside of here, we have the sign in, but let's first create an account. Let's do something like John Wick, and that is going to be johnwick@gmail.com. The password is going to be 123123. First of all, obviously something is wrong right there because our input is not hidden. It's not a password. And then our repeat password looks okay. So let's go ahead and check what's wrong with that. Why don't we have our password? That is going to be in the auth, more specifically in the password field. So that should be right here. So if the show password is true, then set that to text, otherwise show that to password. Okay, that seems to be great. But maybe our show password is wrong. So let's check the show password. Show password by default should be set to false, and it is. So where does the error seem to be? Let's check that out. Well, one thing that I can notice is that in here, in the switch mode, we're calling handle show password and setting that to false. We simply should have called the set show password and set that to false. So inside of here, I'm gonna change this to set show password. Let's save that and see if it makes a difference. Okay, now it's good, but I still don't see that icon on the right side that lets me toggle this thing. So let's see what is wrong with that. So if I go back right there, and that's going to be inside of our input component. So I'm gonna head there. Let's see. So if name is equal to password, oh, there we go, password. What is a password? JavaScript doesn't know that. So obviously we have to make this password. Now, if we save that, let's see if that is going to make a difference. There we go. Now we have this nice icon. We can again go as John Wick, 123123. Let's see if we made a mistake. We haven't. That's really good. And finally, repeat password 123123. Now I'm gonna collapse this. I'm gonna clear the console and go to the application tab. In here, let's see if our local storage is going to be populated with our newly created profile. I'm gonna click sign up right now, and looks like something did not work. And don't worry, I just wanted to show you that this is the thing that usually happens. Remember, for the past half an hour or so, we worked on the backend solely. We didn't check for mistakes, we didn't see if anything goes wrong, we just went ahead and tested it. Usually when you change something for a bigger amount of time, it's not going to work the first time you test it. That's just what I wanted to show you. So right now we have 4 of 4 and looks like it's just sign up. So it's just one more typo. And this is going to be happening on the front-end side, I think. So if I go back to the code, to our API, there we go, sign up. So we're just missing that N right here. With that changed, let's try to make another request. John Wick, again, John Wick, 123, 123, and let's test it out. Again, I'm gonna open the application tab to see if our local storage is going to get populated. Sign up, and again, we have an error. Sign up not found, localhost 5000 /users/sign up. Okay, so now I see that we're making a request to the correct route, localhost 5000 /users/sign up. Let's see what seems to be the problem. I think that on the backend in our routes, more specifically in the index.js of the server, we said user, not users. So again, it's just a small typo. You have to be really concise with the routes on the backend and the routes on the frontend. So now that I change this to user, it should work right now. Again, John Wick, 123, 123, and let's test it out. Okay, there we go. Looks like we are logged in. We have our J right there, John Wick, and let's open the application tab. And would you look at that? We have our email, we have our name, our password, which is now hashed. Take a look at this. This is not 123, 123. This is a complete hash of the password. And finally, we have the backend generated token, which stores all the information about the user. So now if I refresh the page, the user shouldn't be logged out. And there we go. He is not. He is still here. Finally, can we log out? The answer is yes, we can. And to test our sign in, let's go with John Wick one more time, 123, 123, and test it out. Okay, with the sign in, we again got a warning or an error saying user. Okay, it looks like I'm missing the N right there. You guys are sure seeing this and are like, oh, you missed the N there. So, okay, now we have it. Now we should be able to sign in one more time, and let's do it. There we have it. We successfully created the account, stored it in the database, registered, and logged in. And the login is also persistent. You can refresh all the way you want. The user is still going to be signed in for an hour or until he presses log out. Now our next step is to check if the user can do all of the user actions, like creating a post or deleting a post, or maybe liking some posts. So that's going to be our next step. Before we check for all of these actions though, there's one more thing that we have to do, and that is going to be in the API. Remember how I told you that we created this Axios instance so that we can add one more thing to it. And that one thing is going to help our Auth middleware. Our middleware cannot work without that one thing. And that thing is adding something specific to each one of our requests. How do we do that? We can say API.interceptors and .request. This is going to be a function that's going to happen on each one of our requests. So in here, we can say .use, and then you provide a callback function. That callback function gets a request as the first parameter. So again, this is going to happen before all of these requests. So why do we need this? Because we have to send our token back to our backend so that the backend middleware can verify that we are actually logged in. For that, we can say if local storage.get item, and we want to get the item of profile, that's where we store the token. So if that exists, then we want to add something to our request. And that something is going to be rec.headers.authorization. Just like this. Remember, if we go to the backend and take a look at our middleware right here, you can see that we're taking something from rec.headers.authorization. And now that I look at it, this must be uppercased. Great, so now let's take a look. Rec.headers.authorization, in here we need to put our token. And the token is going to be a string, and it needs to start with the word bearer. So this is going to be a bearer token. The first thing is the bearer, just a string, and then the second thing divided by a space is the actual token. We can get that by saying json.parse. Inside of there, we get the local storage.get item, we get the profile, And then finally, if I can close this correctly, on that profile, we need to say dot token like this. So we want to get the token from that specific profile. And looks like I'm missing something. No, that seems to be it. So we're adding the bearer, prepending that string to our token, and now we're adding that to each and every request. Finally, with interceptors, we have to return the actual request so that we can make all of these future requests. With that, our backend will be able to get a specific header, and then based on that header, we can do what we've done here, decode the data, and based on that, our backend is going to know that our user is indeed logged in. So for the user creation, now that we have this rec user ID on the backend, we can head to controllers and posts. We've dealt with the like post, but we also have to make a change to our create post right here. So you can find that create post controller in the post.js controllers, and then in here, we can make some changes. Inside of here, we don't have to take all of these values because they are just one thing. They are the entire post. So we want to have the entire post, and then we set the new post message to be equal to new post message. Inside of here, we're gonna have the entire post. So what we can do is first of all, spread the values of a specific post. And then this is the key part. We want to set the creator of the post, so creator, to be equal to rec.userID. So now our backend automatically specifies the creator of a specific post. And then we also want to add a created add property. So created add, and created add, we can set that to be equal to new date, call that as a function, and then put dot to ISO string. This is going to make sure that our date definitely shows the value when it was created. So these were some of the changes that we had to make to this create post. But now that we change this, now our creator is no longer going to be the name that we ourselves specify. It is going to be an ID. That means that we have to go to our post message model right there. And now, along with the creator, we need to add one more thing, and that is going to be a name. So we still want to have the name, but it is going to be the name of the person who is logged in, not something that we can type ourselves. Before, we had to type in our name because we didn't have the login, but now we do, and that is a great thing. I understand that some of these changes are really hard to get a good grasp on if you're first time building this thing. Like, what is even JSON Web Token? How does that relate to middleware? And why are we adding headers and a token each time that we send a request from the frontend? These things can definitely be daunting. So if you're having some troubles understanding, definitely make sure to rewind some of the parts of the video and rewatch them. But still, one more time, I'm going to make sure to go through the whole workflow to explain what's happening. This time, I'll show all of that in the browser's console. So one more time, I'll go back right here, and we're going to open our network tab. We're going to be looking at the requests that we've made from our frontend to the backend. Before we do that, I forgot to remove this creator right here. We don't need that anymore. So let's change that in our code. That is going to be in the form right here. So inside of the form, we have to remove that creator variable. We can completely remove it since we don't need that anymore. And are there some other changes? Yeah, we have to remove it from here, set post data. And is there something else that we want to change? Yep, we have the creator right here as well. So we want to delete that. Okay, now we remove that name, but how is our backend going to know what name do we use? Well, what you can do is right in here, when you're sending that specific user, you can add it. So if you dispatch a creation right here, we can specify the post data. So we can create a new object. We can spread the post data. So this is not going to change anything that we had so far, but now we can add a name property. And name is going to be equal to the users that's currently logged in. And that user is going to be stored in the local storage. So how do we get the user? You can say const user is equal to json.parse and then local storage dot get item, and then in there you put a string of profile. This is going to make sure to grab the user for you. Now in here we can say user question mark dot, that's checking if we currently have the user, and then result, question mark dot, and finally in here is the name of the user. All of that is going to be equal to a name. If somebody is changing this, we also want to keep his username. So in this case, we're also going to do the same thing, create an object, spread the post data, and finally set the name to be equal to user.result.name. One more thing that we can do in here is check if there is no currently logged in users. In that case, we want to show a card that says, no, you cannot create a post right now. So let's do that. If no user question mark dot result question mark dot name, in that case, we want to return something. And that something is going to be a paper, like we're wrapping something in paper, like our form is wrapped. That paper is going to have a class name of classes.paper. And then inside of here, we're going to simply add one typography. That typography is going to be of a variant h6, and it is going to have a line equal to center. In there, I'm going to type, please sign in to create your own memories and like others' memories. Now we can save that, and I think that's going to be it with our form. Let's go back and test it out. Now we have the title, message, everything else is the same. Okay, you can head to the network tab and you can clear it. Now we're going to be looking at the requests that we are making from the front end to the back end. Again, title is going to be something like New Year, message is going to be Happy New Year. And by the way, guys, I really wish you a happy new year, a wonderful one, a productive one. Have fun, enjoy it, and I wish it's definitely going to be better than the previous one. Okay, now let's add the tags. You know how people do the tags. New year, happy new year, and also let's do 2021. Finally, I'm going to select an image. Let's do fireworks, and let's submit it. There we go. You can see that we have 204 requests right here. 204 is not good. You can see that our post wasn't created, but let's open it and see what's in there. So 204 means that it didn't went right, but let's see what happened. In here, we can see that we don't have headers. At least I don't see them. Request headers. We don't have the headers for the specific token. Yep, they're definitely missing. So let me open the application tab. And let's see here in the result, do we have our token? We do, it is right in here. But for some reason, this token wasn't added to our request. Okay, so in this first one, we do have all the information from the request payload. We have the tags, title, selected file, and the message. But in the second request, we don't have anything. We have to figure out why the post wasn't made on the backend. And if we open our code, more specifically our terminal, we should get some kind of an error from the backend. And we do, it is right in here. Cannot read property split of undefined add auth. That is happening on the backend, more specifically in the middleware right here. It's saying that it cannot read property split of undefined. That means that the rec.headers wasn't sent. So one more time, in here, I'm going to console log, this time just the rec.headers to see if you're getting absolutely any headers from the front end. I'm going to go back and just type some gibberish right here, test, 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 and click submit. Let's see if this time the headers are being sent. Looks like they're not. If I go back, we get the same error again, but we do see some headers right there. The question is do we have the authorization? And looks like there it is. Authorization bearer token is right in here. So that is good. We have them. Oh, but here's the thing. First time that I wrote authorization, it was correct with lowercase letter. No matter how you write it at the front end, at the back end, it is always going to receive as the lowercase key letter. Okay, so now that this is done, there is one more thing that we have to do, and that is exchange the creator for name in our post. That is going to be right here inside of posts and then post. Before, creator was the name of our person, but now it's not going to be the creator, it is going to be simply name. We changed that. The creator is now the ID of the person who is creating it. With that said, we can collapse our terminal and potentially go back and try one more time. Let's go with New Year one more time. Happy New Year. And in here, I'm just gonna do holidays now. We're gonna add the fireworks image and let's see our request. There we go. John Wick's name was immediately populated. The timestamp is correct a few seconds ago. Hashtags are here, title is here, and everything is here. If we take a look in here, we get 201 created and we get all of the information for our specific post. This is great. That means that the user can successfully create posts right now. You can see that our user also has the edit button and the delete button. We still haven't changed those for non-logged in user. That's going to be the next step. And we also have the like button. And now if we log out, take a look. Please sign in to create your own memories and like other people's memories. So right now we cannot create new ones if we're not signed in. Of course, the edit, delete, and like shouldn't be here as well, because if you're not logged in, you shouldn't be able to do those actions. Okay, so now let's log back in as John Wick and let's see if we can like, delete, and edit these posts. We can start with like. And looks like our like action is dispatched. As you can see that right here on the network tab, we have 200 and the like was indeed added under likes. And if we remove it, let's take a look. Yeah, it was removed. That means that the backend for likes works completely, but on the front end, we are not seeing the change. As you can see, we only have the like. We don't see the number of likes that we have. So that is going to be our next step. Of course, we're seeing likes under the post, and post is this component, post.js. Inside of here, somewhere, we need to have the button to like something. And it is indeed here, just like, and then we have the like count. But considering the like count doesn't exist anymore, it's not showing it. So how do we fix that? Well, this is going to be a bit tougher because you know how it goes with likes. Like if you have one like, and how it goes with grammar at all. You have one like, but then there are 2 likes, and then 3 likes. And then if you like something, but other people don't like something, you have to have a different message. So to show all of these likes and like and different buttons, depending on if you liked something or didn't like something, I'm going to create a new, let's call it a subcomponent of the post component. It is going to be called likes. The logic for creating the likes subcomponent is going to be incredibly simple, but you have to write a lot of code to get it right because you have to check for a lot of things. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to give you the logic for that right here. I'm going to paste it because it would take us quite some time to actually go through everything and see what we have. So just to go over it, we are first checking if a current person likes something or if it didn't like something. We can check that in 2 ways. We're checking if the likes array contains the ID of the current person, and that can be either the Google ID if the person did the Auth, or it can be a custom ID from the database. If that is the case, we want to say you and a certain number of people liked something, or the post has 1 like or multiple likes, you can see the S there. And then if the person didn't like it, we can just say the number of like or likes and so on. And then if nothing happened, if you're the first to like it, it's just like. So a lot of things happening here, but again, just wanted to give you a bit of code so you don't have to write this by hand, because really it's not complicated logic. It is really simple, but it takes some time to write correctly. Okay, with that said, you can see that we're missing the user right there, and the user is just coming from the local storage. For example, we're getting the user from the form, so you can copy that line. It is just going to be const user is equal to json.parse, local storage, get item, and then profile. Finally, now that we have that, we can put those likes right inside of our like button. I'll try to expand it into multiple lines like this. We currently had this, but now we have the button. I'm also going to add a disabled property. So if we don't have the currently logged in user, I'm going to say disabled, and it's going to be disabled if there is no user question mark dot result. So if there is no user, we cannot press the button. Okay, and now inside of that button, we're simply going to have our new component, which is called likes. This should solve all of our troubles with viewing the likes. Great, let's check it out. If I go back, you can see we have 1 like and it seems liked. If I click it again, it says nothing. It just says like. It doesn't say 0 likes. It's not blue. You can see it's just outlined and it just says like. If I like it, And if I log out now and try to sign in as a different person, for example, I'm going to go here and go with JavaScript Mastery this time, you can see it's 1 like, it's only outlined. If I click it, it's now 2 likes. So that looks really good. It is like Facebook has it. If more than 2 people like this, I think it's going to say you and 3 others or 5 others or 100 others. So this is really good. With that said, we can move on to the next thing, and that is happening right now as we logged in with JavaScript Mastery. As you can see, we didn't create this post. Of course, we can like it, sure, but we shouldn't be able to delete it or edit it. And now the delete and edit buttons are right here. So we have to disable that from happening. Let's go back to our post and move those buttons away. Inside of here, what we have to do is we have to check if the current post was created from the current user. Only in that case do we want to show the current delete button. So to do that, I'm going to open the logic block, and then inside of there, I'm going to write some parentheses. I'm going to check if user !.result !.Google ID. We already had that, so we're checking if the ID is equal to post !.creator. So we're checking if the currently logged in user via Google has the same ID as the creator of the post. Or there's the second possibility, if the user !.result !._IV, if that is equal to post !.creator. So now we're checking if the Google logged in user or if our manually logged in user is the creator of this post. Only if that is the case, then we want to show the delete button. So to do that, we can do what we learned, and then in here, we put the button. This is going to now appear only if the logged in person is the post creator. If we go back, let's see if that works. And there we go. The delete button is now, well, deleted. Let's try to do the same thing for the edit. Remember, the edit is hidden right here on the top right. If we go back, you can essentially just copy this line, the line 52 for me now, and we're going to put it above our overlay. So right here, what you have to do is simply close it down here. This is also going to make the button for the edit show up only if the creator is the currently logged in user. Go back, and edit button is gone. Now I'll log out, go back in, sign in as John Wick, and let's test it out. There we go. Our delete button is here and our edit button is here. That works perfectly. If I'm not mistaken, to make this app complete, there's only one more step that we have to do, and that is check if the token has expired. Right now, we are never checking if the token has expired, and remember, it only lasts for an hour. That means that if the user is logged in for more than an hour and he tries to make a certain change like create a post or delete a post or edit it, he won't be able to do so. In that case, we have to check it and we have to log him out. So right now, I'm going to open the console and the application tab. We can clearly see that our user is logged in right now, and if we refresh, he's still going to be logged in. I'm not sure if an hour had passed, but let me try to delete this. As you saw, I just tried to delete a post, but nothing happened. And if we go to the console, well, we don't get a lot of information, but if we go to our network tab and take a look at a request, you can see it is still pending. And we don't really have a lot of information on what's going on. But if we go to the backend, that could give us more info. So right now, I'm going to open the server and take a look. JWT expired. That means that we are not allowed to like or delete a post. There is going to be a simple way to solve this, and that is if the token is expired, we simply need to log the user out. For that, we're going to head to our navbar. What we have to do is we have to check if the token is expired. How can we do that? Well, we first have to check even if the token exists, and then if that's the case, we want to decode it. We can decode a token like this. Const decoded token is equal to decode, and then we pass in the token. That decode is the function that we need to import. We need to import it from JWT decode. So import decode from JWT decode. That way, it's going to give us information on when this token is expiring. Finally, we need a simple if check. that is going to be if decoded token dot exp, that's the expiry, multiplied by 1000 is lower than new date, and then finally dot get time. So we want to get the current time. If that is the case, we want to log out. So if the decoded token dot expiry multiplied by 1000, this is going to be a certain value in milliseconds. If that is lower than new date dot get time, so this is the current time in milliseconds, in that case, we simply want to call the logout action. And that is in this case, this function here, which is going to dispatch the logout and then push us back. If we save that, that should be it. Now, considering our John Wick was expired, or his token was, as soon as we came back to the page, we were signed out. On the signed out users, as you can see, we have nothing, we cannot even like them, and we also don't have a delete or edit button. Now, if we go ahead and try to sign in as a different user, for example, JavaScript Mastery, there we go. We can like it, but we cannot delete or edit. And let me try to create one new post. Let's do something like MERN 3 is now out. You guys have been requesting this video for so long, and now it's out. I'm gonna say awesome tutorial, and tags is gonna be Auth and all Auth, something like that. There we go. So let's choose an image. We can also choose fireworks and submit it. There we go. As you can see, we can edit it, we can delete it, we can like it. Yeah, you can like your own post. Nobody's saying you should do that, but you can. And finally, if we log out now and sign in with a different person, like John Wick, there we go. We have this different post that can be only liked, but cannot be deleted or edited.
A smart place to start would be to create the pagination component. So we can go to client, we can go to the source and components, and then right inside of here, we're going to create a new file called pagination.jsx. Inside of here, we're going to import React from React, as we always do. We are also going to import some of the components from Material UI Lab. We can say import, and that's going to be pagination, as well as the pagination item. And this is not being imported from Material UI Core because these are still experimental features. So we're importing them from the Material UI Lab library. Of course, we're going to have some styles, so you can say import styles from /styles. And of course, you could have done this in a folder, but in this case, I'm just gonna do them right in here. And that's going to be styles.js. The styles for the pagination component are going to be incredibly simple. We can say import make styles from @materialui/core/styles. This is how we usually do styles in Material UI. Finally, you can say export default, make styles, and then in there you call that as a function and provided a callback function that instantly returns an object, like this. It is a bit of a weird syntax, but we have to do what we have to do. Inside of there, we'll have only one class called UL, and then it's going to have the property of justify content is equal to space around. Great, that's going to be it for the styles. Now we can go back to the pagination component and continue working on the JSX. Our pagination is going to be a React component called paginate. And it's going to be, of course, a functional component. Inside of there, we're going to use our classes by saying const classes is equal to use styles. And then we call that as a function. And at the top, this should have been use styles and not styles. Great, so now we have the classes. Now, what are we going to return? Well, the return is going to be the pagination component that we are importing right at the top. That pagination is going to be a self-closing tag, but it's going to have a few props. The first prop is going to be classes, and classes is equal to object, and then inside of there, ul is equal to classes.ul. Moving further, we're going to have a count. This is the number of pages. In this case, we can make count equal to 5. This is just a static amount, but we'll have to dynamically fetch the number of pages depending on the number of posts we currently have. Then we have to have the current page. In this case, let's only say something like 1. Of course, this is later on going to be dynamic as well. Then we're going to have a variant, which is going to be simply a string of outlined. We're also going to have a color, which is going to be equal to primary. And we're going to have a render item property, which is going to be a dynamic block of code with a callback function inside of there. Our callback function is going to take an item as a prop, and we're going to instantly return something. So we're not going to use curly braces. We're going to use immediately simple parentheses. The thing we're going to return is going to be a pagination item, which is yet again a self-closing tag. Inside of there, we're first going to spread the item. So we want to pass all of the data from the item right inside of the pagination item. Then we're going to say that this pagination item is going to be a special link component that we're importing from React Router DOM. So we can say import link from React Router DOM. Great, we're going to use this for routing. And then finally, we have to say where is this pointing to. So we can say to, and that to is going to be equal to a dynamic string, of course. And then inside of there, we can say something like /posts, and then question mark page is equal to, and then a dynamic page, which is in this case going to be 1, but later on, we're going to have a real dynamic link. Now, if we save that, of course, we have to do export default, paginate. And with that said, our currently static pagination component is now done. So we can import it somewhere and start using it. We're going to import it inside of our home component. Inside of there, we're going to import pagination from /pagination. In this case, we don't have to do pagination /pagination because it's not in a special folder. Great, now that we have it, let's see where we can actually call it. I'm going to scroll a bit down, and then in here, just below our form, we want to call our pagination, but we're going to call it inside of a paper component. That paper is going to be coming from Material UI, so just at the top, we can import that paper. Paper is just a white div. That paper is going to have a class name that is going to be equal to classes.pagination. It's also going to have the elevation equal to 6, which is going to give it a nice shadow. Finally, inside of there, we can call our pagination component. Of course, it is a self-closing tag. As you can see, currently we don't have classes in there, so I'm going to delete that, and we're going to do that later because we have to do a refactor of the entire home component. Now, if I save this and go back, as you can see, just below this form, doesn't look that pretty, but we have our pagination component with 5 pages, as we specified. Currently, if we click that, nothing is going to happen because we are navigating to /posts page is equal to 1. But our current client-side navigation doesn't know what that is because all the posts are simply on localhost 3000. So we have to make our client-side navigation and React Router work with the current new pagination system. First of all, we're going to import one more thing here from React Router DOM, and that is going to be a redirect component. Then we can start working on the JSX. I'm going to change this from LG large to XL, which is extra large, because we want to fit more posts on the screen. Then we have our navbar, and then we have our switch. So first of all, we're going to have a path, just slash, which usually renders first on the page. We don't want to render a home component there. What we want to do is call a callback function, which is simply going to call the redirect component, and that redirect is going to redirect us to, and that's going to be /posts. So we only want to see posts if we are on this specific path, and we're going to be immediately redirected if we do this. Of course, we have to keep in mind that if we want to show something on this specific route, we also need to create it. So just below the current route, I'm going to create one more self-closing tag. This one is going to have the path of /posts. It's also going to have the exact parameter, and it's going to render the component called home. Before, we were rendering the home component on the just slash path. We can now copy and paste this home route just below because we also want to render the home component if we are on the /posts/search. This is going to be rendered when we are searching for something, And then in here, we'll be able to provide some more parameters like search query and so on. But for now, it's important for us to have this right here. Then below that, we're going to have one more route. That route is also a self-closing component that has the path, which is equal to /posts, and then finally /:ID. This is going to be the post details path. And this :ID means that this ID is going to be dynamic. Finally, we're going to render a component called post details. Of course, we haven't yet created or imported post details component, so let's do that right now. Inside of our components, I'll create a new folder called post details. Inside of there, we can create a new file called post details.jsx. And inside of there, we can create a new React component. We can use the REFCE. This is the extension for ES7 React Redux snippets. So I'm going to use that, which is simply going to generate a React component for us. But of course, you can write this by hand if you want to. For now, in there, we can simply put a console log that's going to say something like post details. And we can also just render a string of post details in the JSX, just so we can see if our component is showing up. Now let's go back to the app, and then in here, let's import that post details component by saying import post details from post details. I just want to point your attention to this nice tool I've recently started using, which is called Tab9. You can see it's using AI to autofill code, and it immediately knew that I wanted to autofill this exact thing, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. But with that said, we are now creating and importing post details, and we're pointing to it when somebody goes to posts and then a specific ID. Let's see how that looks in action. If we try to remove the /posts and just check the localhost 3000 and click enter, that's going to point us straight back to /posts exactly how we want it. Then we also added the /search. That works, we are right there. And then we also added a specific post page, post details, and in there you have to enter some ID. Right now, it doesn't matter which ID we enter, so let's try with 1, 2, 3. And as you can see, if I zoom it in, we have our post details right in here. Finally, we have our /auth page, which is going to be our sign-in form. If you open that up, an alert is going to pop up, and the reason why is because we haven't connected a real Google sign-in. To see how you can set up full Google authentication, make sure to watch the third part of this series, because there I teach you how to do exactly that. For now, to get rid of that alert, we're going to go back to our auth, which is in components, and then auth right there. We're going to scroll down a bit, and where you can see this alert, we're simply going to swap that into a console.log for now. That way, the alert is not going to pop up if you don't have the valid Google console connected. But then again, if you want to connect it, you just have to watch the third part of the video, and you're going to have a valid ID to connect it with. With that said, this is our auth route. If I enter my email and sign in, you can see that everything works right. But somebody can still go to /auth and see this page. That shouldn't be the case if we're currently logged in. We should only be able to see this if we're logged out. So let's fix that. We can easily fix that by going to app.js, and then inside of here, instead of rendering the auth, we first want to check if the user is logged in. And we can do that because we are storing our user's information in local storage. So I'm going to switch this from a parenthesis to a code block, and I'm going to put all of this part inside of the return of this component. So just here, we're going to have a return, and we're going to put all of the code here. But before we do that, we're going to have a const user, which is equal to json.parse, and we want to parse the local storage .get item, and we want to get the profile. That way, we'll have the access to the user variable. Now, depending on the state of the user, we can render something different here instead of the odd. So we can have a callback function, and then there we can say if no user, then we want to render the auth component. That makes sense, right? We want to render the auth if the user isn't logged in. But if they are, we simply want to redirect the user, so redirect that is a self-closing component that's going to point to /posts. Just like this. Let's see if I have that correctly. That looks fine to me. So now if we go back, and if I try going to /auth, it's simply going to redirect me back to posts. Great. That was our refactor of the app.js component. Now we can start with the refactor of the home component so that we can accommodate it to use the pagination. Let's navigate to the home component and let's see what changes do we have to make. There are going to be quite a few because a home component is going to be a really important component that's going to handle the logic for the pagination and some other stuff. So let's make our life easier by first importing all of the things we're going to use. We're going to import a few things from Material UI, and those are going to be the app bar, the text field. We're going to also use a button, and finally a paper, which we already have right there. Then we're going to import some things from React Router DOM. These things are going to be called use history and also use location. We're going to use that so that we know on which page are we currently. And we're going to use the history so that we can re-navigate to certain pages and search terms. That's going to be imported from, and that is going to be React Router DOM. Inside of here, we're going to also use something known as a chip input. And we're going to import the chip input from, and that is going to be Material UI chip input. Chip input is a normal input, but it works great for tags. Let me show you what I mean. Right here on the top right, I can search for tags. Let's do Europe. And you can see this is not a general input, this is a chip input, so it turns it into this spill-like structure. We can also search for Asia, we can search for USA, and all of these are going to be in so-called chips. So that is what we'll be using for our tags. We also have to set up our URL search params. We're going to use that to know on which page are we currently on and what search term are we looking for. To do that, React Router DOM says to use a function and call it useQuery. That useQuery is just a normal function, and in there we are returning new URL search params. We call it and pass use location, which we call again, and call the .search after that. That simply allows us to use it as a hook, so we can simply say const query is equal to use query as you're used to. We also have the use history, so we can say const history is equal to use history. Query is where we'll be getting our page info from. So you can say something like const page is equal to query.get, and then in here we can say page. So this is going to read our URL and see if we have a page parameter in there. If so, it's going to populate this variable. So we can say that or 1. So if we don't have the page, we must be on the first one. Finally, we're also going to have a search query. So we can say const search query is going to be equal to query.get, and that's going to be search query. Great. Now we have some of the things that are necessary, and now let's modify our JSX. The first thing that we're going to modify is that we're going to have our container, and that container is going to have a max width equal to XL. Then we have this grid container, and the only thing we're going to do with it is we're going to give it a class name. The class name is going to be equal to classes.grid container. For now, we don't have classes, but don't worry, we're going to import them really soon. Then we're going to have our grid item, and in this case, we're going to make it a bit more mobile responsive by saying take 12 spaces on mobile, then take half the screen on a bit larger devices, and finally on medium devices, so take 3/4 of the screen. On bigger screens, we want our posts to take most of the screen. Finally, on this screen where we have our options like the form and the pagination, we can leave this as 12. Then on small devices, that's going to take the half the screen. And on medium devices, the screen is big enough, so 3 spaces are going to be just enough. Finally, we're going to make this look a bit better because now we have the form, we have the paper, pagination, and soon enough, we're going to have the search as well. So let's add something known as the app bar. app bar is going to have a class name equal to classes.appBarSearch. It's also going to have the position, which is going to be equal to static, and it's going to have the color, which is going to be equal to inherit. Inside of that app bar, we're going to have our search. So inside of there, we can create a text field that's going to serve as our search. The text field is going to be a self-closing component, and it's going to have quite a few properties. The first one is going to be the name, which is going to be equal to search. Then it's going to have a variant, which is going to be equal to outlined. Then it's also going to have a label. Our label is simply going to be something like search memories. We have many props for text fields, so I'm going to put them all in separate line. Then we're also going to have a full width prop. We're also going to have the value, which is going to be equal to a search. For now, we can say something like test. Then we're also going to have the onChange property, which is going to change our value. So for now, I'm going to leave it as an empty function like this. And that's going to be it. So now let's add our classes and we'll be able to see how this looks like in action. As you know, the procedure for adding classes is similar. So we can simply say import use styles from /styles. That's it. And finally, we need to create the styles.js file inside of the home folder. As always, to save your time, I'm gonna simply give you the code, give you the styles to simply copy and paste them. It's nothing special, adding some border radiuses, some display flexes, padding, margin, and so on. Nothing scary you should worry about, but just to save some times, you'll be able to find all the styles I mentioned in this video down in the description. So just go ahead, find the link, and paste them right in here. Once you're done with that, we need to call our useStyles as a hook. So we can say const classes is equal to useStyles, and we call it like a function. Now, if we save this, we shouldn't have any errors, and we can check it out in the browser. And that already looks so much better. Take a look. Now on big screens, our posts are taking more of the width, and we have our search on the right side, which already looks good. Of course, we cannot currently type in it because we have a constant value. In React, we have to manage the fields using state. So let's create a state field for our search memories field. We can scroll just a bit up, and then in here, we can say const search and set search is going to be equal to use state. And then inside of that state, the default value is going to be an empty string. Now let's use that state variable and put it right here instead of this static test value. And let's do something on change. So what do we have to do on change? Well, we get the event, and then inside of there, we can say set search is equal to e.target.value. That's going to allow us to change the value of the search. One thing that I often prefer is not having the need for a button. So we also want to make something happen if we click the enter key. So let me show you how we can do that. We can add just one more thing onto this text field, which is going to be called onKeyPress. And then onKeyPress, we're going to create a function called handleKeyPress. That function is going to be just right here below this use effect, const handleKeyPress. It's going to accept an event. That's going to be a keypress event. And we can simply say if e.keycode is equal to 13, in that case, we want to do something. We'll want to search for the post. For now, we don't have to logic to search for the post, but I'm going to add the comment search post right here so that we can add it later on. Key code 13 simply means the enter key. So that you know if the key code is 13, you pressed enter. Great. Now, before we add the search post functionality, I also want to add the JSX for the search by tags. To do that, we're going to use the chip input we imported at the top. Our chip input is also going to be a self-closing tag, and it's going to accept a few properties. First, it's going to accept some styles. You can have an object in there and say margin is equal to, and then a string of 10 pixels top and bottom and 0 pixels left and right. We also need a value for our search, and this value also needs to be dynamic. It has to be from state. So let's scroll to the top, And let's create a tags state field. I'm gonna simply copy this line, replace this for tags, and set tags. And at the start, it's not going to be an empty string, it's rather going to be an empty array because we want to have multiple tags. Now scrolling down, we can add the value of tags. We're also going to have the onAdd function and the onDelete function. For now, we're going to leave this as empty and we're going to populate them soon. We also need to have the label, which is going to be equal to search tags. And we also need to have a variant, which is going to be equal to outlined, just so it matches the text field. On add, we're going to call the function called handle add. And then on delete, we're going to call a function called handle delete. And of course, we have to create those functions. So scrolling a bit up, right in here, we're going to create that function const handle add, and it's going to accept a tag as a parameter. Finally, what we have to do is we have to call the setTags state, and then inside of there, we're going to have an array as the state. When you have an array with states, you first have to spread the previous tags and then add the new tag onto it. This is how we're going to handle the add tag. And finally, let's also handle the delete. So we can say handle delete. That is also going to accept a tag, but more specifically tag to delete. And what we have to do is we also have to set tags, but inside of there, we're going to say tags.filter, where we get one specific tag. We can put it like this, tag. And we want to filter out the tag to delete. So we can say if tag is not equal to tag to delete, we're going to keep all the other ones, but we're only going to delete the tag we want to delete. Now let's add that there. We have a handle delete and a handle add function. Let's save it and see how does it look like. As you can see, we have search memories and we have search tags. Let's try adding test. A tag appears. Let's try test1 appears, and we can finally test it by deleting them, which also works. Final thing, of course, is to add a button that's going to do something with those inputs. A button is not going to be a self-closing tag. It's going to have the onClick property. And on click, we want to do something, and that something is search post. Search post is a function we haven't created yet. So then we can create a class name, which is going to be equal to classes.search button. And we can also have a color, which is equal to primary. Finally, inside of the button, we're going to say search. Now, if we save this and take a look, it's not going to work because this is undefined. So we have to create that search post function. We can create a search post right here below the use effect. So const search post is equal to a function which doesn't accept any parameters. Inside of there, we want to see if we have a search term. So we can say if search. This search maybe is not the best name. A better name would be something like search term or title or something like that. But in this case, it's search. And we also want to trim it to make sure there are no empty spaces. So if we have a search term, then finally we want to dispatch some logic to fetch our searched post. So fetch search post. Great. Of course, to dispatch this, we're going to have to use Redux, and we're going to have to modify our database to only search for specific posts. And else, if we don't have a search term, then we're going to simply use the history object and call the push method to /. We just want to redirect back because we have searched for nothing. And as you can see here, we have this comment. We also want to call for the search post function right inside of here if we press the enter key. Now that we have this, let's take a look in the browser. We have our two inputs, but the search button doesn't look right. Looks like we're missing something. The thing we're missing is going to be the variant equal to contained. Let's save it and take a look. Search memories, search tags, and a search button. But of course, if we search something right now, nothing is going to happen. But now comes the hard part. We have to tell the database to only return us the posts that match our query. To send a nice message to the database, we can use Redux. So let's first create a Redux action and a reducer to manage our posts. Dispatch is the verb that we use with actions. So to have something to dispatch, we need to create an action for searching the posts. To do that, we can open up our file explorer, go to Actions, Posts, and then inside of there, just below our previous get posts, we want to create an action called get posts by search. So we can say export const get posts by search. That is going to be a function, and it's going to have the syntax, as you can see, as all the previous actions do. We're using Redux thunk for asynchronous actions. And again, tab 9 does a wonderful job of just immediately filling this out for me. Again, the link is going to be down in the description, so you can check out tab 9, maybe install it as a Visual Studio Code extension. And let's see, how do we want to fetch the data? Well, as before, we're gonna have a try and catch block. So let's create it, try and catch. And then in the try, we want to do something like const, where we get the data. Inside of the try block, we want to try to communicate to our backend. So we can say const with the structure the data, and that is going to be equal to await API dot fetch posts by search, which is a function. Of course, our get posts by search is going to accept a search query as a parameter, and we're going to pass that same search query to our API request. For now, we're simply going to console log the data, and we're also going to console log the error if there ever is one. Now we have to go to our file explorer, API, and then index.js because we have to create the API endpoint called fetch posts by search. So let's go right there. And then just below fetch posts, we can create our fetch posts by search. It's going to be really similar. So we can say export const fetch posts by search. This time it's going to be a function, but it's going to accept a parameter of search query. Finally, we'll be making an API.getRequest to /posts, but we have to provide some information about our search. The endpoint is going to be /posts/search, but now inside of there, we're gonna use query parameters. Query parameters start with a question mark, and then you specify a variable name, search query. And that search query has to be equal to something. So for example, you can pass a static value of test, but we're gonna make it dynamic. So I'm gonna make this into a dynamic template string, and then we're gonna use the $ curly braces syntax to make this equal to be search query dot, and then we're gonna use the search. And if there is no search, then we can say or simply do a string of none. But we also want to add something else. So after that, we can say and now we want to handle our tags. It's going to be the similar situation. Tags are equal to, and then inside of there, we can say search query dot tags. And now we're sending all of the information to our search endpoint. Great. Now we have our endpoint and we also have our action. So we can go back to where we were, to home, and then from here, we can dispatch that action. We can first import it right here. It's called get posts by search. And finally, we can use it right here in the same way we used get posts. That is going to be equal to dispatch. We pass the get posts by search and we call it as a function. But remember, this action is going to take in some parameters. More specifically, it is going to take the search query object as we specified. Inside of that search query, we have to provide our search, which is coming from state, as you can see here. But we also have to provide tags, which we have to render into a string, because we cannot pass an array through the URL parameters. Because of that, we're going to do tags is equal to tags.join, and we're going to join them by a comma. That way, if we have an array of something like, let's say that we have tags of Europe and let's say USA, that is going to be equal to a string of Europe and then comma USA. If that way, we'll be able to more easily pass the data from the front end to the back end. Now we have the action, we're dispatching that action, we're making an API request. let's just remember to which endpoint. To /posts/search with some parameters. So let's create that endpoint on the backend side. We can go to our server folder, and inside of our server, we are going to go into routes. We first have to create that post route. We can create it just above our get posts, and remember, it is going to be to /search. Before we said it's going to be /posts/search, but remember, since we are in the post.js file, all of these routes begin with post, even though you cannot see it right here. Okay, and on the search route, we want to call a specific controller. So just at the top, we can import it, get posts by search, and we're gonna call it once we get to that route. And finally, we have to create a controller where most of the logic will happen. So let's go to the controllers, posts, and then just below the get posts we currently have, we're gonna create a new controller, export const get posts by search. That is going to be an async function. Of course, we have the rec and the res in there, and we also have a try and catch block. Now we want to retrieve that data from the rec.query. Remember that I mentioned params, but params and query are actually two different things. Let me explain what I mean. When we have a query, that usually means that the route goes like this: /posts page is equal to 1. In this case, we would have a query where page variable is equal to 1. But if we have something known as params, in that case, our route would look like this: /posts and then /:id. In here, you would be able to put your specific ID, let's say 123, and in that case, the populated variable ID would be equal to 123. Both ways are fully okay. Usually, we use query if you want to, query some data, like search, and we use params if you want to get some specific resource, like posts and then /ID of the post. I hope that makes sense and that I explained it in a nice and easy to understand way. If you like the way I explain things, make sure to leave a like and let me know in the comments. I really appreciate that. And if you really want to be generous, there is a buy me a coffee link in the description, and that really allows me to keep creating more great videos for you guys. With that said, let's keep creating the logic for the search. Right at the top, we're gonna get the data from the query we just talked about. Const, we get the search query, and we also get the tags, because these are the two things that we passed, and we get them from rec.query. Now let's convert our title into a regular expression by saying const title is equal to new reg_exp, and then in there we're gonna pass our search query and a flag of I. I stands for ignore case. That means that if you search for something like test or test or test, it's all gonna be the same. It's not gonna matter, and we want to do that. We want to get all the posts that match our search term. We converted it into a regular expression in the first place because that way it's easier for MongoDB and Mongoose to search the database. So let's search the database for posts by saying const posts is equal to await post message.find. Now in here, we have to write that query, which is a bit more complicated, but don't worry. Inside of here, we can open a block of code where we're gonna have the $or. That or stands for either find me the title or find me the tags. We want to find the posts that match either or. So we can make that into an array, and then the first thing in there is going to be the title. So we're matching for the title. The second thing in that array is going to be the tags. We want to match the tags. But keep in mind, there is an array of tags. So inside of there, we're gonna open another object. I know it's getting a bit complicated. And we're gonna say in. Is there a tag in this specific array of tags that matches our query? In there, we can say in tags.split, and now we have to split them by a comma because remember, before we joined it, just so we can send it over in a nice string. I know it's a bit complicated, but let me try to explain it one more time in plain English. find me all the posts that match one of those two criteria. The first one is the title. Is the title the same as we typed it on the front end? And the second one is one of the tags in the array of tags equal to our tags? If that's the case, then we want to display those posts. Finally, once we have the posts, we have to say res.json, and then in there we'll have an object where data is going to be equal to posts, and we're sending that back to the front end. Finally, if we have an error, we can simply return it to the front end by saying res.status. That's going to be a 404.json, and there we're going to have an object that has a message equal to error.message. So now let's go back to our action creator and check if we're receiving the data. That's going to be right back to our actions in here, and we'll have to destructure the data 2 times. First time because we're making an Axios request, and the second time because we put it in a new object where it has the data property, just like this. Finally, we're console logging the data right here, so let's go back to the browser and see if all the logic that we wrote right now actually works. Usually it is a miracle when everything works first time, but who knows? Let's give it a shot. So I opened up a console. I am on my localhost 3000/posts, and I want to search for the word the, because we have it a few times in the Colosseum. We also have the Acropolis. So let's see if it finds it. I'm gonna click search, and take a look at that. We got back an array with 4 different objects representing 4 different posts. The first one has the message of the most famous, as you can see it right there, the Colosseum. Then we have the Acropolis. Taj Mahal also has the word the. And finally, the most famous Paris Museum also has the word the. So that means that it works. Now let's see if our tags work. I'm gonna remove this, and then in there, I'm gonna type something like Europe. If I search now, we should get one more response, but unfortunately, I don't see anything. So let's go back to our search form and see why is our search button not working for tags. This is going to be a good debugging session. Component responsible for our search is going to be our home, and right in here you can see that we indeed are dispatching the get post by search. But it's a simple logical error. I'm simply saying if there is a search term, then dispatch, but we have to make it if there is a search term or if there are tags. If we just add that, that should fix the problem. Search for something like USA and click search. We get 3 posts back. This is going to be the Statue of Liberty in New York. Then we have the Grand Canyon. And finally, we have Niagara Falls, which is bordering the USA and Canada. That means that our tag completely works. We're seeing the data in the console, but now let's make it display that data and change the URL on the client side. Doing that won't be that hard because we already set up most of the logic. To finalize it, you can go to the components and then to our home component. Inside of here, after the dispatch get post by search, we only want to do one more thing, and that is to use the history.push method to push our website to a specific URL. More specifically, we want to go to /posts/search question mark. Remember, question mark is for the search query parameters. We can say search query is going to be equal to search, right? The search is something that's coming from the state. Or none. We can use a string of none if there is no search. And then finally, we're going to use the and symbol to set the tags. Tags are going to be equal to tags.join, and we're going to join the tags by using a comma. Remember, we had to split them and then join them to use them again. Great, this seems okay to me, so let's see if we are being pushed to that specific URL. If I go in here and use the as an example, as well as the Europe as a tag, let's see what are we going to be pointed to. As you can see, our URL changed. Search query is now equal to and tags is equal to Europe. We're going to use that to form our posts. But why does this URL on the client side even matter? We formed it for the backend, okay, but why do we need it on the front end? Well, let's say that you search for some memories and you want to send to your friend only the specific search term with the terms and the tags already put there. That way you can simply copy this, paste it over, and he's going to get the relevant information. That's why we need client-side routing. Okay, so now let's display those posts. To display the posts, we're going to go back to Actions, and we have them right in here. So we have to do a similar thing to what we are doing right here in Get Posts. I'm going to copy this, and we're going to do it in the same way, but we're going to rename our dispatch action type. So let's create a new one by going to Constants, Action Types. I'm going to copy this line, and we're going to change it just a bit to something like fetch by search. Great. So now we have one more constant. We're going to go back in here. I'm going to import it, fetch by search, and we're going to use it right inside of here. And again, we're sending the data to our reducers. So let's go to our reducers, posts, and then right inside of here, we're going to add one more case. That case is going to be fetch by search. And we can also import it right at the top. Now that we have that case, of course, we want to return something if that happens. So we're going to return a similar thing. In this case, it's just going to be action.payload. Now, let's see what we're missing. If I add that there, that should be working. Let's go check it out. We're back to just /posts, but I'm going to search for something like Asia. I'm going to click search. And as you can see, now we got all the posts that have something to do with Asia. Asia right there, there, and everywhere. That is great. That means that our search works. We can also try it by the title. If I click search, it's going to take a bit. And as you can see, we have all of the posts that have the in the title. That means that our search works perfectly. Now that we have that done, before moving on to pagination and loading states, let's do something easier, like changing the background and the logo at the top. And then inside of there, I'm gonna remove both of these background colors, and we're simply going to say background color is going to be equal to hash symbol and then F7, F8, FC. This is a whitish color, almost pure white. Now if we save that and go back, you can see it looks a bit more professional, maybe a bit plain. Right now, both the background and the card are pretty much white. So to make some separation, let's add some elevation to the card. We can do that by going to Posts, Post, and then finally Post.js, finding our card component, and then inside of there, we're gonna say raised, and also set the elevation to be equal to 6. That's gonna add this nice shadow that you can see at the bottom of the card, which separates it from the background. I can also see that we still have only 2 cards per row, so let's make it like it was at the start of the video. To do that, we're going to go to Post.js this time, and then inside of here, we're gonna say show 1, which is 12 spaces, on extra small devices, still show 1 on small devices, on medium devices show 2 per row, but on large devices show 4 per row. That's 3 times 4 is equal to 12, and that is 4 per row. Let's see how does it look like. This is already so much better in my opinion. Everything fits on one screen. As you can see, we currently have no pagination, so we have quite a long list of posts. Now that we've changed the color, the things that jumps out a bit too much is the memories logo at the top, so let's change that as well. To change it, we're going to go to the navbar, and right in here, instead of this memories PNG, we have to add 2 new ones. I'm simply going to open the images folder, and then I'm going to paste it. The links to download both of these are going to be in the description so that you can download them as well. But once you actually do that, we can go back to our navbar, and inside of there, we're gonna have memories logo imported from memories logo, and we're also going to have memories text imported from memories text. Now we can use those two images to make it look a bit more professional. We can do that right in here. We're no longer going to use this typography, so we can delete it. We are going to use two different images. The first one is going to be the image self-closing tag. Right inside of there, the src of that image is going to be memories text, like that. And it's also going to have the alt tag of icon. It's going to have the alt tag of icon, and it's going to have the height equal to 45 pixels. The one on the bottom is going to have the class name of classes.image. It's going to have the source of memories logo, and the height is going to be equal to 40 pixels. Finally, once we have that, we want to transform this div into a link. So I'm going to say link there, more specifically, link to, and then we want to point to just slash. Now let's save that and see how does it look like in the browser. There we go. This custom logo just gives this project a bit more character. I can see that the second image is a bit higher up than the first one. So we can go to the styles, and I'm gonna leave this style as well. You can simply override it. It's going to be down in the description. I've made only a few small changes since the last video. But then again, make sure to copy and paste it just so we're on the same page. If you go back to the browser, you'll notice that now they're aligned. Now that we've made the application look a bit better, and now that the search is fully functional, we can focus on pagination and loading states. Currently, if I go back to the home, there won't be any loading. It's gonna happen instantly, but take a look. We only have 3 posts and now they pop up. So something doesn't seem right. It's always good to have proper loading states so that your user knows that something is happening. So, pagination and loading states coming up. We already worked a bit with getting the page and the search query from the query parameters. But now, let's put that page to use. We will no longer fetch the post from here, from the home. We're going to remove this use effect, and we're going to pass our page straight to our pagination as a prop. So in here, we're gonna say page is equal to page. That way, we can go to our pagination and we can get it straight from props. Now, inside of here, we can create a new use effect. So I'm gonna say import use effect from React, and we're going to declare it right in here. Our use effect, as always, it is a function with a callback function and has a dependency array. So what do we want to do inside of that use effect? Well, we want to fetch the posts anytime that the page changes. To fetch the posts, as always, we're going to use our dispatch with Redux. So we need to import a few things from React Redux. We can say import, and that is going to be use dispatch, so we can dispatch things, and also use selector, so that we can select some things from our state. And this is going to be imported from React-Redux. We also want to import an action called getPosts. So we're going to say import getPosts, and that's going to be coming from /actions/posts. Of course, to get our dispatch function, we can say const dispatch is equal to use dispatch and then call it as a function. Now, inside of this use effect, we can say run it every time that the page changes. So every time that the page changes, if there is a page, in that case, we want to dispatch a specific action. In this case, we want to dispatch the getPosts action. And let's open up that action side by side here, just so you can see how it looks like. GetPosts, you can see it accepts no parameters, and in its current form, it fetches all of the posts. But that's not how we want it to behave. We want to pass a page to it so that it only fetches the posts for that specific page. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Right inside of there, we're going to pass that page in. Now, inside of our actions, we can accept that page as a parameter. Once we have it as a parameter, we can then pass it over to our API as well. So inside of here, we can pass that page. Of course, now we have to go to that API and make some use of it. So let's open it up in full screen. As you can see, fetch posts, but now that function accepts a page and we can use that page to then filter it out. So we can say api.get/posts, and then it's going to be question mark page is equal to $ curly braces page that we're getting from the parameters. Of course, we have to turn this into a template string, and that's it. Now we're passing the data to the backend just so we know on which page are we currently on. Now let's go to the backend and modify our controller so that it returns only the data for that specific page. That's going to be inside of the server, and then finally inside of the posts controllers. Inside of here, we have our get posts, but that's basically now get posts by page. We can do similar thing that we did with reg.query. We're going to say const, destructure the page, and that's going to be coming from reg.query because we are passing it through the query from the front end. Now we're going to have some extra logic in here just before we call the .find on posts. First, we're going to declare a variable called limit. The limit is going to be the number of posts per page. I decided to make it 8, but you can change it if you want to. Then we have to get a start index of a post on a specific page. For example, the start index of the first post on the third page would be 8 + 8 + 8 - 1 because we start from 0, and that would be 23. So let's create that. First, we have to convert our page into a number using the number constructor. Even though the page is a number on the front end, when we pass it through the reg.query, it becomes a string, so we have to convert it back. And now we're simply going to deduct -1 from that, and finally multiply all of that by the limit. This way, we're always going to get the start index of the post on a specific page. We can even write a comment right there, get the starting index of every page. Great. Finally, we also need one more variable, which is const total. That is going to be equal to await post message dot count documents. We want to count up all the documents so that we always know how many documents do we have, how many posts do we have. Why do we need to know that? Well, depending on that, we're going to have a specific number of pages, and we always need to know what is the last page we can scroll to. That's why we have the total variable. Now that we have the total, finally is the time to fetch the posts. So I'm going to rename this from post messages to posts, and let's see how we can do it. Well, we can say await post message dot find. Then I want to get the posts from the newest to the oldest. Because of that, we have to sort them by ID. So I'm going to say dot sort. We're going to pass in an object and say _ID is equal to -1. This is going to give us the newest posts first. Then I also want to limit them. So we're going to call the dot limit on that, and we're going to pass in the limit variable. This is going to make sure to only give us, for example, 8 or 10 or however many you choose per page. And then finally, we need to skip all the previous pages. For example, if you're on the page 2, you don't want to fetch first 16 posts again. You want to skip the first 8. And because of that, we're going to use the dot skip, and we're going to skip all the way to the start index. Now we understand why did we have to create all of these variables. It all makes sense, hopefully. Finally, for all of this to make sense to the front end, we have to pass a bit more data than simply posts. So I'm going to pass a new object, and inside of that object, we're going to say data, and the data is going to be equal to posts. We also have to pass the current page, which is going to be equal to number of the page. So we just make it into a number and we pass that page. And finally, we also want to have the total number of pages. That is going to be equal to math.ceil, and in there, we're going to divide the total by the limit. Great, that is going to give us the total number of pages. Now we're passing all of that data back to the front end, and we have to make use of it. Of course, where better to do that than in the action that we declared. So I'm going to go back to our posts action. Before, we were getting just the data for the posts and we were immediately passing it here. But now that data is going to contain more info. So let's see what is contained in that data object. If I open up the console, the current page is 1. The total number of pages is 3, and this should have been pages, plural. So I'm going to go back and just change that to pages. What we had before was simply a variable that contained all the posts. That means that we have to change the way our reducers view and render things. The only thing you have to keep in mind here is that our payload is no longer just posts, it's an object that contains 3 different things as we saw previously. It contains the data of posts, it contains the current page, and also the number of pages. Let's go to our reducers, which is going to be in here, reducers, and posts. Instead of simply returning the action.payload, we have to return an object. So right there, I'll say return, put that into an object, and then I want to spread the current state. These posts here are going to be more than simply an array of posts, so I'm going to rename this to state. You'll see soon enough why. First, we want to always spread the state when we're working with objects. Then we want to get our posts. And now posts are not simply action.payload, posts are equal to action.payload.data. Then we also have a current page. Our current page is going to be equal to action.payload.currentPage. And finally, we have number of pages, which is going to be equal to number of pages. Again, tab 9 really autofilled that easily. Great. So now we're turning something different from the fetch all reducer. It would be great if we immediately also accommodated the fetch by search in the same fashion. So in the fetch by search, we also have to make it an object. Inside of that object, we're going to spread the state, and then we're going to say posts are equal to action.payload.data. You can also see that we are mentioning the posts a few more times here. I'm just going to replace all of these with state, considering that I renamed it at the top right here. In our fetch by search, this is not going to be action payload data, it's going to be simply action payload. That's where we have our posts. Considering that we've changed the structure of our state, we have to find where are we actually using that state so that we can change it there as well. Let's search for use selector. That points to us using the state. We can see that it's being used in pagination, but we're never actually doing anything with it. Then it's also being used right in here in the form. And finally, this is the one we're looking for. Use selector in the posts. Here is where we are using the posts. Before, we simply had an array of posts, but now we have an object where we have a property of posts inside of there. So we have to destructure the posts right in here. And the main reason we change this from an array to an object with multiple things is because we are going to have multiple things. We're going to have the isLoading property, we're going to have the number of pages, and so on. But for now, we simply need to destructure this. We can also add a question mark here to make sure to not throw an error if we don't have any posts available. Now let's save that and let's see if this is going to work. We are back on our memories project, and would you look at that? We can see all of our posts. That's great. Let's see if we can also see the posts that we search for. For example, let's search for Europe again. And it works. We waited a bit, but it finally gave me the posts. That's great. But that's something that worked before, right? So why even check it? Well, we checked it because we changed a lot of things, and you want to make sure that when you change some big things, you check if you've broken anything. But now is the time to check the pagination. It's not going to work yet, because even though we implemented all the logic for it, we have to do one more step, and that is use that logic inside of the pagination component. So let's go back to it and do it. Inside of the pagination component, we can now use this useSelector to get the number of pages. To do that, we can say const the structure number of pages and make that equal to useSelector. Inside of there, we have a callback function where we get the posts and we want to retrieve state.posts. That is the reducer that's going to have the access to the number of pages. Finally, we want to use that number of pages variable right in here under count, number of pages. Only that, we also have the access to the current page right in here. So we can simply say right there, number and page. And just to be sure, if we don't have a page, we want to render or1 to be on the first page. I also noticed that right now I specified right there useSelect. That is going to be useSelector. Also in here, posts page 1, in there we want to navigate to item.page. With these small changes, we've made our pagination component completely dynamic. Let's see if it works. Going back to the browser, first thing that you can see is that we have only 3 pages, and that is correct because we have less than 24 posts. Let's try to go to the second page. As you can see, the URL changed, and even though it seemed for a second that nothing is happening because we don't have the loading yet, it worked. We got the second batch of posts. Finally, let's go to the third page. And there we go. We got 5 more posts. That means that our pagination fully works. So we can switch between the pages and we can render only 8 at a time. This is incredibly important. Imagine that your application is used by hundreds or even thousands of users, and that each user creates tens or even hundreds of posts. Imagine if your application had to load all 10,000 posts at once. It would take so much time, but why even do it when you can only see 8 at once? That is why we use the pagination to cut down on load time. Anyway, great work. Pagination seems to be done, at least from what I can see right now. Hopefully there aren't any bugs. And now we can move to the loading states. To start working on our loading states, you can head to Posts Actions. Redux makes it quite easy to have one central source of truth, so that we always know, are we loading or are we not? That's why we're going to use Redux to accomplish the loading states. So right inside of here, we're first going to create 2 more constants, action types. Right in here, I'm going to create the export const start loading. That's going to be equal to a string of start loading. And then finally, we're going to have one more, which is going to be called end loading. We're going to use this action types so that our Redux reducers know when to start and stop loading. We can go back to our action posts and we're going to import them right here at the top. Start loading and end loading. The only question we have to ask ourselves is, when do we want to start loading? Well, as soon as we call getPosts, just before we try fetching the posts. Right in there, we can say dispatch. And the only thing we want to dispatch is an action that has a type of start loading. That's going to be it. And when do we want to end the loading? Well, it definitely has to be after we fetched all the posts, which is going to be right here, dispatch type end loading. Of course, we want to have the loading states in a few more places. Also, when we try to get posts by search and so on. So we can copy this start loading and we can paste it in a few more places. Before we try to get posts by search, we want to have it there. We also want to have it before we create a post. On update, we're not going to go anywhere. We're just going to update it, so we don't have to have it there. For the like, that's the same thing. And for the delete, that's also the same thing. These actions by themselves are not doing anything. We have to go to our reducers and then there create the logic for our loading states. Inside of here, we're going to also import start loading and end loading. Or is it stop loading? Let me see how I called it. It's start loading and then we have the end loading. I also forgot to put it here at the end of the fetch by search. So I'm going to import it, end loading, and now we have to add it here at the top. So what happens
if we want to start the loading. Also, what happens if we want to end the loading. We're going to prepare those cases, and let's see what data do we want to return. Well, of course, we want to return an object, as we always do. We want to spread the state that we currently have, and we only want to change the state of one variable, and that is loading is going to be equal to true if we want to start the loading, and then we can copy this and paste it below, same thing, but we're going to change the isLoading state to be false. That's all that you have to do to manage loading in Redux. You don't have to do it everywhere in your code, in all of the components. Whenever you do something, clutter the logic with changing the state. You only do it here, and everything is being done right here inside of actions. It might be a bit confusing at the start, but as you get more into it, you'll start seeing the purpose in that. Back in reducers, considering we changed the way we view data, we also have to change this state. The state is no longer just going to be an array of posts. It's going to be an object that's going to have the isLoading property, and that isLoading is initially going to be set to true. And also, we're going to have the posts array. Great. Now that we've changed this, we also have to change how do we get the data back once we create, update, or delete posts. The only thing we have to do is we have to everywhere spread the state. So right here, I'm going to try to select multiple lines by holding Alt and clicking at the start of each line. Right there, I'm going to open up an object. And first thing that we want to do everywhere is we want to spread the state as we always did. Finally, once we spread the state, we want to set the posts inside of that state to be equal to what we previously had right there. And then finally, make sure to add the closing bracket at the end, here, 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 and here. I know that it might be just a bit confusing, but we are basically switching from using just posts as an array to having an object that now contains the isLoading state as well as the post state. So that's why we have to turn this into an object, spread the entire state, and then finally only return the posts. And also notice how we're doing state.map, spreading the state, state.map, state.filter. That's no longer going to be possible. Rather, we have to do state and then dot posts and then dot map or dot filter or anything. So just to fix this, we're doing state.posts.map. We're spreading state.posts, state.posts.map, and state.posts.filter. These are going to be all the changes that we have to do with Redux. It is sometimes confusing, I completely understand that, but it's going to help us in the long run by maintaining one state of truth. That said, we can now actually start using the isLoading state. We can start in the posts.js file. So we can open up our components and go to posts.js. Inside of here, from the useSelector, we're also going to grab that state, isLoading. And now based on that state, we can show some data. So we're going to replace this for if isLoading. In that case, we want to show our circular progress, which is that loading state. And we also want to add one if statement and say if there are no posts.length, meaning if there are no posts in the array, and if we're not loading, in that case, we want to return something that says no posts. Because if we don't have any posts and we are not currently loading, that means we're not going to load them. They don't exist. Great, so let's save that and see it in action. I'm going to reload the page and take a look at that. We have this nice loading state at the top left. Of course, you can style it a bit more, make it big and make it in the center of the whole post, but it's fine enough. We see it on the top right corner. Now take a look what happens when I paginate. It simply tells the user, hey, I'm doing something, wait a second. And it's so nice to have that visual feedback. It makes your app look so much more professional. Same thing happens if we search something like the here. And also same thing happens if we go for tags like Asia. There we go. We have nice loading and only then do we see our posts. And as you can see, it works with searching the titles, searching the tags, doing the pagination, or simply getting all the posts. That's why I like using Redux when you want to have one source of truth. Of course, you could have used context as well, and if that's your preference, feel free to refactor this application from Redux to using context. We can go to the home component, and right in here, you should see that this is the place where we are rendering our pagination and the paper wrapping it. First things first, I don't always want to display the pagination. I only want to display it if we are viewing the content by pages. But if you're doing the search, I'm gonna assume that the user doesn't have a lot of posts to search from, like 10, 20, or 30. In that way, we don't need to paginate. So what we can do is we can wrap this into a dynamic block and say, if we don't currently have a search query, and if we don't have any tags, so we can do tags.length, in that case, we want to show our pagination. So one more time, let me just put this in here. If we don't have a search query, and if we don't have tags, in that case, I want to render the pagination. If we have the search or the tags, in that case, we don't want to render the pagination. Now that we have that, we can also add the class name here, and that's going to be classes.pagination. Let's save that and see it in action. There we go. As soon as I save that, you can see it looks just a bit better. It is displayed right there. Let's try to sign in to see how does it look like with the form. There we go. Looks extremely good. There we go. It looks extremely good. I also see that we don't have this shadow on the form, so let's add it as well right there. I'm gonna search for creating a memory. Right in here, search, creating a memory, and there I can see that that is in the form file, so I can just add the elevation equal to 6 to this specific paper. If I go back, you can see that even the form now has the shadow, and all the elements in the page have shadow to make them pop up from the background. Our pagination is working, our search is working, our design is good. What else do we have to do? Well, of course, we have to implement the dynamic memory details page. When you click on the memory, we want to display everything about that memory in a nice view. So let's do that right now. To implement the memory details page, we first have to see what's going to happen when we click on a specific post. To figure that out, we're going to go to posts and then post right in here. That's not post details, it's just the post component. So we have to make something happen once we click on this card. And the thing we're going to do is we're going to import one more thing from Material UI, which is going to be the button base. And just below this card, we're going to add a button base component. We're going to give it a class name, which is equal to classes.cardAction. And it's also going to have the onClick property. OnClick, what do we want to do? Well, we want to open the post. We don't have a lot of props, so I'm going to put them in one line. And finally, the ending tag of this has to go below the card content. So I'm going to copy it and put it just below the card content, but still above the card actions. Great. Open post is not defined, so let's define it. Const open post is going to be equal to an arrow function for now. So how is this open post going to work? Well, it's going to be incredibly simple. The only thing we want to do is we want to navigate to a specific URL. So to do that, we have to import use history from React Router DOM. Import use history, and that's going to be from React Router DOM. We already learned that we have to call it as a hook, which is going to be const history is equal to use history. And then finally, inside of the open post, we can simply say history.push, and then we're going to push to /posts/ and then post._ID. So you're pushing to the ID of the post that is currently selected. And everything else is going to be done for us in that post details page. So we know that if we go to /posts/ ID, if we go to our app, you can see posts ID belongs to the post details page. So everything else will have to be done in here and in Redux actions.
this is going to be a fairly large component. So let's start right away. We first want to import React, and we also want to import the use effect from React. Then we want to import a few things from Material UI, and those things are going to be paper, typography. We also want to have the circular progress for loading, and finally the divider. And this is going to be imported from @materialui/core. Then we also want to import a few things from React Redux, and that's going to be the use dispatch as well as the use selector to get the data about the post. As I said, these are coming from React-Redux. Then we want to import moment from moment. Moment is a JS library that deals with time. And finally, we want to import a few things from React Router DOM. Those things are use params and also use history from React Router DOM. Great. We also have some styles, so we can say import use styles, and that's going to be from /styles. As you can see, we don't yet have that file, so let's create a new file, styles.js. And as always, I'm going to provide you with all the styles. You can simply copy and paste them right in here. They're going to be down in the description. While you're scrolling to the description, make sure to leave a like and leave a comment for the YouTube algorithm. Now that we have the hooks for dispatch, selector, params, history, use styles, let's declare all of those hooks at the top. First, we're going to get the data about the post from use selector. That's going to be const post, posts, and is loading. And that's going to be coming from use selector. In there, we have a callback function with a state. And finally, we want to get the state.posts reducer. Then we want to say const dispatch is going to be equal to use dispatch. We also want to get the history, so we're going to say const history is going to be equal to use history. We also want to get the classes, so const classes is going to be equal to use styles. And finally, we also want to get that ID, so we're going to say const destructure the ID, and that's coming from use params. Remember our URL? We're going to /posts/an ID. Great, we prepared everything to start creating the JSX layout of our post details component. Considering that the post details component is incredibly similar to the post component, it's going to be a card or a paper that's going to have some typography where we display all of the post details. Because of that, I'm going to give you the JSX code for some parts of our post details component. I'm going to paste it in here. You're going to find this in the description down below. The only thing that's not in here is the most important one, and that is the logic for the recommended posts. We're going to code that together. But before we do that, we have to create the data for getting a single post. If you remember correctly, so far we've only worked with posts, plural. Now we have to create the logic for fetching only a single post based on the ID. So let's start with that. We first, of course, have to dispatch some actions. We're going to do it inside of the use effect, and that use effect is going to happen whenever the ID of the post changes. Right inside of there, we can dispatch an action, and the action we're going to dispatch is going to be called getPostAction. Of course, we want to get the post by some specific ID, so we can pass that ID in there. As you can see, our getPost ID is not yet defined, so let's import it. We can say import getPost, and that is going to be coming from /actions/posts. Now is the time that we create this action and make an API to the backend that's going to serve us all the details about our specific post. Let's go to our posts and more specifically actions. Right inside of here, we're going to create one more action creator, and we can actually do that by copying the get posts. I'm going to paste it at the top, and there are a few changes we have to make. First of all, it's not going to be get posts, it's going to be get post. Second thing is that we'll be getting an ID as a parameter, and that ID is the thing we'll pass into our API call. Then the actual API call is not going to be done to fetch posts, rather it's going to be to fetch post. And finally, our type is not going to be fetch all, it's simply going to be fetch post. So let's go to our constants, and then right inside of here, we can create a fetch post action constant. Great. Going back, now we can import it, fetch post, and now everything is ready besides the actual API endpoint. So let's go to our API index.js, and then inside of here, we'll have to create the fetch post. That's going to be export const fetch post. As we discussed, we're getting the ID as a parameter, and then we have to call the API.get, and we have to navigate to /posts and then /ID. Now everything is ready, and we have to go back to our backend side and bring us the data. So let's go to our server, more specifically routes and then posts. Inside of here, we have to create a route for getting a single post. We can do that right in here, router.get, and the route is going to be to /ID. This means that it is going to be a dynamic ID. And what controller do we want to call? Well, we want to call the get post controller. Of course, we need to import it at the top, get post, and finally, we have to create it under posts controllers. If we scroll down, you'll notice that we already have a good get post controller. We created this in one of the previous parts and we never actually used it, but now is a good time to do so. Let's see if everything seems right. We're doing the const ID from rec params, and we're trying to find that post by ID. And finally, we have res.status 200, and we're sending that post back. That seems all right to me. With that said, let's go back to our frontend side, to our actions. Now we know that we are getting that post back right here as the data, and we are sending it as the payload to our reducers. So let's go to our reducers. Post, we have to import that action type, which is going to be fetch post. Our fetch post is going to be similar to fetch by search, so we can copy it. The only thing we have to change, of course, is the case. It's going to be fetch post. And then in here, instead of setting the post to be action.payload, in this case, we're getting a single post. So we're going to set it right in here. Post is equal to action.payload. I know that we've written a lot of code without actually seeing what's happening, but we've been dealing with data mostly. Now we're going back to our post details and see now we have this post right in here. If it says right there that we don't have get posts, make sure to close the file and then reopen it, and it's gonna be all good. Looks like our posts are not currently rendering. Let's open up the console, and it says that we have failed to get a connection. There is a network error. So let's go back to our code and open up the console. As you can see here, it says identifier get post has already been declared, and the error is in routes post.js line 3. And indeed, you might have noticed it, but we're already importing the get post here and here, so we don't have to do it twice. I'm gonna save that, and now we're gonna go back to post details component. Let's go back to the browser and see if it works. Okay, our posts are loading right now, and take a look at that. If you hover over them, you can click them. So let's try by clicking one memory and see what happens. Okay, there is an error. It says cannot read property title of undefined. This usually means that we were trying to render something before the data was actually fetched. So if we go back into our post details, we just have to add some checks. Well, first of all, we're gonna say if there is no post, then return null. And then second of all, we're gonna add the loading state. So if it is loading, in that case, we want to return a paper component. That paper is going to have the elevation equal to 6, and it's also going to have a class name equal to classes.loading paper. And finally, inside of that, we want to have the circular progress component. It is going to be quite a big one, so I'm going to set the size to be equal to 7em. We're going to save that, And now these two checks are making sure that we don't try to render this JSX where we depend on the post if we don't have the post already. If we now save this and go back to the browser, you can see that our post opens up. It has a nice title, we're listing the tags right there, description, who created the post, and when the post was created. I also added some paragraphs here to let you know that real-time chat and comments could be coming soon. Let me know which one you'd like to see first. I would really like to create the 5th part of this series if there is a lot of demand for it from you guys. With that said, let's check out our loading states. If I now go back, you can see there's loading right there. And if I click on one of these specific memories, you can see this nice loading at the center. But we can see it for less than half a second. That's because I have a really quick internet connection. But what would happen if somebody is running this with a slow internet connection? Well, we can actually check that out. And that's one more trick I want to show you. You can open up your developer tools, go to the network tab, and then there you'll see the no throttling thing. You want to switch that to fast 3G. Now this is going to emulate a slower internet connection. So let's go to memories and see how nice it is to have a visual representation that something is loading. There we go, our posts are there, and let's try to load a specific memory. This loading looked really good. Now let's bring this back to no throttling, and let's close it, and let's for a moment admire this nice memory details component and the proc hassle. Once we're done with that, we can focus on the most important part of our memory details component, and that is the recommended posts section. Let's code that out together right now. Let's code out the recommended posts part. I'm going to close all the tabs besides the post details, which we're going to have open right here, and I'm going to collapse it and close the file explorer just so we have more space to work with. The interesting thing about the recommended posts is that we're going to use the same endpoint we created before, get posts by search. So I'm going to create one more use effect here. And yes, you can have multiple use effects per functional component. Inside of there, we're going to have a dependency array that's going to have the post. So whenever the ID changes, the post changes, and then we want to do something. For each post, we want to see if the post exists. And if it does, we want to dispatch a new action creator. That action creator is not going to be get post anymore. It is going to be get posts by search, the one we created before. So we can say right here, dispatch get posts by search. And finally, we have to provide that search query in there. So we can say something like search is going to be equal to none, because we're not looking for search, we're looking only for tags. That's what we're going to use to recommend the posts. So we can say tags is equal to post dot tags dot join, and we want to join it by a comma. Now if we save that, this is going to populate the posts at the top. Finally, we can use those posts to create a list of recommended posts. Const recommended posts is going to be equal to posts.filter. Inside of there, we want to get our specific post, but more specifically, we want to destructure the underscore ID from there. And then we want to keep all the posts, but delete the one where the underscore ID is equal to the current post.underscore ID. Of course, the current post cannot be in its own recommended posts. That's why we are doing this. So in here, we can say if we have recommended posts, so if recommended posts.length, if that is the case, then we want to display something. That something we want to display is going to be a div with a class name equal to classes.section. Inside of that div, we're going to have a typography. And that typography is going to have a gutter bottom to give it some margin at the bottom. It's going to have the variant of H5. And then inside of there, we can say you might also like. Finally, below that, we're going to have a divider. And below that divider, we're going to have a div. And that div is going to have a class name equal to classes.recommended posts. Inside of that div, we want to open a dynamic block and we want to map over the recommended posts by doing recommended posts.map. Inside of that div, we want to open a dynamic block and say recommended posts.map. So we want to get a post in there, and we can immediately destructure all of the things we need from the post, like title. We also need a message, we need a name, the number of likes, and the selected file, as well as the underscore ID. Now with all of those things, we want to return something, so we just use a pair of parentheses. And the thing we want to return is going to be another div. Now let's see how this is going to look like if we just try to render out the title. I'm going to save it. And let's go to a specific memory details. And if we scroll down, we can see you might also like this. Let's see if we have something different. In here, it only gives us the post that we are currently on, which is not a good thing. We need to get all the other posts. So I might have made a logical mistake. In here, we need to have a not equal to, because we want to filter out only the one that is equal to, and we want to keep all the other ones. So now if we go back, as you can see, now we get all the posts that have something to do with Europe. That's good, but let's make them into a nicely styled card. This div is going to have a style property. Inside of there, we're going to have an object with a margin of 20 pixels. And we're also going to give it a cursor, which is equal to pointer. That means that it's going to show a pointer once we hover over it. Finally, we need to have an onClick function. What's going to happen once we click it? And on click, we simply want to open up the post. So I'm going to put a callback function right here, and we want to call the open post function and pass it the underscore ID of the current post. Finally, we also need to specify a key, and the key is going to be underscore ID. Of course, we don't yet have this open post function, but we're going to create it right now. So let's go to the top and let's create it. Const open post is going to be equal to, we're getting in the ID, and what do we want to do with that specific ID? Well, we simply want to push to it. So we can use the history.push, and we want to push to /posts/ and then to that specific dynamic ID. I see the ID is being used currently, so I'm going to use the underscore ID here as well. Now, if we save that, let's see if that's going to work. We're currently on Dubrovnik. We can see that we added some margin, and let's go to, for example, the Colosseum. That's great. It gives you the feeling that you can browse through the page and see all the different things that are available. Great. Now let's style those cards a bit more and show some more details with each one of them. Instead of displaying simply the title, we're going to display a typography component. That typography is going to have gutter bottom. It's also going to have variant equal to h6. And in there, we're simply going to render our title. Now I'm going to copy this one 4 more times, or rather 3 more times. The first one is going to be h6 because it's the title. And the second one is going to be of a variant subtitle 2, and it's going to render our name. Then we're going to have the message below, and message is also going to be subtitle 2. And finally, we're going to have the last one, which is the likes, and that's going to be subtitle 1. And we can just add in front of it, likes is equal to, and then we can say likes.length. And let's not forget about the most important part, and that is the image. So we can add a self-closing image tag right here. The image is going to have the source equal to selected file, and it's also going to have the width equal to 200 pixels. If I now save this, let's take a look in the browser. That looks so much better. As you can see, we can see all of the posts recommended right there that have something to do with Europe. But let's go back and let's see if we go to Niagara Falls, if we can see some different recommended posts. Now we have the Statue of Liberty and Grand Canyon. Let's check out the Statue of Liberty. Looks great, we can see all the info, the image on the right, and we have the idea that we can actually navigate through the page. With recommended posts being done, our whole memory details page is done as well. With all of the changes that they've made, there are also some things that are not working right now because of the way how we structure the data in our Redux. For example, before, as you know, the posts were simply an array of posts. But right now, we're getting an object where then we have the array of posts. So there are a few places where we have to fix that. One of those places is going to be the form.js component, and then just at the top, see here, state.posts.find. In this case, it's going to be state.posts and one more time .posts, so we can find a specific post. Now let's go back to our app and let's see if all the functionality still works. Let's search for something like, let's do Sydney. That works. Let's search for something like, let's do USA. That works as well. Let's see if the pagination works. It works perfectly. That's always great. And let's try to sign in to see what else can we do. I've just signed in. Let's see if we can like the posts. We can, so that's good. There we go. We liked a few posts. The liking functionality still works. Let's try creating a new memory. Let's go with test, 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 and I'm gonna add a file. The file is there, and if we click submit, it's just gonna stand there. We have to use history.push to navigate it to that newly created memory detail. We can do that by going to form, finding where we are actually creating that post, and then just after that dispatch, we want to use history.push. It's going to be push like this, and looks like we are not importing it. So just at the top, we have to import use history from React router DOM. And you know the drill. We have to say const history is equal to use history. And finally, history.push/posts. Where are we going to get the ID? Well, we cannot get it in here. We have to get it just after we created this specific post. So what we can do is remove this and not call the history.push here. Rather, pass one more parameter to the create post action reducer. We're passing the history object. We can go into our action creator, accept that history object, and then after the post is created, what we can do is we can say history.push, and then in here we can use data._id. That's going to re-navigate it for us. Let's save everything, and let's create one more post. Test, 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 and I've added the image. I'm gonna click submit. And there we go. We are immediately re-navigated to a newly created post. And if we go back, you can see it right in here.
Let's start implementing our comments section. That's going to be inside of the client folder, inside of the source, components, post details, and then inside of here, we're going to create one more component. That component is going to be called comment section.jsx. This is a new component that contains all the logic about comments. So let's import React from React, and we're also going to import a few hooks. These are going to be use state and also use ref. Right below, we're going to import everything we need from Material UI, and that's going to be typography. We also need the text field. And finally, we need a button component. That's coming from @materialui/core. Also, we're going to use the use dispatch hook belonging to Redux. So we can say that's coming from React-Redux. And we're also going to use some styles. So we can say import use styles, and that's coming from /styles. Great. Now we have the majority of imports that we have to do, and let's create our component. Const comment section, and that's going to be equal to a functional React component, Inside of there, for now, let's simply console log something like comment section. And also, let's simply return an h1, just so we can see something on the page for now. Great. Of course, we have to do export default comment section. Of course, we have to use this comment section somewhere, and that's going to be inside of the post details when we open more details about a specific memory. So in here at the top, let's import comment section from /comment section, just like this. And where are we going to render that component? Well, the last time we even left a typography saying where we need to put it. Comments coming soon. So let's simply delete that. And then instead of that typography, we're going to render out our comment section. It is going to be a self-closing component, and let's pass one prop to it. And that prop is going to be the data for the specific post we're currently on. We're going to use that inside of the comment section. So let's go back to our comment section and let's immediately destructure our post data just so we know what's coming through there. And maybe instead of this comment section, let's simply console log the post. Great, we already have enough code that we can see it on the website. Let's open up a specific memory page. And then inside of here, you can see that we have a big comment section. Now let's create the JSX for our comments. Inside of that div, we're going to have yet another div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to classes dot comments outer container. Right now, our classes are not defined, and to use the classes coming from the use styles, we can simply say const classes is equal to use styles, and then we call it as a hook. Great. Now inside of this div, we're going to have yet another div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to classes dot comments inner container. Great. Now we have our layout. Now inside of our inner container, we're going to have a typography component, and that typography is going to have a prop of gutter bottom, which is simply going to give it some bottom margin, and is going to be a variant equal to h6. Now inside of there, we can simply say something like comments. Now we have to loop through the comments of our specific post. Of course, right now, none of the memories or none of the posts have the actual comments because we haven't implemented the feature of adding them yet. But let's create the JSX code that's going to loop over them once we have them populated. Let's open a dynamic JSX block, and then in here, we're going to loop over the comments. For now, let's create a use state field. So const comments and set comments. And that is going to be equal to use state. For now, in here, we can leave simply an empty array because we have no comments yet. Now that we have comments, let's loop over them, comments.map. In here, we're going to get a comment. I'm going to put C for short, and also we're going to get the index. Then we want to instantly return something. So don't put the curly braces here, but simply a parenthesis. Now for each specific comment, we're going to show a typography. And that typography is going to have a key equal to I. It's also going to have a gutter bottom, and it's going to have a variant equal to subtitle 1. For now, we can simply say something like comment in there, or we can even make it dynamic and say comment I. This is going to give it a number. Now, just so we can see this, let's add 1, 2, 3, 4 here. That should render out 4 demo comments. I'm going to save that. And in the browser, we can already see our comments header, and we can see comment 0, 1, 2, 3. So we're already starting to create the layout for our comments. Later on, of course, we're going to have real comments in here. But for now, let's keep moving forward. Below the comments inner div, we're going to have one more div. And this div is not going to have classes. It's simply going to have some inline styles. We can say style is equal to width is equal to a string of 70%. Inside of there, we're going to have one more typography.
We can even copy this one. Everything is going to be the same. Gutter bottom, variant h6, and we can simply say write a comment. Now, as we have our comments below our comments typography, we're going to have the code to write a comment below this typography. So to do that, let's create a Material UI text field, which is basically just an input. It is a self-closing tag. We can expand it in multiple rows, and let's give it a few properties. The first one is going to be full width. This means that the text field is going to span across the entire width of the screen. Then we're also going to have a property called rows, and we're going to set that to 4. Usually text fields are simple fields for like name or last name or something like that. But our comments can be longer, and that's why we can have multiple rows. Our variant is going to be equal to outlined. And we can also have a label, which is going to simply say comment. We are going to make our text field multi-line. And then in there, we have to keep track of the value of our specific comment. To keep track of the value of our text field, we have to create another state. So we can say const comment, now singular, and then set comment is equal to use state. In there, we're going to pass an empty string because we want to start with empty string. Now that we have that, we can specify a value, and the value of this text field is going to be a comment. Then we can specify the onChange property, and to change something, we have to get the event like this, and we have to call the set comment, and more specifically, event.target.value. That's going to set the value of our text field. Let's save it and look at it in the browser. Okay, that's already starting to look just a bit better. We have our comments and we have our write a comment section. Of course, we still haven't implemented the styles for our containers. We're going to do that really quickly. Now let's add a button. Below our text field, I'm going to create a button. That button is going to have a few properties. First, it's going to have an inline style equal to margin top. And then in there, we can simply say 10 pixels. That's going to separate it a bit from the text field. Then it's also going to be full width. It's also going to be disabled. So we can say disabled, and it's only going to be disabled if we haven't yet typed in our comment. So we can say if no comment. Our button is also going to have a variant equal to contained, and it's going to have just one more property, which is the onClick handler. What do we want to do on click? Well, we want to call a special handle click function, which we're going to create right now. But before we do that, let's simply put something in our button, and that is comment. Great. So now we can see that we're missing our handle click. Let's create it at the top. For now, we can simply leave it as a blank function. Const handle click is equal to an arrow function. Great. Now we finished the better part of our comment section. Let's implement our styles. To do that, I'm going to open up the styles.js, and we have to add just a few class names. Below the loading paper, I'm going to add the comments outer container. That is going to be equal to an object, and then in there, we simply want to say display is equal to flex, and also justify content is going to be equal to space between. Below our comments outer container, we're also going to have our comments inner container. And then in there, we can simply specify the height, which is going to be equal to 200 pixels. We can also specify the overflow Y, which is going to make our div scrollable. So we can set that to auto, and we can also give it a margin right, which is going to be equal to 30 pixels. Great. These are all the styles that we need for now. So let's go back to our comment section and let's actually check it out in the browser. That already looks so much better. Technically, we've finished the entire front-end part of our comments functionality. Now is the time that we connect it to Redux and then send that data to the backend and finally create a comment in the database. So let's do that right now. Now, let's grab this data from a specific comment, and when we click comment, let's submit it to Redux. Also, I've just noticed that our button is gray and it has to be blue. So let's change it. Right inside of here, we're going to give it a property called color, which is equal to primary. Now, if you type test, you can see it has this nice primary color. With that said, you already know that we created our handle click function, but we have no code inside of there. So let's implement the code right here. When we click comment, we have to dispatch a new action to our Redux. More specifically, we can dispatch a comment post action. Our comment also needs to contain the information about who is creating that specific comment. So let's grab our user from the local storage. I'm going to remove this console log, and I'm going to grab our user. We can say const user is equal to json.parse, and then we can go inside of the local storage and simply call getItem user. This is going to populate our user from the local storage. We've already done this a few times throughout our application. Now that we have the user's data, let's form our comment to include the user's name and also the comment itself. Let's say something like const final comment, and that is going to be equal to a template string. The first thing in there is going to be user.result.name, and then we can say colon, and then in here we render the comment. So just one more time, we are getting the user's name here, and we're saying who wrote that comment, that user, and what is the context of the comment? Well, it is the actual state. We are going to write that in that specific text field right in here. Now that we have the contents of the comment, and we can put that here, final comment. And also as the second parameter, we have to say which post does this comment belong to. So let's add a comma, and let's say post._id. Great, but as you can see, our dispatch is currently not here, and also our comment post is not defined. So let's fix that. First, we can get the dispatch by saying const dispatch is equal to use dispatch hook. But now we have to create that action. For now, let's simply import it, even though it's not yet created. We can say import comment post, and that's going to be imported from actions/posts. Great. Now let's create it right inside of there. We are going to go to actions and then posts. And right inside of here, below the like post, we're going to implement the comment post. So let's follow the same structure. Export const comment post. And in this case, we'll be getting two different parameters. The first one is the value, and the second one is the ID of the post. Then, considering that data is asynchronous, we have to use Redux Stunk, and it has this weird structure, which is the async dispatch, and then after that, one more function call, like that. Now, how can you know that we are getting the value and the ID? Well, we can know that because in here, that's exactly what we're passing. The comment, including the name and the comment, and the ID. Great. So let's create the actual comment post action. We're going to create a try and catch block, as we always do. Now we have to make an API call, and that's going to look something like this. Await API.comment. And then in there, we're going to pass the value and the ID. Of course, we don't yet have that API comment as we have the like post or delete post or all other. So we have to create that. And let's do that right away. Let's go to our API and then index.js. Inside of here, we can even copy the entire like post just above. Now let's change it. We're going to change this to comment. Our comment accepts two different parameters, and that is the value and the ID. The method of the request is going to be the post because we want to create a comment, and the route is going to be /posts/ID and then /comment post. But of course, we also have to pass some value with it. So just next to that, we're going to pass an object that's going to contain the value of our comment. Great, we're now ready to make API calls from the front end to the back end. But this route doesn't yet exist in our backend, so let's create it right away. To start creating our backend, let's first close all of our tabs just so we have a cleaner workspace. And let's collapse our files and folders. Now let's go to our server, and then we're going to go to routes, posts.js. We can duplicate our like post route, and in here it's going to be incredibly similar, but just a bit different. Instead of the patch request, it is going to be a post request, and instead of the like post, it's going to be comment post. You need to be logged in to be able to comment the post, so we're going to leave this here. And then also we're going to change this to comment post. Of course, we have to first create that controller, and let's import it right there, comment post. This here is going to be a function on the backend that's going to handle the creation of the comment. So let's go to our controllers and our posts.js. Now let's scroll all the way down below our like post, and let's create a new controller that's going to handle the post creation. It's going to look something like this: export const, comment, post, and that is going to be an async function. It's going to accept the request and the response as all of the controllers do. And in there, we want to get a few values from our frontend. First, we're going to get the ID of the post by saying const, and then we can destructure the ID from rec.params. And then also, we're going to get const, destructure the value, but this time it's going to be coming from rec.body. Now, let me specify how is that working. I'm going to open the client source API index.js and put it on the side. The request params is something coming through here. Take a look. We have this ID right there. And if you take a look at our routes, you can see that the ID coming in is dynamic. And that's what populates the ID right here in the rec params. So where does this value from the rec.body come from? Well, if you take a look at our request one more time, you can see that we're passing that object that contains the value. And that's what's populating this value. That's basically the value of our comment. Great. Now let's use those values to create a comment in the database. First, we have to fetch the post that we have to put our comment on. So we can say const post is equal to await post message dot find by ID. And then in there, we can simply pass that ID. Finally, we're going to go into our post, into the comments of our post, and we're simply going to push the contents of our comment. That is going to update our post, but we have to actually update it in the database as well. So let's say const updated post is equal to await post message dot find by ID and update. And then inside of there, we have to pass the ID, we have to pass the new post, and we have to pass the options object that's going to contain the message new is equal to true. I know this is a long line, so let me repeat it one more time. We are getting the post from the database, we're adding the comments to that post, and then we are updating the database so that the new post contains that new comment. Finally, we're storing the value of that post in our updated post variable. Once we have that, we can simply return res.json that updated post, and we can receive that back on the front end. Great, but there is one more thing. We also have to update the model of our post. So we can go to our server and then models and then our post message. Inside of here, just below the likes, we can create the comments part, and we can say the type of the comments is going to be an array of strings, and the default value is going to be an empty array because by default we don't have any comments in. Great. Now we can come back to our front end. Let's first close all of this, go to client side, source, and then actions, posts. Inside of here, now we know that we are receiving something back once we actually call this API. So let's retrieve that value. We can do that by saying const response is equal to this, and then in here we can destructure and simply take the data from that response. For now, we can simply console log that data. So what are we expecting to see with this console log? Well, if our database functionality for creating the comment works, and if our frontend is sending the correct data in the first place, that means that this data should return a new post, and that post should have the comments that are going to be an array, and it should have a new comment that we type in. So now let's test it out. I'm right here on a specific memory page. I'm going to click inspect, and then I'm going to open the console. Now we'll keep track of our console and we'll see if our comment gets there. Let's write something like test and click comment. Okay, something is read and looks like we have the result of null. That means that the user hasn't been fetched yet, or we haven't properly been logged in. So let's close this, reload, and yeah, it's true. We are not logged in and we cannot post comments if you're not. So we have to properly handle that error. Let's go back, and then inside of here, we're gonna check if we have a user. So how are we gonna solve this? Well, there are a few ways. First of all, we can in here, once the user clicks, we can then check if the user is logged in, and then if he's not, we can disable that. But there's a better way. Why would the user even need to see the part for creating the post if that's gonna result in failure? Let's immediately remove this from his view. That way, he's not gonna run into errors. So right inside of here, we can take this, we can check if there's a user. We can do that by simply putting our code here, opening a dynamic block, and we're gonna check if there is a user.result.name. Then we're going to show this. So we can say end, and then open a parenthesis. Then at the end of our div, we can close that parenthesis and close our dynamic block. This code is basically saying if the user has a name, basically meaning if there is a user, then display this piece of code, otherwise show nothing. Our user is sometimes going to be undefined, and we cannot do the dot notation with undefined. It's not possible to do undefined.result.name. So we have to handle that. I'm gonna bring the user back, and I'm gonna say user dot result and then dot name. This is the new JavaScript syntax that's going to allow us to simply not throw an error if the user doesn't exist. Let's save it and check it out in the browser. And would you look at that? Now we have only our comments, but since our user is not logged in, he cannot create any. That's great. He can view, but not create. Now let's sign in. I'm gonna sign in with Google, and apparently, even if I'm logged in, I cannot see the post creation part. So let's see what that is about. I'm going to console log our user just at the top right here. And our user seems to be null. And looks like I've made a small mistake. Instead of specifying user here, we should be specifying profile. I'm gonna copy this and search for this across the entire code base. As you can see, we've been calling profile many times and never user. I just made a typo. So let's go back to our comment section and see if this works right now. We can even remove this console log because I'm quite certain it will work. And since we're logged in, we should be able to see the part where we can create a comment. And there we go. Now we can see this part where we can write a comment. If we were logged out, we wouldn't be able to see it. But now let's see if this comment is gonna come through. I'm gonna say test and click comment. Now we're expecting a console log with the post now including the comment, and there it is. Considering that I've used this before, it's gonna have a few more comments. Yours should have just a few, but there it is. Our comments are there. Now we have to fetch them, and using Redux and reducers, we have to bring them back into our JSX view. And we can do that like this. Let's go back to our actions where we left off. That's gonna be actions post.js. And then inside of here, we're getting the data about a specific post, now including the comments. So the question is, what do we do with it? Well, we're gonna simply dispatch a new action. We can say dispatch, and we're gonna specify the type of our action to be equal to comment. Also, we're gonna specify the payload to be that new post with now included comment. Also, after we dispatch that specific comment, we're also going to return the data.comments. That means that we're returning the newest comment that's coming in. And inside of here, inside of the catch, we can simply console log the error. One more thing, see how we've used the constants for all of our action types. Right there, start loading and so on. Let's now create the constant for the comment as well. So right here next to the like, I'm gonna create a new constant, and that's going to be comment. Of course, this is just the import. We have to create that constant right here under the source and then constants action types. Just below like, I'm gonna create the comment, and that's basically just a string. Again, if you're not sure why we're using this for, maybe watch some of the previous videos. But the quick explanation is that if you scroll down here, if you write something like comment here and maybe miss one letter like this, comment, that's gonna cause a lot of problems in your app, but it's not gonna throw an error, so you might be able to miss it. But like this, if we write it as a constant, then if you miss just one letter, it's immediately gonna throw you an error. That's the reason why we do it. That part is now done. The last part we have to do is deal with this data in our Redux and then send our comments back to our comment section where we'll be able to fetch them and then loop over the real comments, not just the dummy data. So let's do that right away. To get this data to our component, there's one last step of the entire Redux workflow that we have to do. First, we're dispatching an action. Then, inside of that action creator, we are making an API call. And finally, we have to go to our reducers. So let's go to reducers and then posts.js. Now, inside of our reducers, we also need to pull our comment action type, and we have to add one more case. To create a new case, let's go under our like right there, and let's say case comment. So what are we going to do on the comment? Well, we're also going to return an object. So let's specify it like this. And in every object, we want to first spread the state, and we're going to do that here as well. Once we spread the state, we want to define posts. So we can say posts is equal to state.posts.map. So we want to map over all of the posts, and we're going to get each individual post. Then we want to do something. So what do we want to do here? Well, we want to return all the other posts normally. I'm going to explain quickly what do I mean by that. And then we want to change the post that just received a comment. Great. So we want to return all the posts normally and then change only the post that recently received a comment. How can we do that? Well, we can check if post._id, and if that is equal to action.payload._id. That is our new post that just received a comment. So if that's the case, then we want to return only that new specific post, which is equal to action.payload. And in other case, we simply want to return a post. One more time, return all the other posts normally like this. And then if the post is that specific post that just received a comment, then return it changed with that comment included. Great. So this is how this works. We can now remove these comments, put this in one line, and that is it. This is how our comment functionality in Redux works. I know it might be a bit confusing. We're spreading the state and then setting the posts, but keep in mind, we want to return all of the posts and only change the one that just received a comment. That is it. Great. So with that, we're done with the reducers, and now we can actually take a look at our data inside of our comment section component. So let's do just that. I'm going to close all of our other files, go inside of here, and now we want to fetch our comments. The comments are of course stored in a post, and we are already getting a post right there. So what we can do is we can initially set our comments to be the comments of that specific post. So right in here, I'm going to say post comments. Okay, so now we're getting our Redux data from the backend right in here and putting it in our comments. And of course, we have to change it right there. So we're not going to simply say comment I. We are going to return the C, the comment, of course. So for every comment, we want to return a comment inside of a typography. Let's save it and check it out. And would you look at that? We have our comments. I've been there last year, the best experience ever. And we have all of the comments that we can scroll through and read them. Now let's sign in as well. Okay, as we're signed in, we can now write a comment and the functionality should be fully functional. So let's say great memory. Okay, let's try saying great memory a few times. And nothing seems to be happening. But if you reload the page, you'll be able to see that we clicked it quite a few times. So we just have to make it update immediately as soon as we leave the comment. And that's what we'll do right now.
But with that said, you can see the comments actually work. You can write a comment, click comment right there, and you just left it on this specific memory. Let's go to another one. Let's go, for example, to the Eiffel Tower. Let's write something meaningful. Looks great at night. Great. And let's comment it. And as you can see, nothing happened right away. But if we reload, the comment should actually be there. And there it is. Okay, so now let's make it update automatically. We can do that by immediately receiving all the new comments from the dispatched action. If I go into this specific action creator, you can notice that we are returning all the new comments, and we can actually make use of that. Let's make this function asynchronous, and right inside of here, we can say const new comments, and new comments are going to be equal to await dispatch. Great, so now we can use those comments, more specifically, to set the comments to new comments. That's going to update our state of comments and then render them down immediately. What we can also do is we can set our singular comment, that's the data inside of the text field, we can set that to be an empty string, and that should clear it out. So let's check it out. Anybody else been here? Let's do something like that. Leave a comment and take a look. Amazing, we can successfully post comments on our memories. Now, what if I keep adding comments, like test, and then maybe one more? Let's add test 1. As you can see, test 1 has been added, but you cannot automatically see it, which is not a great user experience. You have to scroll down. So let's make it scroll automatically. You might think that you're gonna have to use some external libraries or that it's gonna be hard to do it, but it's not really that hard. We just have to know how to use refs. So we're importing the useRef hook right there. And right here, we can say const comments ref is going to be equal to useRef. So we've just created this specific reference that we're going to hook onto a specific element. More specifically, we are going to create an empty div just below all of our messages. So right here, we can create a self-closing div like this. And the only thing it's going to have is going to be a ref equal to comments ref. This is going to be our anchor point. We're always going to scroll to this specific div because we know that that div is at the end of all of our messages. So let's scroll up. When do we want to scroll? Well, we want to scroll once we add a new comment. So right here, let's create the functionality to scroll down. We can do that by saying comments ref dot current dot scroll into view. I'm missing an N here. And you call that as a function, pass in an object, and then in here we can say behavior is equal to smooth. That's going to make it scroll slowly to that specific point. And with that, our scroll should be done. Let's check it out. Let's add a new comment. Let's do test 2. And as you can see, it just scrolled. Let's try adding a few more. Test 4. It scrolled as well. Great. This functionality is now done. Last thing that we can do is make the username bold and leave this as it is. We can do that right inside of here by splitting our comment into 2 parts. More specifically, we can say comment.split, and we want to split it by that colon, and we want to get the username. So if we do 0, this here is only the username. Now that we have just the username, we can put that into a strong tag, and that is going to make the text bold. So if I do it like this, and just below, we can now get the second part, which is the actual comment. So we can say c.split. We want to again split by the same thing. And in here, we want to get the first part, which is the actual comment. On the bottom part, make sure not to put the space in here. Great, let's save it and check it out. Great, that works. Now we can differentiate the username from the comment. This is a seemingly easy feature that we just implemented, but it's really gonna add a lot to the entire application. Our memories project really needed the comment section, because now people can comment on each other's memories and share their stories. But that's not it for this video. I've decided to do one more thing some of you guys requested of me in the comments. And that is to fix the speed of liking something. Right now, if you click like,
it's gonna take maybe a second and a half, or maybe 4 to 5 seconds in areas with slower internet connection. So if I click it, notice how long is it gonna take. Yep, that was quite a long pause. So what we're going to implement for the end of this video is the ability to immediately give the user feedback once he likes something. The actual liking on the backend is gonna take 2 to 3 seconds, but we can immediately display the action to the user. Let's do that. And this is not useful only for liking. You can use this technique with everything where you want to give users the quick user feedback. If you appreciate these little tips that I like giving to you, definitely make sure to like and comment down below. Comment if you'd like to see the entire map of all the memories implemented in the next video. To implement our, let's call it quick liking, we can go to Client, Source, Components, and we're going to go to Posts, and finally a singular post component. From here, we can see that we have some imports that we are not using, so we can delete that right here, get posts, and we can also immediately import useState from React because we'll definitely be using that. Great. So now let's see what do we have to do. Right now, we're getting the post passed through props, and that's fine. We're then using that post to find out the length of the likes in that specific likes array, and then based on that, we're showing our likes. But we can make that just a bit better. First of all, we're going to implement a new state field called likes. And of course, it's going to have a set likes, which is going to be equal to useState. And then inside of there, we want to immediately set that to the post $likes. So we're taking the same value from our post right there, post $likes, and we're setting that into likes. So far, not a lot has changed. But there is a specific reason why we need to do that. Because now we can set them again. We can reset them, we can change them, because now we have this setter function. So we're going to scroll down and find where we're actually liking something. Here's the delete, and right here is the like button. So right now we are doing something on click, but we need to do a bit more stuff. So I'm going to copy this and simply create a new function called handle click. We're going to use that function above, right inside of here. So right here, let's create a new function, const handle like is equal to an async function, like this, and then let's simply paste what we had. Of course, we don't need this callback function. It says our handle like is not being used, so let me see why. I called it handle click. A more appropriate name would be handle like. Great. So now we've changed nothing. We've added a new handler function, which is still doing the same thing it used to do before. And we also just added these likes, which again is not being used. So now what can we do to start using them? Inside of here, we're gonna add an if check. I'm going to copy this entire part right there, post.likes.find, and then we're checking if the like is equal to the Google ID or the result underscore ID. We're basically checking in this whole thing, did the current user like the post? So we can say if this, and that's basically saying, did the current user like the post or not? Usually when you have lines as long as this one, it's good to put them to a specific variable. So let's say const has liked post, and that is going to be equal to this. Now that we have this, we know that that's going to be a Boolean value, and we can say if has liked the post, then we want to do something. Else, if the user hasn't liked the post, then we want to do something else. So what do we want to do if the current user has liked the post? Well, we want to set the likes to be equal to post.likes.filter. Inside of here, we get a specific ID, and we want to filter out the ID of that specific person. So we can say if ID is not equal to, and that's going to be in parentheses, user .result.Google ID, or we can also have user .result._ID. So we're basically simply filtering out the like, because if the user has liked the post and he or she clicks the button again, that means that they want to unlike it. But now I figured out we're mentioning this part quite often. So I want to take that entire part and put it in a new variable. Let's copy it. And I'm going to call it something like const user ID. And that's going to be equal to all of this. We no longer have to repeat it. I'm going to put it above, and we can use that ID in a few places. We can use it right here, because you can notice it's the same thing. We can also use it right here. That's also the same thing. And we can also use it right here because it's the same thing. This was a great little lesson where we used two new variables to simplify our code and make it more readable. Now everybody can understand that this whole part is either getting the user's ID from Google or a normal ID from the database, and it's storing it in the user ID variable. And then in here, we're simply figuring out if the user has currently liked a post or not. Finally, if the user has liked the post, that means that they want to unlike it, and then we filter out their specific like. But if the situation is different, if they haven't liked it, we can say set likes equal to, we spread all of the current likes, and then we want to add one new one, and that is that same user ID variable we created right here. And why is this faster than simply updating the database immediately? Because updates to the database are asynchronous and they take time, but this is going to happen instantly. Finally, we need to use our likes. As you can see, they're not currently being used right here. We have to exchange every single place where we mention post.likes and simply use our likes. So that's happening here. You can do Control F and then find post.likes and simply replace that with likes. Then you can click enter a few times and it's gonna fill that for you. There we go. So in all of the places where we used post.likes, you simply have to switch it to simply likes. There might have been a lot of code in here, so if you mess something up, that's completely fine. You already know where the link to the entire GitHub repository is, so make sure to copy the file if it's not working for you. Okay, before we finally take a look in the browser, I think we also have to replace this part here with only likes, and let's check it out. Okay, let me try to like something. That was instantaneous. Take a look at that. I can like and unlike all the posts incredibly quickly. And if I refresh the page, as you can see, it's going to be updated in the database. I can try unliking everything now. And then we're going to reload the page. And as you can see, everything was successfully stored in the database. But now the feedback that the user receives is instantaneous. Look at that. I would say it's less than 100 milliseconds. It's basically instantaneous. At this point, everything seems to be working great, and the last thing that we have to do to make this a complete project is to deploy it on the internet so that you can share it with your potential employers and friends. So let's do that right away. To deploy the backend side of our application, we're going to use Heroku. When you log in, you should see something similar to this. At the top right, you can see a new button where you can create a new app. We can choose the app name. I'm going to use something really random like MERN, Memories, JavaScriptMastery. That should be available. And you can choose your region. And then in here, you'll get all the instructions of how you can deploy your application using the Heroku CLI. The first thing you have to do is download and install the Heroku CLI for your own operating system. After you do that, you can follow my steps. Before we start writing the commands, we just have to make sure to change just a few things in the code. First of all, go to the package.json of the server side, and then in there, change this from nodemon to simply node. When you run a server, you don't have to constantly restart it, so we're only gonna need node. And then the second thing is, if you don't already have it, make sure to rename this to .procfile. We need to have the .proc file where you say web is equal to npm run start. Great. And the last thing, just so we know if our server is running, we can go to our index.js, and then in there, we can create the app.get route, app.get. It's going to be just /, and then in there, we can get the rec and the res, and we can do something like res.send, app is running. This is just a message that we're going to get in the browser so that we know that our server is running. Okay, with those changes ready, I'm going to close these files, and let's follow the process. Run the Heroku login, press any key. That's going to prompt you to log in. After you're logged in, make sure to run Heroku git clone, and make sure that you are in the server directory. So you need to be in the server directory. The process for you might be just a bit different, but just follow the steps. You need to be in the server folder, run the Heroku remote add, and finally, we need to push all of our changes by running git add. We can also do a git commit, and finally, git push Heroku master. This is going to deploy all the changes so that your server is going to be live and deployed on the internet. Okay, we got a confirmation message verifying done. We can clear the terminal and expand our browser a bit. Now, if I unzoom this a bit, on the top right side, you should see Open App. Once you click that, at the top left, you should see App is running. That means that we are ready to take this URL and connect our frontend to it. So copy that URL. Let's go back to our code, this time to the client side. We're going to go to the client, source, API, index.js. And then in here, you're going to replace this base URL with your own new deployed server URL. That is one thing that we have to do. And the second thing is that you have to go to the public folder. And then in here, you have to add one special file. We have to add the _redirects file. So just _redirects. Then you can put / and then the asterisk. Finally, / index.html, and finally 200. This is the only thing you have to have in this file. Once you do that, you can close everything, and we're now going to cd back into the root, and then finally cd into the client side. When you're in the client side, we want to build out our entire React application by running npm run build.
While our build is running, we can go back to the Hostinger's dashboard. To visit it, you can click the link down in the description and then log in, or simply go to hpanel.hostinger.com. If you purchase the premium shared hosting, then you should be able to see it here under setup, and you can click this yellow setup button. Then you'll see a startup process. You can click start now. You're going to be asked a few questions, but the most important thing here is at the bottom, there's going to be a text that's going to say skip, I'll start from scratch. So you can click that to fully set up your own domain. After you've done that, you should see a page that looks like this. Your domain name is going to be here, and you'll have a lot of different tools that you can use right here on your disposal. There are two different things we need. The first one is SSL certificate. So you can type SSL, click right here, and then the only thing you have to do is simply click install SSL. And there we go. SSL is being installed. This is going to allow HTTPS security. As soon as I've reloaded the page, the status changed to active. It cannot be any simpler than this. Then we can go to dashboard, and the only thing we need is going to be the file manager right here. Let's click it. Inside of a new window, you're going to see your hPanel dashboard, and you can go to public_HTML. There, for now, you'll see a default.php site, which you can delete. And then you can go back to your code and open up that build folder we've created. Once you open it up in your file explorer, that's going to be memories and then client, you should be able to see your build folder right here. The only thing you have to do is open it up and then simply drag and drop all the files right inside of here. There we go. In just a few seconds, they were uploaded. Now we can go back to your hosting panel, reload the page, and we can type our domain name in the navigation bar and simply press enter.
Our memories are loading, and we can see the posts, which means that our frontend is not only hosted online, but also connected to our backend, which is also hosted online. This works perfectly. We can paginate, we can see all of the great features that we just created in this video. It's so good seeing the application you've been working on for quite some time now being almost done. Of course, there are always some new features that you can keep adding to your applications and keep improving them. That was it for this video. If it was helpful, definitely feel free to leave a like and comment. And if you'd like to build more projects with me, make sure to subscribe and turn on the bell notifications. If you turn on the bell notifications, you can be sure that you're not going to miss the 5th part of the MERN series when I upload it. With that said, thank you so much for watching, see you in the next one, and have a wonderful day.